Rest. Han Qingxia walked through the cleared area, step by step as if it were empty, until she reached the entrance of the shopping mall. She stood by the door and looked inside. It was pitch black inside. How's it going? Captain Beauty, the door inside is locked, but Qingke looked at her with a grin, taking out a blank white card. I have a way to open it. He squatted down with the card, fiddling with the locked door lock for a while, and after a moment, the tightly closed door in front of Han Qingxia actually clicked open. Wasn't I useful? Qingke grinned and boasted to Han Qingxia. Well done. Go in and scout ahead. Han Qingxia kicked him inside. She discovered that this guy had a peculiar characteristic. His loyalty was hard to raise, but it also wouldn't drop. No matter how harshly she treated him, it wouldn't diminish his pitifully low level of loyalty to her. Qingke even quite enjoyed Han Qingxia's fiery temper. If Han Qingxia spoke to him kindly, he would invariably take advantage of her, but if she used her fists, he would immediately regard it as gospel and praise her highly. Han Qingxia couldn't understand what this kind of person was thinking at all. He was completely not a normal person. But on the other hand, if he were even slightly normal, he wouldn't have done such inhumanly absurd and despicable things in his past life. I'll go right now. Qingke swiftly ventured into the large supermarket. As usual, Han Qingxia left 2 dogs at the entrance, while she and the remaining dogs, along with Su Xiaoyang, leisurely observed the first floor of the supermarket. The supermarket had 3 floors, including outsourced clothing stores and snack shops in addition to the main supermarket. In front of Han Qingxia was an open space dedicated to clothing sales. The supermarket was dark inside, even though it was sunny outside. Only the green emergency lights illuminated the emergency exits. Rows of shelves in front of Han Qingxia were selling winter coats off-season. Large red promotional signs stood beside the racks, displaying bold promotional text, 99 yuan. But even with the discounts, they couldn't attract any customers. The floor and ground were covered in a thick layer of dust. Several rows of clothes racks on the right were overturned, with scattered human-shaped severed limbs, torsos, and round heads lying on the floor. Su Xiaoyang approached with his dogs and realized they were all mannequins. Boss, it's a model, no corpses, no blood. They didn't wait long before Qingke ran back. Captain Beauty, I checked. No zombies on the first floor, it's safe. The supermarket entrance is just ahead, and there are plenty of supplies inside. Han Qingxia stared at his eye and nodded. Thanks for your hard work. Brother Su, Captain Beauty and I will go inside the supermarket to collect supplies first. You gather everything outside together. We'll collect these later after we've collected the supplies inside. Qingke gave the order. He had publicly claimed that Han Qingxia's spatial ability was his. Su Xiaoyang looked at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded and whispered, Yangzi, gather the supplies and send a batch to the truck first. Her truck could hold about a ton of supplies. Yes, sir. With Han Qingxia's order, Su Xiaoyang immediately got to work. Qingke looked at Han Qingxia. Captain Beauty, let's go. There's a lot of stuff in the supermarket. Okay, Han Qingxia was worried about Qingke, so she only took 2 dogs and 1 dog, leaving the rest of the dogs with Su Xiaoyang. The most dangerous thing about dealing with this kind of person isn't being with him, but not being with him at all. If he's going to cheat someone, it'll be behind their back. Leaving most of the dogs with Su Xiaoyang, while ensuring Su Xiaoyang is in a relatively safe environment, prevents him from causing trouble. Han Qingxia was very wary of him. Captain Beauty, you seem to distrust me. They walked to the center of the mall, and Qingke said to Han Qingxia, if you have that thought, you should consider whether you distrust me. Han Qingxia retorted coldly. Qingke chuckled at this. By then, they had reached the supermarket area. The supermarket shutters rolled down. Without Han Qingxia needing to say anything, Qingke pulled something out of his pocket, fiddled with the lock, and with a clatter, opened the door. Han Qingxia was now absolutely certain of one thing. This guy was incredibly skilled at picking locks. Wow, you used to do this? How could I? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Qingke boasted, hiding the item in his hand. But you, Captain, you seem extraordinary, decisive and ruthless. You weren't in the underworld before, were you? In the most upright and law-abiding citizen. Qingke. Law-abiding Qingko, good citizen Han Qingxia. No problem. Han Qingxia followed Qingko into the supermarket. The inside was even darker than the outside. You couldn't see anything without the lights on. Han Qingxia took out 2 high-beam flashlights, and she and Qingko slowly entered. It was very quiet inside. Very empty. All the checkout counters were covered in dust. Han Qingxia immediately released her mental energy. Her current mental perception range was about 20 meters, covering a quarter of the large supermarket in front of her. There were indeed no signs of living people or zombies. Han Qingxia, Qingko, and Tiao cautiously ventured deeper inside, first clearing the items from the checkout counters. By the way, beautiful captain, I noticed you brought one subordinate. What about your family? They're all dead, Han Qingxia replied casually. The Han family was no longer her family, and even if those people managed to escape from the hospital, they wouldn't last long without her. They would never encounter another Han Qingxia in their lives who they could rely on for protection. Then what about your family? Han Qingxia asked. They're all dead. Qingke smiled slightly, a hint of ruthlessness in his laughter. Just then, Han Qingxia, having finished collecting the chewing gum and other treats from the front register, noticed something. The chocolate boxes and high-calorie candy boxes were all empty. Just then, Tiao barked loudly into the darkness at the far end. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Han Qingxia, holding a flashlight, immediately looked towards the source of the sound. She saw a figure flash by. Even though her spiritual perception couldn't reach that spot, she could still tell. It was a person, not a zombie. Because that person was hiding from them. If it were a zombie, it would have already pounced on them. There's someone there, Qingke said. Han Qingxia immediately took out her AK from her spatial storage. Qingke knew she had a spatial ability, so she didn't hide it. She picked up the AK and led Qingke and Tiao towards the source of the sound. Along the way, she noticed that the food shelves inside were almost completely emptied. So, someone really lives here. When Han Qingxia reached the back of the supermarket, her outward-spreading spiritual energy clearly perceived the situation in the staff quarters ahead. 7 people. Men and women, old and young, not a single one with superpowers. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, a group of people poured out of the staff quarters in front of her. Are you here to rescue us? The 7 people included 2 13- or 14-year-old twin boys, 3 elderly people with gray hair, a young pregnant woman with a large belly, and the only one who looked like a middle-aged man who could work. The man didn't seem to be in charge. He stood unassumingly behind the elderly, weak, and pregnant women. Han Qingxia found this group strange. In the apocalypse, with the old and the young, it was truly a miracle that such a group could survive. Why did you take so long? Get us out of here. The oldest woman among them looked at Han Qingxia, who was holding a gun, and treated her like a soldier, ordering her around. The tone was quite unpleasant. It was as if they were their servants. Before Han Qingxia could even get annoyed, another voice rang out. Grandma, look who's with her. That bastard son of that mistress, a 13- or 14-year-old boy shouted. It's him. How come he's still alive? What's he doing here? Another child's voice came. Grandma, get him out of here. I hate him. His bastard's mere presence is an eyesore. In an instant, all eyes fell on Qingke, who stood behind Han Qingxia, hidden in the darkness. Wearing a baseball cap, Qingke felt he'd run into someone he knew and smiled with his head down. Captain Beauty, why don't you go upstairs and gather supplies? I know someone here. I'd like to take care of things. Han Qingxia met Qingke's gaze, which was fixed on his one eye, and readily agreed. Seeing her about to leave, the old woman who had just spoken immediately blocked Han Qingxia's path. Where are you going? You're not allowed to leave. Is this guy your teammate? What kind of people did you choose? Picking such a scoundrel as a teammate? Get him out of here. Let me tell you, the largest real estate company in province belongs to the Qin family. My youngest son is the vice governor of City B. You take us out here, find them, and you'll get your share of the benefits. Grandma, I want to go out. I want to go out and eat fried chicken. I don't want to be in a place like this. Me too. I want to play games. I haven't played in ages. Have her charge my phone first. All right. The old woman soothed her two beloved grandsons, then continued to Han Qingxia. Did you hear that? Get us settled in quickly. Don't make my grandsons suffer. Of course. Get this scoundrel out of here first. Our Qin family doesn't have such despicable and disgusting people. Qin Ke, hearing the people's discussion, lowered his head further and further, his vicious smile growing ever stronger. Just then, he heard the click of a cocking gun. In the dim light, Qin Ke stared in disbelief as the woman before him raised the dark muzzle of a gun and pressed it against the old woman's mouth. A cold, languid female voice rang out. Who are you calling a rotten person, a vermin?
Ha!
My people, you dare call them that? Han Qingxia was like a bandit. In fact, that's exactly who she was. She was lawless, rebellious, selfish, and ruthless, but fiercely protective of her own. Those she trusted, she would protect to the very end. Even though she was wary of Qin Ke and didn't truly consider him her subordinate, if someone tried to slander him, no way. Han Qingxia held the cold muzzle of the gun directly to the old woman's mouth. Behind her, Qin Ke saw this, and his only exposed human eye gradually brightened. The people opposite were all stunned. The pregnant woman hid in the arms of the only male laborer. They quickly distanced themselves from the group. Two boys, around 13 or 14 years old, were still shouting arrogantly. We're absolutely right. His mother is a shameless mistress who slept with my dad. They're like beggars, always hanging around our house swindling money. He's been to jail, in a juvenile detention center since he was 13. They do all sorts of scams and cheating. We don't have any scum like that in our family. You dare hurt us today? We'll have my uncle kill you. You're a slut too. Bang! The shouting boy was kicked away by Qin Ke. After kicking him away, Qin Ke turned to Han Qingxia and sneered, Captain Beauty, give me this place. You don't need to worry about it. Han Qingxia didn't say a word, snapped her gun shut, and turned to leave. When she reached the second floor to collect daily necessities, she heard a sharp scream erupt from downstairs. Ah, Grandma. He's a zombie. That bastard is a zombie. Kill him.
Ah.
You don't bite me. Bite someone else.
Ah.
Grandma, you've been bitten. Grandma, don't come any closer. My grandma's turning into a zombie. We have to kill her. Upstairs, Han Qingxia heard the sounds coming from across the floors and raised an eyebrow. Qin Ke didn't have zombie virus. He was a half-zombie with zombie antibodies. He wasn't contagious. So he was deliberately trying to scare them. More terrifying than killing someone outright is destroying their spirit. Qin Ke, like a madman, watched this loving family turn on each other and laughed maniacally. This world deserves destruction. Destroy it all. Han Qingxia thought that this guy must have laughed like this when he wreaked havoc on various bases in his past life. He was truly inhuman. Han Qingxia collected all the supplies from the second and third floors. The second and third floors contained daily necessities and clothing. These things were useless to the people on the first floor, and they all seemed afraid to go upstairs, huddled in the food area, so they barely touched them. Han Qingxia was currently in dire need of daily necessities. Food demand was actually lower than that, as her base was gradually producing food, and the supply would only increase. Residents were increasingly demanding seemingly useless items like shampoo, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothes, shoes, and even children's clothing and
Books.
Han Qingxia waved her hand, taking all the unwanted items back with her. What others didn't want was exactly what she needed. No one would compete with her for it. Han Qingxia efficiently emptied both floors of supplies. Afterward, she didn't rush downstairs. She waited quietly by the window on the second floor. She saw a heavily pregnant woman and the only able-bodied man frantically running out of the side door. They're my grandmother's nanny and driver. A voice sounded behind Han Qingxia. She turned her head and saw a man wearing a baseball cap, covered in blood, walking towards her step by step into the light. He stood beside Han Qingxia, watching the only two who had escaped through the window, a bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. My mother knows them, Han Qingxia looked at the man beside her, his face smeared with bright red blood, his smile twisted in a grimace, and stood quietly beside him. Large swaths of cold, white sunlight streamed in through the glass window, illuminating only the area where the two of them stood. Everywhere else was endless darkness. Click! A small flame emerged from the lighter. Qin Ke, leaning against the glass wall on the supermarket floor, cupped his hands around the flame and lit a cigarette for Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia smoked, but wasn't addicted. In the high-pressure environment of the apocalypse, sometimes a cigarette could soothe her tense nerves. My mom was a mistress, and a ruthless one at that, willing to do anything to climb the social ladder and live a life of luxury. She used to be a gold digger, always hooking up with rich men. She met my dad by chance, knew he was wealthy, and clung to him like glue. She was very shrewd. After a few attempts, she got me. After having me, she became even more emboldened. She thought she could become Mrs. Qin, but little did she know, it was impossible. My dad isn't stupid, he was just playing around. And those shrewd people in the Qin family would never allow her into the family. If it weren't for me, they would have kicked her out long ago. After her dream of becoming Mrs. Qin was shattered, she focused solely on making money. She was a gambling addict and gambled away all the money she won. She also frequently brought men back to the apartment my dad rented for her. I was only 3 years old then. When I was hungry, I would get up and eat instant noodles myself, and sometimes I would even make a bowl for the men my mom brought back. Ha ha ha, did you ever do something like that? Qin Ke laughed as he spoke. Han Qingxia remained silent, calmly looking at him and giving him a thumbs up. You're even worse off. Ha ha ha. Qin Ke laughed, then coughed. That's nothing, at least you still have food. Let me tell you a secret. I used to love crying when I was little, and crying was very effective. My dad would give me money whenever I cried. Unfortunately, I didn't cry for more than a few years before my dad died. He was in a car accident and died instantly. After that, no one gave my mom any money. My mom would take me and go to the Qin family's house every day crying. The Qin family wouldn't give her any money, so they just abandoned me there. At that time, the Qin family's first wife was pregnant with twins through IVF, 2 sons. How could that stupid woman, my mom, have thought I was still useful? After she realized I was useless, she threw me away. I was only 10 years old then. Qin Ke took a deep drag on his cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and said to the woman running outside, I stood alone at the Qin family's door. I was so hungry then. I hadn't eaten in so long. When I was crying from hunger, they gave me a bowl of dog food. The Qin family has a dog. They give me their leftovers, ha 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 ha. Han Qingxia didn't say a word. She watched the middle-aged couple, heavily pregnant, run away, disappearing completely around a corner. She thought she heard screams and cries of pain, but they were too far away to hear clearly. Han Qingxia looked at Qin Ke, who had finished recounting his past, and lowered her head. She took a deep breath. It's all in the past. Now it's a new era. Ha 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 ha. Qin Ke chuckled softly, slowly raising his head. Yeah, when I knew the world was ending, I was almost ecstatic. It would be so great if everyone died. Han Qingxia finally understood why this guy had been so reckless in his past life. Damn it, he really wanted everyone to die. She pondered for a long time, finally coming up with only a motivational quote. Young man, after the storm comes the rainbow. Life is still full of hope. For example, if you come with me, I'll be your family, a warm family. Qin Ke. Han Qingxia felt she had spoken so well, she was almost moved. Qin Ke's loyalty was bound to improve. She stared intently into his eyes, only to see Qin Ke lower his head and chuckle softly. Then I have a question for you. Go ahead. If you truly consider me family, why are you always so wary of me? Who said I was wary of you? Qin Ke suddenly moved closer to Han Qingxia, almost instantly, towards her face. Bang! He was kicked flying. Kicked 3 meters away. Qin Ke clutched his stomach. You said you weren't wary of me. Han Qingxia. How could she not be wary? She had to be. This doesn't count. Speak properly. I'm like this to everyone. Han Qingxia could only try to smooth things over like this. Qin Ke stood up, clutching his stomach. His eyes darkened for a moment, then quickly replaced with a smile, showing no sign of anger. Captain Beauty, you don't need to explain. I was very touched by what you said today. Let's go back. Okay. Could you wait here a bit? I want to go and clean up the scene on the first floor. They are, after all, Han Qingxia. Okay. Qin Ke went down the stairs first. When he reached the second floor, he turned around. Don't go, you must wait for me here, okay? Han Qingxia. Okay. Han Qingxia agreed, and Qin Ke smiled broadly. He quickly went downstairs. Han Qingxia watched Qin Ke disappear into the darkness. Her brows furrowed slightly. Today she finally learned the secrets of this troublemaker from her past life. They had a heart-to-heart talk, but why? His loyalty hadn't increased at all. A rock-solid 59. This guy. Just then, she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice from downstairs. Boss. Boss. Yangzi, I'm here. Han Qingxia heard Su Xiaoyang rush in, and her mind went blank. Asterisk holy crap. Asterisk no way. She ran downstairs like a gust of wind. She saw Su Xiaoyang rushing in anxiously from the supermarket lobby on the first floor. Boss, that's great. I'm so glad you're all right. Where's Qin Ke? Qin Ke said you were in danger inside, so he sent me in to help you, Han Qingxia. Damn it. She immediately sprinted towards the entrance, chasing after Qin Ke. Just as she reached the entrance, a convertible sports car sped past them. The man in the car waved hi at Han Qingxia, who was chasing after them. Beautiful, Captain. I'm leaving now. Thanks for the supplies. You're so cute. I'll definitely sleep with you next time. Han Qingxia. She looked at the empty lobby on the first floor and realized something again. That is, damn it, Qin Ke is a space-type ability user. He really is a space-type ability user. Han Qingxia was fooled by this guy. Han Qingxia was furious. Aleph asterisk 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 your grandpa. You just wait. Next time I see you, I'll break your legs. You're finished. Han Qingxia was so angry her heart, liver, spleen, and lungs ached. Even the most careful person can get their feet wet. She's always the one scamming others. This is the first time she's been scammed. She even believed his pitiful story. Damn it, this bastard lied to her from beginning to end. He joined her just to steal some supplies.
Bastard. Bastard.
Yangzi, you remember this. From now on, Qin Ke is the #1 mortal enemy of our Qingxia base. Don't believe a word he says. If you see him, arrest him. Break his legs. I'm going to torture him to death. Su Xiaoyang. Understood. Han Qingxia angrily inventoried the supplies. The only good thing was that Qin Ke only took the food supplies from the supermarket on the first floor. He hadn't even bothered with the daily necessities on the second and third floors. Only the pile of clothes that Su Xiaoyang had gathered were taken by him. Han Qingxia was annoyed, but she was also very glad that she had been careful. Her 2 dogs had guarded the door and watched the car the whole time, so her car hadn't been stolen. And she had even let Su Xiaoyang load a batch of clothes into the car at the beginning. In other words, she took all the food from the supermarket on the first floor. Much of that food was consumed by Qin Ke's family, and some of it spoiled, so the usable supplies he took were actually less than a quarter of the total. Han Qingxia tried to comfort herself, thinking of it as giving him the third she had promised yesterday.
But
she was still so angry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After returning, she drafted a notice for the Qingxia base, instructing Xia to display it on all electronic screens at the base 24 hours a day. It included a photo of Qin Ke, a hand-drawn sketch she had created herself. The Qingxia base's #1 enemy was Qin Ke. Everyone had the right to kill him. A bounty of 100 points was offered for his capture. Han Qingxia swore she would not rest until this grudge was avenged. After being tricked by Qin Ke, Han Qingxia returned to the base and remained depressed for a long time. She was so down that she didn't even want to expand her territory. She spent her days at the base handling miscellaneous tasks, developing the base, and spending time with her loyal dogs who would never harm or betray her. Her dogs were the warmest thing ever. More than 3 months had passed since the apocalypse, and Han Qingxia's base finally achieved stable production. Her residents, who initially planted crops with the fastest harvest times bean sprouts, cabbage, and bok choy, were now cultivating mid-growth crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes, which had high yields. The reclaimed fields were now planted with corn, wheat, sorghum, and a large variety of vegetables: tomatoes, cucumbers, cabbage, spinach, and a few delicate fruits like strawberries and blueberries. Han Qingxia provided almost all the seeds she had for others to plant. Wang Yumin, a wood-type ability user, was in charge of the initial cultivation of all crops. Li Gang and a few others, possessing strength and speed abilities, were responsible for expanding the arable land, while the others worked together to cultivate it. Furthermore, Han Qingxia's territory had been upgraded by the system. The yield of all crops was higher than usual, and the crops matured faster. Han Qingxia's territory finally achieved real production. This also meant that her summer base had survived the most difficult initial period. Previously, she supported everyone in the base with resources. Now, everyone in the base was giving back to support her. The large amount of resources they produced flowed into Han Qingxia's warehouse through a points exchange system. Han Qingxia settled accounts with these points and also made some daily necessities available for exchange among the people. Even if everyone exchanged, they couldn't possibly spend all their points. These points remaining in their accounts were the accumulation of wealth. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, with scarce resources, the people can only produce food. Han Qingxia can perfectly balance their accumulated points through the industrial agricultural price scissors. The industrial agricultural price scissors refer to the vast price difference between industrial and agricultural goods, a difference that can feel like a dimensional barrier. For example, Han Qingxia buys their food at 1 point per kilogram, but he sells a brand new piece of clothing to the people for 100 points. This means that one piece of clothing is worth 100 kilograms of food. In reality, the value is not equivalent. The value of one piece of clothing is not worth 100 kilograms of food at all. But that's how it's sold. By increasing the price of handicrafts and lowering the basic food price, the industrial agricultural price scissors greatly helps to recover the wealth accumulated by the residents. It balances the residents' labor output. The residents can only produce food. They have to buy everything else from Han Qingxia. So even if the clothing is expensive, once they accumulate a certain number of points, they will still be willing to buy it. Of course, the residents of the summer base also benefit greatly from this process. Putting everything else aside, while everyone in other bases is worrying about what to eat and how to protect themselves, the residents of Qingxia base can eat their fill and even exchange surplus resources for clothes, shampoo, snacks, and drinks. It's almost unbelievable. Of course, as the base develops and Qingxia residents continuously produce and create wealth, there will be a certain degree of inflation. This inflation is entirely managed and calculated by Qingxia. It constantly adjusts prices based on the resource situation in Han Qingxia's territory. This ensures that the residents always live in a relatively affluent environment. In addition, Han Qingxia has also begun raising pigs. After the sweet potatoes and other crops are harvested, Han Qingxia releases a batch of pigs for the people to raise. Han Qingxia considered her current labor shortage. Building a dedicated pig farm and hiring people to raise pigs would be a waste of resources and labor, and such a directly managed pig farm would make it difficult to motivate residents to dedicate themselves fully, requiring her to prepare special feed. Therefore, she distributed pigs to residents of the Qingxia base based on their head count. All piglets were weighed upon adoption, and again upon slaughter. Residents were paid 10 points per pound of pork and also received 1/10 of the pork upon slaughter. This greatly motivated the residents to raise pigs. The residents were even more enthusiastic every day, increasing production, producing more grain, feeding the pigs with leftovers, and constantly monitoring their health, fearing they might harm or kill them. By appropriately delegating rights to the residents, the risks were shared equally between the residents and the base. This further strengthened everyone's sense of belonging to the base. This was their land, their livestock. They wouldn't leave their home. Moreover, with a stable output from their base, Han Qingxia added livestock breeding, causing her base's prosperity level to skyrocket. The prosperity level increased slightly every day, and this time, it broke the 500 mark. She successfully earned the title of Urban-Rural Fringe Area. The next prosperity level is 1000, earning her the title of Small County Town. Han Qingxia had always been speechless and helpless about these minor titles, even too lazy to pay attention to the titles awarded to her by the system. However, on the day she obtained the Urban-Rural Fringe Area title, she was shocked to discover something. The points contributed by residents doubled. All residents in Han Qingxia's territory, besides contributing 100 points upon joining, contribute 1 system point per person every day. She has a total of 19 residents, which is 19 points per day. Even if she doesn't go out to fight zombies or expand her territory, these points will steadily increase every day. And after she achieved the Urban-Rural Fringe Area prosperity level, all residents contribute 2 points per day. 19 residents equal 38 points. Don't underestimate these points. They mean that if Han Qingxia's level is high enough, and she has even more residents, she can earn a lot of points just by lying around. As her base develops, the contributions from her residents will only increase. Her long-cherished goal of obtaining a zombie virus inhibitor will no longer be a distant dream. Han Qingxia felt even more reassured after discovering that residents' daily contribution points would change with the territory's prosperity level. Develop, develop, develop. Of course, Han Qingxia was very clear that her base was still a small seedling, unable to withstand even the slightest hardship. She had to carefully protect it. First, she needed to develop her base discreetly, at least until her base was fully grown and powerful. After inspecting her base today, Han Qingxia, seeing that the base's prosperity level had increased, gave everyone a pound of meat as a base benefit. This boosted everyone's morale. Amidst the cheers and support of the crowd, she returned to her air raid shelter. The Lord is such a good person. We're so lucky to have joined the Qingxia base. We got meat today. Long live the Lord. Keep up the good work. The Lord said if we do well, there will be plenty of benefits in the future. Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter, satisfied. As soon as she entered, she heard a voice from the second floor. My dear master, you're back. What is it, Xia? You have a new message. Read it. Someone is looking for me?
How?
Han Qingxia walked to Xia's main computer. The virtual screen flashed, and a miniature electronic version of Han Qingxia appeared before her. It's a radio signal interruption. The source is K1 base. Han Qingxia immediately thought of Lu Qian. Lu Qian had asked her about the radio frequency last time. He really came looking for her. My dear master, Xia just automatically answered for you. Read it? Read. Xia snapped her fingers, and the computer speakers began playing a recording. Han Qingxia then heard a conversation with the artificial intelligence. Is this Han Qingxia? If so, please answer this frequency. This is Lu Qian. I need to speak with you urgently. You've come to the right place. This is the channel of the greatest, most beautiful, and most awesome Han Qingxia. What can I do for you? Han Qingxia. You are Han Qingxia? No. My name is Xia. Xia as in Han Qingxia.
Who is Xia?
In my master's secretary. Just say what you need, no need to be polite. Okay. Xia, tell your master that our K1 base is monitoring a massive cold wave expected at the end of the month. I'm wondering if you have enough supplies there. If not, I'd like to invite your master to join us on a mission to capture the eastern region's grain reserves. Would she be interested? Okay. I'll pass on your message, dear Mr. Lu Qian. Goodbye, Xia. You should say goodbye to dear Xia.
Goodbye.
If you don't say it, Xia won't transfer you next time. The radio station's final reply was delayed and extremely lukewarm. Goodbye, dear Xia. Han Qingxia. My dear master, that's all you said. Are you satisfied with Xia's response? Han Qingxia. Thank you, my dear Xia. You're welcome, my dear master. The electronic Xia spun around on the screen, her eyes sparkling with hearts as she looked at Han Qingxia. It's my honor to serve you. Would you like me to reply now? Reply to him, ask him what supplies are there, how the resources are allocated, and how dangerous the area is. Okay, please wait. Xia directly converted a series of radio waves and replied to the K1 base's radio station. A moment later, Lu Qian's voice came through. Han Qingxia, the Eastern Grain Reserve has more than 10,000 tons of grain reserves, including rice, corn, and wheat, as well as a large oil warehouse. The danger level is not high. There are very few staff inside the grain reserve and the area outside is sparsely populated. The only thing is that this operation is not between you and me. We hope that the base and our K1 base will cooperate. Several small bases can be allowed to join. I want to take you there. Han Qingxia understood. Lu Qian was giving her a pure benefit. He was getting a big reward, and, wanting to repay her favor, he specifically dragged her along. With multiple bases working together, Han Qingxia wouldn't get much, but why wouldn't she go for something so purely beneficial? After all, Han Qingxia had no idea where the national-level grain reserves were. Dear Xia, tell dear Lu Qian I'm going. Xia blinked and replied to the radio. A moment later, a male voice came from the other end of the radio. Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up shortly. Dear Xia and Miss Han. Han Qingxia. How did you reply to Lu Qian? I didn't reply. I'm using simultaneous interpretation here. They can hear me directly. Xia's electronic eyes gleamed with pride. Han Qingxia. A short while later, Xia notified her again that a military pickup truck had arrived in her territory. Han Qingxia recognized the license plate in the drone surveillance video. Lu Qian's team had been quick. 10 minutes later, the military pickup truck pulled up outside Han Qingxia's air raid shelter. This showed they knew her area well. The person who got out was none other than Tang Jian. Big sister. I'm here. Woof woof woof. Congratulations on your fortune. Good luck, brother Tian. Long time no see. Tang Jian greeted the pack of dogs that rushed out first. Su Xiaoyang, who was harvesting supplies in the field, heard the noise and came out. Xiaoyang. Tang Jian, what brings you here? I came to pick you up, Tang Jian said excitedly. We can do missions together again. Su Xiaoyang was confused. At this moment, Han Qingxia came out from inside. Yangzi, pack up, let's go with them. Half an hour later, their reorganization was complete. This time, Han Qingxia didn't bring her dogs. All the dogs stayed home to guard the house. Because this trip involved a long distance and involved following several small teams, Han Qingxia might not be able to take care of the dogs' food and water. Carrying too many supplies in the car would be too conspicuous, so Xia could look after the dogs while they stayed home to guard the house. Furthermore, this trip was still just a side trip for Han Qingxia, meaning she didn't need to be a main force. She could just coast along, grab some supplies, and bring them back without having to take the dogs. She even hitched a ride with Lu Qian. She hitched a ride with them, used their gas, and was grateful to her good neighbor, Lu Qian. Of course, she still had to bring some food herself. Han Qingxia packed the pre-purchased meal kits, a box of instant noodles, and some simple snacks like braised eggs and bread, all into Tang Jian's car trunk, and left with him. Big sister, we're leaving tomorrow. The captain told me to pick you up early and take you to the K1 base. You can spend the night with us. Okay. It'll be a good opportunity for you to see what our base is like, Tang Jian said with a hint of pride. Our base may not be as small and fully equipped as yours, but it's full of people and really lively. You too must be a bit lonely sometimes. It's better for people to live in groups. Han Qingxia smiled but didn't say anything. Up until now, none of them knew that Han Qingxia's base already had 19 people. Alright, I'll go see what your K1 base is like, how lively it is. Tang Jian drove them towards the K1 base. The bases were gathering places for survivors, who were trapped in various locations surrounded by hordes of zombies. They banded together for survival, forming bases of varying sizes. In Han Qingxia's memories of her previous life, there were 20 or 30 bases throughout the eastern region. Of course, many were small bases, unable to withstand any hardship, and gradually disappeared over the 10 years of the apocalypse. By the final zombie horde, only 3 large, powerful bases remained in the eastern region. K1 base, Hope base, and the Fireseed base, located further away, near the central region. K1 base was already famous in her previous life because its initial source was military power, giving it considerable military strength. This allowed K1 base to initially attract a large number of survivors. However, this was also a major problem, as K1 base simply couldn't support so many people, especially compared to the two large bases next door. Hope base only accepted survivors with strong capabilities. From the beginning, it attracted a large number of research talents. With a smaller population but a high quality of residents, Hope base fared relatively well in the apocalypse. The neighboring Fireseed base was desperately short of supplies, but their leader was an absolute ruthless man. He topped the list of the 10 most ruthless people. He killed zombies outside, and his own people inside. When supplies became critically scarce, he simply purged the base's population. This kept the Fireseed base's population at a constant Fireseed level. While this ruthless behavior was cruel, the Fireseed base was incredibly resilient, never experiencing any internal strife or rebellion. In the apocalypse, humans were truly more dangerous than zombies, especially when resources were severely lacking. They were practically driven to become the most primal beasts. The K1 base had experienced countless internal uprisings. It was fortunate that their initial force was the military. Otherwise, they would have been unable to suppress the riots. Moreover, the leadership of the K1 base was always problematic. They never addressed the issue of the rioters, seemingly trying to use them to create a check and balance between the rioters and the military, ensuring their leadership remained stable. "What happened to your captain later?" Han Qingxia asked Tang Jian from the car. "Mission accomplished." Tang Jian's face lit up with joy, but that woman surnamed Wang is dead. Wasn't her father the base's administrator? Han Qingxia asked curiously. Just then, their vehicle turned onto a main road. Ahead lay a large tunnel, its entrance flanked by numerous protective fences. A group of guards stood watch at the tunnel entrance. Numerous vehicles lined up on both sides of the mountain outside the tunnel, and the refugees were all gathered in temporary tents erected outside the mountain, waiting in line. Han Qingxia knew exactly what this was for. They were checking if anyone had been bitten by zombies. If anyone mutated while waiting, they would be shot on sight. All survivors had to be quarantined for 24 hours before they could enter the K1 base using their registration numbers. They arrived at the K1 base. Beep beep, Tang Jian's car honked at the gate. The heavily guarded officers immediately lowered the barriers upon seeing it. A guard greeted Tang Jian politely, scanned everyone inside the car with an infrared scanner, and then let them through. No waiting at all. The survivors waiting outside watched with envy as the car drove directly into the tunnel. Once inside, Tang Jian turned to Han Qingxia proudly. "Our boss is now the deputy administrator of the base." Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. "Big sister, let me tell you a secret. Our captain's grandfather is a military commander. After we came back last time, the commander and our captain went to see that guy surnamed Wang. After a half-hour meeting, that guy Wang appointed our captain as deputy administrator. He can only manage production and daily life within the base now. Everything else is our captain's responsibility." Han Qingxia paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. Wow, amazing! She hadn't expected that her unintentional rescue would directly alter the landscape of K1 base. In her past life, Lu Qian and his group had undoubtedly been betrayed and killed by Wang Mengwei. The military's continuity had been severed, and with the machines Wang Mengwei brought back, the management of K1 base was firmly controlled by Wang Mengwei's father. The military had no power to intervene. But in this life, it was Wang Mengwei who died, and Lu Qian returned with the machines, settling both old and new scores. Wang Mengwei's father had no power to resist them and was completely sidelined. He had truly lost both his daughter and his power. At this rate, even his nominal leadership wouldn't last. Lu Qian and his group would become the true managers of K1 base. Han Qingxia knew she had unwittingly dragged the Wang family into a terrible mess again. She suppressed a wicked smile as their car emerged from the tunnel. A bright light appeared before them, and the words K1 base were displayed on a large iron gate. A noisy crowd could be heard behind the gate. "Ma'am, we need to go through security again here. Let's get out for a moment." "Okay." Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, each carrying a bag, got out of the car. After they got out, their vehicle was sprayed with disinfectant by guards, and they themselves had to undergo a full-body X-ray examination in complete darkness. Both security checks ensured that those entering the base were safe and healthy. Supplies also needed to be surrendered. Anyone entering K1 base needed to surrender half of their supplies. These supplies were to be registered upon entry. If not registered, they would all be confiscated upon discovery here. Please open your backpacks. Voluntarily surrender half of your supplies. If you conceal anything, everything will be confiscated. These two are Captain Lu's guests, not residents, Tang Jian said, showing them a statement. Upon seeing the statement, the staff immediately saluted Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, allowing them to carry their bags directly into the X-ray examination room. After confirming that neither of them had any unusual injuries, Han Qingxia officially entered the K1 base. Rows of makeshift shacks stretched as far as the eye could see, crammed together without doors, separated only by curtains. It was mealtime, and the residents of K1 base, like the early inhabitants, sat on the ground, huddled together in small groups of families or temporary huddles, munching on steamed buns, wary of everyone around them. On the open ground to the west, a group of strong laborers, some having finished their meal and others not yet, were toiling away, sweating profusely as they erected new shacks and fencing. The streets were teeming with people, darting about aimlessly, their shouts and cries of fighting filling the air. Fights frequently broke out in the corners of the shacks, but everyone remained numb and motionless, as if they couldn't hear a thing. "Big sister, let's go further in, it's chaotic here,"
Tang Jian said.
"Okay." Han Qingxia got back into the car. They drove on the main road of the base, bustling with people. Passers-by avoided the car, not daring to provoke it, all staring at the car and its occupants with envious and longing eyes. Han Qingxia had seen this look far too often. Don't mistake their gaze for friendliness. If Han Qingxia were in a car belonging to an ordinary new resident who had just arrived at the base, these people's eyes would become greedy and covetous, as if they wanted to pounce on them and devour them whole. Only strength earns respect. The weak are inevitably oppressed. This is an era where the strong prey on the weak. This is especially true in a massive base like this. "Big sister, these are newly arrived survivors. The order is a bit chaotic. It'll be better if we go further in," Tang Jian said as he drove. Han Qingxia nodded, watching as small houses gradually appeared in the shantytown before her. The security here was much better. The earliest recruits to the base were all allocated these houses, their sense of well-being far greater than those living in the shantytowns outside. But when Tang Jian drove the car onto a side street, the scene changed instantly. Rows of neat, uniform buildings, clean and tidy everywhere, not a single loitering survivor on the streets, and patrolling guards appearing from time to time. Lights were on in the houses on both sides, the peace as if it had returned to before the apocalypse. The pickup truck weaved its way to a stop in front of a 2-story villa. The villa also had a small garden in front. "Boss, this is our captain's house," Su Xiaoyang explained to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded, got out of the car, and a man in plain clothes came out of the house. Without his combat uniform, Lu Qian looked much more refined. "Miss Han." "Hello, Captain Lu. Welcome to K1 base." Yes, your base is great. So many people and so lively. Meeting you today is truly impressive. It's obvious Captain Lu manages it well." Han Qingxia was extremely polite upon leaving, launching into a barrage of mutual flattery. Lu Qian was momentarily embarrassed by her praise, then said earnestly, "If Miss Han likes it, you can consider joining our K1 base. I'll give you a good position. K1 base needs talent like you." Han Qingxia waved her hand dismissively. "I'm just being polite, don't take it seriously." Lu Qian. Thanks for her. Actually, thinking about it, anyone who'd seen Han Qingxia's self-sufficient, impregnable little castle would think she'd lost her mind joining someone else's base. Did she think she wasn't having a good time? Have you eaten? No. Is your family open for dinner? We came on an empty stomach, so you should treat us to something nice. That's so Han Qingxia. Not at all polite. Lu Qian. I'll take you to the cafeteria. On the way, Lu Qian gave Han Qingxia a brief introduction to their K1 base. K1 base is located in a core area surrounded by hills, with the tunnel as its main access route. This makes the base highly secure, but it also lacks sufficient arable land for planting. With the increasing number of personnel, food supplies are extremely scarce. They currently implement a unified food management system. Everyone receives 2 steamed buns and a bowl of vegetable soup daily from the communal canteen. If they want other food, the base encourages them to go out and find their own supplies. Only half of what they bring back needs to be handed over to the base. The rest they can keep. Of course, there are also many jobs available for civilians. Residents who participate in base construction receive extra points, which can be used to exchange for food at the canteen. Approximately 1 adult male can earn 1 point per day, which can be exchanged for 1 steamed bun. Under these scarce resources, K1 base is always struggling financially. Han Qingxia followed Lu Qian to the second canteen at K1 base. The first canteen is for civilians. The second canteen is exclusively for the base's soldiers and administrators. Beep, beep, beep. Lu Qian swiped his ID card 3 times at the cafeteria machine. The first time was free. The next 2 times would deduct points. 3 points each time. Soon, 3 servings of steamed buns and hot soup were ready. The steamed buns were multigrain buns, and the soup was cabbage leaves with hot pot meatballs. Clearly, even with such simple food, it was still better than the first cafeteria. This was specially prepared. Miss Han, our conditions here are a bit basic, please make do. Han Qingxia looked at the simple food. Didn't you get promoted? You eat this like everyone else every day? Yes, Lu Qian said, giving Han Qingxia his portion with a little more meatballs as a gesture of hospitality. Han Qingxia took a deep breath. Why don't you bring your team and join my base? Your conditions are so harsh even my dog would shake his head. Lu Qian. Han Qingxia still obligingly ate half a steamed bun, considering it a meal. She didn't touch the bowl of tasteless vegetable soup or the low-quality meatballs. Her living standards had improved. She simply couldn't stomach it and gave it all to Su Xiaoyang. After all, for Han Qingxia, good food always came first to her own people. Even if she was just mooching off Lu Qian's family, this excellent quality still had to be upheld. Su Xiaoyang wasn't picky at all. He just ate. After they finished eating, Lu Qian noticed Han Qingxia hadn't eaten much. I'll take you to see our local market later. Okay. Han Qingxia was eager to learn more about the legendary K1 base. As they walked out of the cafeteria, she asked, how many teams are there tomorrow? 7 teams, please. Is the mission really not dangerous? The grain depot and its surroundings are sparsely populated, but there are many zombies on the main road outside. We'll need to work together. You'll come with us, and we'll all go in together. The danger shouldn't be too high. Han Qingxia nodded knowingly. They arrived at the market at K1 base, a street where residents had spontaneously set up stalls to trade their wares. People sat on the ground, displaying their wares, mostly clothes, jewelry, gold and silver artifacts, and even money. Bundles of cash were laid out on the stalls, clearly the work of some wealthy businessman who had fled the apocalypse with their money, only to find that money was the most useless thing. Han Qingxia walked along the large street with great curiosity, observing the goods with great interest, when suddenly she heard a familiar voice.
Food. Food.
You think you can get something for nothing? Someone come quick. A familiar middle-aged man's voice rang out from ahead. Han Qingxia saw a burly man pulling up his trousers emerge from a small shack. He was immediately grabbed by a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a limp and a disheveled old woman who were waiting outside. Immediately afterward, a woman in her 40s with a weathered face ran out of the shack, and all 3 shouted simultaneously outside. Someone's getting a freebie. Someone's getting a freebie. Help. Someone's getting a freebie here. Damn it. What kind of trash dares to say I'm getting a freebie?
What did you tell me?
You said your wife was young and beautiful, more radiant than a young girl, and this old hag has the nerve to ask me for money. Didn't I give you a pic? A pic. You still have the nerve to pick. Give me a pic of your 78-year-old mother too. The middle-aged man clung tightly to his leg. You're not leaving until you pay. That's right. You have to give me something. It's not my problem if you don't like me. You come here and you have to pay. The old woman shouted, alarming everyone on the street. The burly man saw several people dressed as military personnel approaching from afar and, with utter annoyance, pulled out a packet of instant noodles. What a damn nuisance. He threw the instant noodles on the ground, pushed past the crowd, stomped over the noodles, and strode away. The three men pounced on the crushed instant noodles like mad dogs, picking them up. Get out of my way. This is what I earned. Don't you dare take it. Wife, you can still earn money. Give it to me and Mom first. We haven't eaten all day, we're starving. Yes, good daughter-in-law. You're the best. Mom hasn't eaten all day. Good my foot. At this moment, a younger male voice came from the shack. A man in his 20s or 30s, with a stubble beard and a haggard face, but much better looking than the others, stepped out and snatched the instant noodles away. Inger, don't take it. Didn't you already eat today? You even ate Dad and Grandma, said the limping middle-aged man. Good grandson. Give it to Grandma. Grandma is starving. Get the hell out of here. You bunch of good-for-nothings. You don't even deserve to eat. The young man kicked them away. Mom, you shouldn't have stayed with those two good-for-nothings. They're just a burden. One's a damn old geezer, and the other's a crippled cripple who can't even do base missions. Why are you still with them? Yes. Son, you're right. The middle-aged woman thought it made perfect sense, her eyes fixed on the packet of noodles in the young man's hand. We're family forever. Mom, from now on, we'll live separately. We won't hang out with those two good-for-nothings. You're absolutely right. Now that you're better, let's kick those two good-for-nothings out of the way. The middle-aged woman left with Han Qingxia. The limping middle-aged man on the ground suddenly lunged at the young man, shouting, Son, I'm your father. How could you abandon your father? Have you forgotten that I carried you all the way here and took care of you until you recovered? You can't abandon your father now that you're better. That's right. Inger, I'm your grandmother. I've loved you the most since you were little. How could you abandon your grandmother? Take your grandmother with you. Grandma will still love you. Get the hell out of here. You two useless pieces of trash.
Die.
Han Qingxia kicked the two men twice. This group was Han Ying's family. Han Qingxia was incredibly lucky. Han Qingxia had tricked him, sending him to the hospital and confiscating his phone and ID, but he was still fortunate enough to be found by his loving parents. When they found him, the zombie virus had just broken out. Han Ying's father sensed something was wrong and carried the unconscious Han Qingxia, along with his wife and hospitalized mother, to hide. Their luck was unbelievable. They escaped into the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, locked the door, and refused to open it to anyone who came to help, miraculously surviving the early stages of the apocalypse. And, incredibly, their incredible luck because they ate traditional Chinese medicine every day actually cured Han Qingxia, who was almost driven to a vegetative state. Although they missed the first wave of rescue efforts, they encountered a team of survivors searching for supplies. They became dependent on others and eventually arrived at Base K1. Fortunes seemed to be on their side. Of course, without Han Qingxia's protection and guidance, they suffered terribly. In the early days, they had no food, only dry remedies and rainwater collected from an outward opening window. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't had a proper meal. On their escape, no one protected them. Everyone was wounded and in a terrible state. Han Ying's father even lost a leg, rendering him useless. Upon arriving at the base, without their previous advantages, they were forced to live in a shantytown. Han Ying's father and grandmother were unable to work, and Han Qingxia spent his days lying at home doing nothing, yet eating a lot, always stealing food from the two old folks. The only one in the family who could earn enough to eat was Han Ying's mother. Now, Han Ying's health is gradually improving, and he resolutely decides to take his mother with him, completely severing ties with his useless parents. Qingxia, you can't treat us like this. Didn't you see how we've treated you? Your father went to the big city to work hard for you after you were born, even marrying into your family and enduring humiliation. Have you forgotten all that? We're your family. You can't abandon us. Family my foot. Han kicked his grandmother and father hard. If you weren't so incompetent, would I be living such a miserable life? Before the apocalypse, you couldn't even get me a house. You caused my wife to have an abortion and break up with me.
You've made me suffer like this.
I can't even get enough to eat. You piece of trash are my family. Go to hell. Han kicked them hard in the head. His grandmother was quickly kicked into a ball, and due to long-term malnutrition and a host of other illnesses, she coughed up blood. Han Ying's father immediately cried out, Mom.
Mom. Han.
You kicked your grandma to death. Han Ying showed no pity whatsoever, instead becoming even more excited. She deserved to be kicked to death. A useless piece of trash like her. Let her die. She was utterly useless. At this moment, Han Ying's father felt completely heartbroken. He said fiercely, You beast, I'll fight you to the death. You're the old beast, so annoying. Han Ying stomped heavily on his head, kicking him repeatedly until his face was covered in blood and his teeth were broken. Just as Han Ying's father was about to be beaten to death, someone shouted, Commander Liu is here. Hearing this, Han Ying, thoroughly annoyed, gave his father one last kick, sending him flying, then pulled his still valuable mother away, leaving only Han Ying's father and grandmother lying on the ground, covered in blood, crying out in despair. Beast! I'm your father! I'm your father! At this moment, Han Ying's father was filled with immense regret. How could he have given birth to that beast, Han Ying? He had given Han Ying everything, carrying her as they escaped from the city, but that beast abandoned him as soon as he recovered. What a beast! Suddenly, he thought of Han Qingxia. If only his daughter were here, if only Han Qingxia were here. Although Han Qingxia was rebellious, he knew she was a very sentimental person. He was a phoenix man who had flown from a remote village to the city, practically marrying into Han Qingxia's mother's family to settle down. Before marrying Han Qingxia's mother, he had already held a wedding banquet back home and had a son. He rarely went home when Han Qingxia was young. Han Qingxia's mother never said anything, but Han Qingxia would always yell at him. Later, he brought his mother back from his hometown. His mother bullied Han Qingxia's mother, and 5-year-old Han Qingxia, like a little wolf cub, would pounce and bite. She bit her grandmother until she bled profusely, but wouldn't let go. Han Qingxia, who had grown up without a father, was determined to protect her family, to protect her mother. Han Ying's father knew Han Qingxia's personality well. Once she had a place in her heart, she wouldn't allow anyone to harm them. If his daughter were still here, they certainly wouldn't be in this state. She would protect him by any means necessary. Han Ying's father was filled with immense regret at this moment. Just then, on the verge of death, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the approaching crowd. Among a group of base guards, a young girl was surrounded by them. She wore a neat combat uniform, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and the newly appointed base administrator, Liu Qian, was beside her. She wore high combat boots, standing high above him, a completely different world from his. Han Ying tried to look up, but was then lifted up. Take her back to her quarters, Liu Qian said coldly. He was quickly lifted and turned, heading in the opposite direction with his mother. He kept looking towards the girl with Liu Qian, but all he saw was Along, swiftly walking back. She was surrounded by everyone. She was an unattainable moon. The powerful barrier of status made him doubt. Was that really his daughter, Han Qingxia? His Han Qingxia, the girl they had always used as a blood bank, a neglected and utterly useless person? But the only response he got was silence. They treated him like air, like an ant, watching the spectacle without a care and continuing on their way. At this point, Han Ying's father finally couldn't hold back anymore. He cried out loudly, Wah! Liu Qian noticed something amiss and turned to look at Han Qingxia. Do you know them? Han Qingxia walked forward nonchalantly.
No.
Upon hearing this, Lu Qian waved his hand. Take them back immediately. Han Ying's father didn't even have the chance to touch her before being dragged away. At this moment, he was absolutely certain that it was Han Qingxia. It was her. She was so powerful.
But
She didn't recognize him at all. He deserved it. Han Ying's father was filled with remorse, wishing he could slap himself. If he had treated Han Qingxia even a little better, if he had chosen her, he certainly wouldn't have ended up like this. He had truly lost a mountain of gold. He was carried away. Captain Liu, how do you handle things like this at your base? Han Qingxia asked. Internal management of the base isn't my responsibility, but if someone dies, the killer dies. Han Qingxia smiled upon hearing this. Unexpectedly, what goes around comes around. This is a post-apocalyptic world where everything is scarce, let alone medical resources. Han Ying's father and grandmother already had many health problems. Now, beaten like this, they certainly wouldn't survive. He just never expected their final fate to be like this, that he would be beaten to death and abandoned by the son he had cherished his whole life. This family was now tightly bound together. Truly, cause and effect are cyclical, and retribution is inevitable. Of course, Han Qingxia, a kind-hearted person, couldn't stand this kind of thing. She righteously declared, Captain Liu, why don't you hurry up and arrest them? Those two just now, TSK, so pitiful. They probably don't have many days left. You should arrest them now and lock them up together. If something happens, you have to give the victim an explanation. We can't wait until later to arrest them and then let the victim die unjustly. Lu Qian thought this made a lot of sense. Arrest the people who just assaulted the victim and take them to the victim's room. If the victim dies, they will be executed immediately. Yes, sir. Han Qingxia, standing up for the victim, felt she was truly a good person. Surely no one could be more compassionate than herself. Others would definitely stand by and do nothing in this situation, or even kick someone when they're down. Unlike her, she actually helped uphold justice. So kind. Han Qingxia was moved by her own kindness and enthusiasm. From now on, if anyone says she's not a good person, she'll be the first to disagree. After strolling through the market, Han Qingxia had gained a thorough understanding of the K1 base. In a word, it was terrible. If this base weren't guarded by the military region, it would have long since collapsed due to its management system. The unrestrained influx of refugees, coupled with extremely scarce internal resources, resulted in a large number of idle vagrants and a severe shortage of jobs. If it weren't for the soldiers holding it together, constantly searching for supplies, the base would have collapsed. Ultimately, it was because it was desperately short of supplies. No wonder he was so determined to go to the distant grain depot to find supplies. Miss Han, we'll set off early tomorrow morning. You should get some rest.
okay.
Lu Qian settled her into an empty room in his villa. Su Xiaoyang stayed next door. Just as he was about to close the door, he called her back. By the way, I noticed you didn't eat much tonight. There are some snacks and biscuits in your drawer. You can eat them if you're hungry.
Okay.
Han Qingxia closed the door. As Lu Qian had instructed, she indeed found a box of high-end biscuits in the room's drawer. This hospitality was quite good, better than hers. Next time, she could treat them better. The next day, having spent the night at Lu Qian's place, Han Qingxia got up early. She went downstairs, where a convoy of cars was already lined up. Besides a few pickup trucks, there were dozens of oversized trucks. Miss Han, you and Xiaoyang can take the car you came in. This truck will be used to load your supplies. Okay. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang got into the car and followed Lu Qian's convoy towards the distant city B. This was a long journey. If all went smoothly, it would take 3 days round trip. They would meet up on the highway outside City B and spend the night together. They set off at 7:30 a.m., and it wasn't until around 3 p.m. that the convoy in front of Han Qingxia arrived at the meeting point. Along the way, they had to clear the roads, choosing the easiest routes possible. Highways like this were extremely congested at the entrances and exits, though the middle sections were manageable. So, their convoy made frequent stops and starts, taking nearly 7 hours to reach their destination. Now, a large section of the road ahead had been cleared, and dozens of vehicles had converged. These vehicles weren't as professional as those from K1 base. Most were large trucks and box trucks, seemingly picked up from the roadside. As the K1 base vehicles arrived in a grand procession, a crowd immediately surrounded them. K1 base is here. It's K1 base. No wonder K1 base is so powerful. Just look at their vehicles. K1 base is integrated into the military region. They must be formidable. Lu Qian, at the front, got out of his vehicle, and the people opposite him came over to greet him. Hello. I'm Li Yuan from the future base. Our base is located in a chemical plant in the western suburbs of City B. We have over 300 people at our base. It's a
Pleasure to meet you.
Hello. I'm Du Fong from the Galaxy base. Our base is located in the development zone south of City B. We have over 400 people. Hello. I'm Su Mao from the Baixing base. Our base is located on a peninsula in the border area of City C. We have over 500 people. Hello. I'm Ji Zi from the Spark base. Our base is located in Dang Village on the backside of City B. We have 200 people. Hello, I'm Lu Qian from base K1. Lu Qian greeted them politely. We've long admired base K1. It's just too far away, otherwise we would have come to join you. The managers of these small bases all smiled at Lu Qian. Han Qingxia walked over at this moment and Lu Qian introduced her to them. Her name is Han Qingxia from Qingxia base. Qingxia base. Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing this. Why hadn't they heard of it before? Their base is rather low-key, Lu Qian said. These words immediately took on a different meaning in everyone's ears. Relatively low-key, that meant it was a very small base. Captain Han, how many people came to your Qingxia base? About 10. Hearing this, everyone felt even more envious. Only 10 people? How small must this base be? But since they had come with Lu Qian, they didn't say anything more, all pretending not to know about the base, and surrounded Lu Qian asking about its resources. Captain Lu, do you have enough food? Captain Lu, do you have any extra meat? Captain Lu, how are your vegetables? Captain Lu, would like to trade some weapons with you. Do you have any extra? The real big spenders were completely ignored by these people. Not a single person took Han Qingxia seriously. Han Qingxia didn't bother with the people from these small bases. Just then, a girl with short, buzz-cut hair and a tomboyish appearance walked up to her. Did you really create a base? Han Qingxia looked up and met a face so tanned it was almost unrecognizable as feminine. And who are you? My name is Jiro. My brother Ji Zi and I are from the Spark base. Our base is in Dang Village, north of City B. North of City B? Dang Village.
Boss.
It's not far from us, Su Xiaoyong said. Dang Village in City B is located on the westernmost side of Han Qingxia's territory. Hearing his words, Jiro was quite surprised. You really have your own base? What's so unbelievable? Even if there are fewer members, it's still a base. Jiro then frowned slightly. No, this is the first time Eve's seen a female-run base. She looked at Han Qingxia seriously and extended her hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiro, and am a fire-type ability user. Han Qingxia looked at the outstretched hand. Han Qingxia, water-type. She shook her fiery hand. Just then, the rumble of a convoy came from behind them. Another convoy of vehicles arrived. It was Hope Base. The Hope Base's convoy was entirely white. It looked like a professional corporate team vehicle. Indeed, it was. As one of the 3 major bases, Hope Base initially attracted a large number of researchers, and those initial personnel all came from a super-large, monopolistic technology research company Dawn Group. Dawn Group was a super-large semi-state-owned enterprise with more than 20 research institutes, covering fields including, but not limited to, pharmaceuticals, medical hardware, life sciences, and even some military and defense research. Before the apocalypse, Dawn Group was the largest company in City B. Their headquarters was located at the border of C and B cities, covering a large area and possessing its own complete ecosystem. Before the zombie virus outbreak, they had hundreds of thousands of employees, and even the lowest ranking among them held master's degrees. It was truly a gathering place for elites. After the apocalypse began, following the initial zombie crisis, riots, and fear, these high-quality human survivors, utilizing the resources within the park, cleared away zombies, rebuilt settlements, and established a large base. The Dawn Group was officially renamed Hope Base. Their survivors numbered a staggering 1,000. Of course, the requirements to join were extremely high. They didn't want ordinary people. They only accepted the best. In their eyes, accepting ordinary people was a waste of resources. In the resource-scarce world of the apocalypse, an ordinary person and a high-performing individual consumed the same amount of resources. Why would they want a group of ordinary people who would only be a burden and contribute little? Han Qingxia's strongest impression of Hope Base from later generations was its extreme rigor and ruthless coldness. Especially their base manager, Qi Sang, who was listed among the top 10 ruthless individuals, known as a robot with a heartbeat. This guy once famously said everyone's life has a price. In his eyes, everyone was like an object. Their life's worth could be calculated based on their age, physical condition, abilities, consumption, and output. This was the price of their life. In the eyes of this extremely cold-blooded person, if a person's price was lower than his standard for value, then that person was worthless trash. These top-tier talents could arrive at every conclusion through precise numerical calculations, and every choice they made was solely for maximizing their own interests, including this joint operation. A white convoy pulled up in front of them, consisting of 5 vehicles. 7 people in white uniforms stepped out. 5 men and 2 women. Leading them was a young man in his 20s, with the other 6 following closely behind him. The Hope Base is here. Their manager, Qi Sang, must be here too. That must be Qi Sang. The 4 junior base leaders who had been surrounding Lu Qian saw Qi Sang arrive with his men and eagerly went over to greet him again. My brother is so boring. Ji Yura's voice reached Han Qingxia's ears. She looked up at her. Ji Yura raised her head, disdainfully saying, "Wouldn't it be better if we used that time to kill zombies ourselves and find more supplies? Why do we have to fawn over others?" Han Qingxia smiled gently and beckoned her to sit down next to her. Ji Yura glanced at the package and sat down on the highway guardrail with Han Qingxia. How many people are in your base? Han Qingxia pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from her all-purpose pocket. Ji Yura hesitated for 2 seconds before refusing the offered seeds. No need. Our base has over 200 people. They're all from our village and nearby villages. Han Qingxia ate them herself. What's the population ratio? Ji Yura frowned. There are many elderly people in our village. You know the situation in rural areas. Those who remain are mostly elderly. There are less than 50 young people like my brother and me. Han Qingxia chuckled, spitting out the sunflower seed shells. Then your brother has to hurry up and cling to someone's coattails, or he won't even be able to grab their underwear. Ji Yura. After a couple of seconds of frustration, she shook her head emphatically. No, in my opinion, we can't rely on anyone. In this apocalypse, we can only rely on ourselves. Han Qingxia, cracking sunflower seeds, giggled. She reached out again, offering some seeds to Ji Yura. Eat together. I enjoy listening to you talk. Ji Yura. I can't talk. No one in my family has ever liked listening to me. I like it. Keep talking. Consider this my way of inviting you to speak with these sunflower seeds. Ji Yura looked at the caramelized sunflower seeds, hesitated for a second this time, then took them. Okay then. I haven't spoken to anyone since the apocalypse started. I like you too. Did you really build the base? Yes. Why did they choose a woman like you to manage the base? Will they obey you? They were all rescued by me. Of course they'll listen to me. Hearing this, Ji Yura's eyes widened. Really? Don't believe me? Ask my little brother. I saved him too, Han Qingxia said, gesturing with her lips. Ji Yura looked up at Su Xiaoyang, who had stood there motionless like a background prop the whole time, constantly watching over Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang glanced at her and gave her a cool nod. Everyone in our base was saved by the boss. Ji Yura gasped, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration for Han Qingxia. She had saved them all by herself. She seemed incredibly strong. You have to understand, Han Qingxia was a woman. Since the apocalypse began, Jiro had experienced firsthand how low the status of women was. Even though she was a fire-type ability user, and her combat strength was no less than her brother's, she had no say in base management. Everyone naturally ignored her, some even saying that women should stay home to raise children and have kids, and that even with superpowers, they couldn't compare to men. Men were women's everything. They had to obey them unconditionally. Jiro wanted to tear them apart when she heard those words. Even at their Starfire base, she was considered to have good treatment. Her brother was the base manager, she had superpowers, and women with nothing else had even lower status. Hearing that Han Qingxia had saved everyone and built her own base, she was truly filled with admiration. Regardless of the size of the base, Han Qingxia was the absolute leader. This made her extremely envious. But later, when she saw the scale of Han Qingxia's so-called small base, her jaw practically dropped. "All right, everyone's introduced yourselves." A cold voice rang out from the crowd. The young man in the white uniform in the center ignored everyone else and looked at Lu Qian directly opposite him. "Captain Lu, weren't you supposed to have 7 squads today? There's another person from the summer base who came with me." Lu Qian looked towards Han Qingxia. "That's Han Qingxia, the manager of the summer base." Everyone turned to look and saw the two of them sitting cross-legged on the roadside with Jiro, chatting and eating sunflower seeds. Everyone. This scene was undeniably incongruous. While they were all being cautious and tense about this multi-base meeting, the other person was leisurely eating sunflower seeds. Lu Qian knew Han Qingxia. "Let's go say hello." "No need." Qiseng glanced at Han Qingxia, her cold eyes devoid of any humanity, before quickly looking away and turning to everyone in front of her. "You all need to register. Write down all your information. Food will be allocated based on your contributions on the road." "Of course, Captain Lu. No need." "Well, stick to the terms we agreed on." Lu Qian nodded. After Qiseng finished speaking, his men handed out stacks of forms, distributing them to each unit. Lu Qian also received a form, not for himself, but for the summer base he had brought with him. Only the Hope base knew the address of the Eastern Grain Reserve. However, they weren't confident they could safely obtain the supplies. These men were highly educated, but militarily weak. So they contacted Lu Qian to cooperate in finding food. At the same time, the Hope base was also wary of Lu Qian. What if these armed men followed him to the destination, eliminated them all, and then monopolized the grain reserve? Therefore, the Hope base organized a large-scale multi-base joint search for food. Even if it meant sharing a little more food, they needed to ensure their own security. They wanted to find more bases to contain the K1 base. The various smaller bases received the forms and respectfully filled them out. They were just small fry. Of course, they had to be careful. "Jiro." Jiro. GZ grabbed the form and called out loudly to Jiro, who was eating sunflower seeds. Hearing her brother's call, Jiro handed the sunflower seeds back to Han Qingxia. "I'm going back now." Come on, Han Qingxia continued sitting. Just then, a hand landed in front of her. Han Qingxia looked up and saw Lu Qian walking over. She stared into his eyes, then finally shared half of her sunflower seeds with him. "Lu Qian, you need to fill out this form." Lu Qian offered her another hand. It was a form. Han Qingxia took the form and glanced at it. It contained very detailed personal information. Name, age, place of origin, even her occupation before the apocalypse. Of course, it also included her special abilities, the size of the base, and its organizational structure, very confidential information. Who wanted it? Hope base. Han Qingxia spat out a sunflower seed shell. Filled it in. Lu Qian. Han Qingxia lazily patted her bottom and got up from the ground. This time, Hope base provided the map, and you guys provided the force, right? Yes. Han Qingxia beckoned to Lu Qian, who leaned over. With their backs to each other, Han Qingxia said, "Want to pull off something big?" Lu Qian. He thought for a while, then said helplessly, "Stop messing around. Then tell me, how are the supplies divided?" "Hopefully the base gets 40%, I get 40%, and the remaining 20% is divided among the other bases based on their contribution. To prevent Han Qingxia, this scoundrel, from continuing to incite, Lu Qian said preemptively, Han Qingxia, I don't want you to lift a finger. Just come with me, and we'll split the supplies. Stop messing around. Hearing this, Han Qingxia looked up at the blue sky at a 45-degree angle, sighing deeply that Lu Qian was such an honest man. It's nice to be with such an honest person, but without this honest man, she wouldn't have gotten such a good deal. She's not going to complain now that she's gotten the benefit.
That's settled then.
Okay then, you said I wouldn't lift a finger. Okay. Han Qingxia slapped the blink form on Lu Qian, then turned and took Su Xiaoyang back to her car. The other teams handed over their team forms one after another. After the forms were handed out, night deepened, and all the base teams pitched their tents to rest, centered around their respective convoys. Of course, the Hope Base's tent was positioned precisely in the center of all the convoys. Protected by all of them, while other teams had to send patrols, the Hope Base team could simply rest. Han Qingxia rested directly in the car, the back seat reclined, and she slept alone. Su Xiaoyang pitched his tent outside the car, keeping watch over her. Just as Han Qingxia closed her eyes, preparing to sleep, she suddenly heard a rustling sound. Rustle, rustle. The sound of something being dragged across the grass. Han Qingxia was a psychic, her hearing far more acute than the average person. Sensing the unusual sound outside, she immediately sat up in the car and looked out the window. It was pitch black outside. Thick clouds seemed to cover the moon in the sky, obscuring all light. To avoid attracting zombies, they kept all light out. The rustling sound in Han Qingxia's ears grew louder. She amplified her senses to their fullest extent. Her current mental perception range was 20 meters, but 20 meters was practically nothing on the open roadside. Just then, the thick clouds outside gradually dispersed, revealing an enormous blood moon in Han Qingxia's field of vision. The deep red blood moon looked like a bloody hole against the dark sky, yet it also provided a sliver of light to the ground. Han Qingxia finally saw the outskirts beyond the road. On a vast, grassy field, pairs of grayish-white eyes lit up. Countless eyes appeared from all directions. They were all staring at Han Qingxia's convoy, converging towards them. Excitement, greed, desire, and hunger. Almost simultaneously, gray energy appeared at the edge of Han Qingxia's mental energy field. A swarm of zombies, like ants returning to their nest, converged on them from all directions. A veritable parade of ghosts. Yangzi, get up. Han Qingxia immediately opened the car door and called out to the tent outside. Su Xiaoyang emerged from the tent 3 seconds after hearing her voice, only to be pulled into the car by Han Qingxia a 4th second later. Only after they were inside did the first scream erupt outside. Ah! Zombies. Zombie attack. The screams rang out, waking everyone who was resting. By the time they grabbed their weapons to fight back, the zombie horde had already reached their convoy. Thump! A zombie lunged directly at Su Xiaoyang's tent. After missing its target, it roared and crashed into Han Qingxia's vehicle. A bloodless, shriveled, and twisted zombie face pressed against the glass window, its mouth wide open, trying to bite inside. Ha ha ha! It was a short, elderly zombie. Its blood-stained clothes were vaguely recognizable as a typical linen tang suit worn by elderly men in parks. The old zombie had a bald patch on its head, its hairline receding sharply to the back of its head. However, it was clear that this old zombie had been a respectable person in life. Its sparse hair had been styled, trimmed into a round, bushy shape like a potted plant in a garden, and a large, gleaming gold tooth was embedded in its front teeth. Sizzle! The gold tooth smacked against the glass window in front of Han Qingxia, producing a sharp, metallic scraping sound that sent chills down one's spine. A large patch of thick, black blood quickly splattered across the entire window. The elderly zombie frantically scratched and pounded on the glass, banging and crashing against their car. On its third slam, bang! A bullet flew into the old zombie's right temple. The powerful impact caused its head to snap violently in front of Han Qingxia. Its neck bent at a 90-degree angle, and it shattered with a thud. Immediately afterward, footsteps sounded outside. A group of Lu Qian's guards rushed over. They glanced at the people in the car, gave a hand signal, and quickly scattered to eliminate other zombies. Seeing this, Su Xiaoyang got out of the car without a word to provide support. At this moment, "Don't go." Han Qingxia pressed Su Xiaoyang down. She calmly found a good vantage point in the car, took out a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket, and continued eating. "They can handle it, Su Xiaoyang." The zombie horde outside continued to surge towards them. Everyone's convoy was clustered together. Except for Han Qingxia and those from Hope Base, everyone else came out to participate in this nighttime defense. Outside, fire and blood mingled in a chaotic scene. Han Qingxia observed that only 2 of the 4 small bases possessed firearms, and in extremely limited numbers. Arm control in China was extremely strict. Even after the apocalypse, the number of firearms circulating was still very limited. Main firepower support had to rely on Base K1. Lu Qian's men were all heavily armed, with every soldier charging to the front lines, guns blazing. The other 4 small bases, lacking such firepower, were also exerting their full strength. Elementalists unleashed their abilities, fireballs, water spheres, and metal spheres filling the air. Strength-type ability users wielded machetes, baseball bats, and any other melee weapon, transforming into berserkers, engaging in close-quarters combat. The few without any abilities stayed within the defensive lines, providing support with weapons. Everyone was fighting fiercely. Han Qingxia saw the little girl named Jiro from earlier that day. She was standing behind her brother, a strength-type mutant who wielded a rake with incredible power, sending 4 or 5 zombies flying with each swing. After he brutally sent the zombies flying, 2 fireballs rose into the air behind him, heading straight for the zombies. Jiro's short hair had a faint red glow at the tips. Her hands were clenched in the air, her face ashen, her expression grave. Fireballs continuously gathered in her palms as she coordinated her attack with her brother. As time went on, her supernatural abilities began to falter. She was only a level 1 supernatural being, capable of conjuring a maximum of 2 fireballs at a time. Moreover, with each use of her abilities, her body became increasingly drained, her dark face turning deathly pale. But the zombies seemed to be endless. Endless. Brother, how can there be so many zombies? We didn't see any during the day. The zombies are probably hiding during the day. The zombies' fighting power at night is several times that of the daytime, and their senses are also several times stronger than usual. This was the only route to the grain depot and a main thoroughfare in City B. Even if they cleared it during the day, they couldn't eliminate all the zombies hiding in the surrounding area. The fact that so many of them were gathered together attracted zombies from dozens of miles around. Lu Qian sensed that the zombie horde was more formidable than he had anticipated and decisively ordered, "All of you, hold out for 5 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, he led everyone from K1 base out through the gap at the rear. The people from the other 4 smaller bases tensed up at the sight. 5 minutes. Would the people from K1 base run away? But at this point, they dared not run after them. They all gritted their teeth and guarded their convoy. 5 minutes. They had to hold out for at least 5 minutes. The zombie horde continued to surge in wave after wave. Everyone from the 4 bases held on desperately, while Hope Base remained unmoved, not a single person disembarking. After 3 minutes, the ability users in the 4 bases could no longer hold out. Their abilities were either exhausted or completely depleted. All the ability users had to switch to melee weapons to continue. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Shovels, hammers, wooden clubs, machetes, all kinds of weapons were at their disposal. Everyone fought with all their might, hacking at the zombies, but even so, their encirclement slowly tightened.
Hold on. Hold on.
Grit your teeth and hold on. After 4.5 minutes, everyone's defensive perimeter was locked in front of their convoy. There was nowhere to retreat. Any further retreat meant escape. Jiro was being protected by her brother, retreating step by step towards the convoy behind them. Euro, get in the car first. No. You've lost your powers. What use is a useless woman like you?
Get out.
GZ yelled at his sister. Just as G-Euro was desperately gathering the last bit of flame in her palm, the power suddenly dissipated. At that moment, a long-haired zombie suddenly appeared from nowhere and bit down on G-Euro. It all happened so suddenly. By the time G-Euro reacted, the zombie's face, covered in festering sores and gaping flesh, was already before her. It opened its abyss like maw, its half-eaten tongue teeming with foul-smelling maggots. At that moment, G-Euro forgot to fight back. She even thought she could close her eyes. But just as she was about to despair, the zombie, its jaws agape, didn't bite her. Instead, the entire zombie froze, stopping abruptly in front of her neck, as if forcibly restrained by a powerful force, unable to bite down. Bang! The zombie in front of G-Euro was pierced through the brain by a rake and sent flying. Euro? GZ looked at her with eyes full of panic and lingering fear. At that moment, G-Euro saw a pair of eyes behind GZ. A beautiful girl sat calmly in the car, watching them and smiling. Her eyes were so bright, almost captivating, filled with an indescribable power.
Just then,
bang! A fireball grazed past GZ's head. GZ stared at the fireball that his sister had conjured again in her palm. The burning sensation made his heart race. Behind him, a zombie had been pierced through the head by the fireball. Thick black blood splattered across half his face. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted from their perimeter. Immediately afterwards, rat-a-tat-tat, fire support had returned. The people from K1 base were back. They doused gasoline on the perimeter, successfully blocking the zombies with fire. They rejoined the convoy, and powerful guns quickly emptied the zombies inside. Brother, let's continue. Seeing this, GZE and G-Euro's hopes were rekindled, and everyone continued to work together to clear the zombies from the safe zone. 10 minutes later, everyone was exhausted. The zombies in the safe zone had all been cleared. Everyone collapsed on the ground celebrating their survival. G-Euro looked at her brother. Brother, am I still useful? GZ smiled, reaching out to vigorously rub G-Euro's short, prickly hair. Useful. My sister is better than her brother. Upon hearing this, G-Euro raised her pale, chapped lips and giggled. As she laughed, her gaze fell upon the car that hadn't moved. The person inside was no longer sitting in the front. It was quiet, as if they had gone to sleep. G-Euro's gaze deepened. Was that just an illusion? Why did the zombie stop? Was it her doing? Inside the car, Han Qingxia yawned, rubbed her overworked brain, and drifted off to sleep. Of course, this battle to defend against the zombie horde wasn't without casualties. For bases lost 5 people. One was unlucky enough to be accidentally killed by a teammate. 4 were bitten by zombies, 3 of whom jumped directly into the zombie horde, fighting the zombies on the opposite side and making a significant contribution to their own base. The last one was still trying to hide it. He had begun to mutate when Lu Qian's team returned after clearing the encirclement. Don't kill me.
No.
Don't kill me. My wife is still at home, waiting for me. Don't kill me. If I die, others will bully her. A member of the Baixing base knelt before everyone, begging for mercy. As he pleaded, his body twisted and mutated in a reverse joint motion. The veins on his face rapidly expanded, turning black, and his face drained of color in the blink of an eye. He curled up in agony, pressed to the ground, desperately pleading with them. All the survivors of Baixing base fell silent upon seeing him. No one could bring themselves to kill him. This was their teammate. After the apocalypse, having survived countless battles, they knew each other very well. He had a wife he had married not long ago. They had endured a long-distance relationship for years before finally tying the knot before the apocalypse. When he went on this mission, his wife cried at home, begging him not to go. He told her that if he went this time, they would have enough supplies at home and they wouldn't need to leave for a long time. Then I can be with her every day. Please, Hui, I love you so much. Bang. At that moment, a cold gunshot rang out. The mutant from the 100 Victory base who had fallen to the ground thudded and remained motionless. Everyone from the 100 Victory base glared angrily at the shooter. It was Qingxia, the Hope Base administrator, dressed in a pure white uniform. He coldly surveyed the scene, a smoking, scorching gun in his hand. After the Hope Base was finally safe at the scene, they finally came down. Are you even human?
He's not a zombie. He's not a zombie.
Su Mao, the captain of the 100 Victory base, charged forward furiously. Before he reached Qingxia, several dark gun barrels were pressed against his forehead. The people behind Qingxia all stared at him coldly. If he had moved forward even slightly, this operation could have ended the 100 Victory base. But he was still human. Why did you kill him? Su Mao clenched his fists, standing rooted to the spot, his eyes red with anger as he glared at Qingxia. Qingxia, facing the words before him, remained unmoved by the coldness in his eyes, his demeanor chillingly inhuman. Once he turns into a zombie, we'll be in danger. I won't allow pointless danger to occur. Hearing this, Su Mao clenched his fists even tighter, gritting his teeth. Then he heard Qingxia continue. Squads with casualties will receive additional supplies proportional to their original numbers. He finished speaking and turned to leave. Without another word, everyone present watched the Hope Base personnel, watching them leave step by step. Afterwards, Lu Qian from K1 base approached. Do you need our help? No, Captain Lu, Su Mao said. Going out on a mission is bound to be dangerous. You've all worked hard. Each squad dug a hole and buried their fallen comrades. Lu Qian had some medicine delivered to them and provided them with digging tools. Everyone looked at Lu Qian with gratitude. In the night battle, besides K1 base, Hope Base suffered no casualties, leaving only the ever-defensive Qingxia base. After settling the other bases, Lu Qian ordered his men to patrol and guard the area outside the safe zone, then went to check on Han Qingxia's car. As soon as he arrived, Su Xiaoyang opened the tent and came out. Captain Lu, Xiaoyang. Lu Qian nodded to him. This was, after all, his former soldier. Where's your boss? Asleep. Lu Qian. Sleeping well, no problem. He told her not to lift a finger, just to get her some supplies, to repay a past favor. You should rest too. We have to travel tomorrow. Su Xiaoyang watched Lu Qian leave. Yes, Captain Lu. The next day, after the sun came out, there were even fewer zombies outdoors. The massive zombie horde from last night had been cleared away. Lu Qian had worked hard all night, but they hadn't come away empty-handed. They collected at least 1,000 crystal cores. This was the base's individual income. The squads that participated in the operation yesterday all went to mine crystal cores. Han Qingxia slept soundly, and to her surprise, she discovered that after completely depleting her mental energy, a night's rest seemed to have increased it. She emptied her mental energy and expanded it outwards, scanning everyone and everything along the way. Her perception range seemed to have increased by a meter. Moreover, she could perceive the abilities within the surrounding ability users more clearly. For example, previously, she could only sense that Lu Qian was a lightning-type ability user because his lightning attribute was the strongest. This time, she could see a slight hint of ice-type light emanating from him, in addition to lightning. Multi-elemental abilities also have a weighting. Not every ability can be extremely strong. Lu Qian's lightning attribute was the strongest, overshadowing the others, but this time, Han Qingxia was able to detect a trace of it. She scanned all the base teams present, mostly those with ordinary type abilities she had seen yesterday, until she scanned the Hope Base convoy. Hope Base had a total of 7 people. 4 were spatial ability users, 1 was a fire ability user, 1 was a strength type ability user, and the other... Han Qingxia tried to delve deeper into her senses when she suddenly felt a piercing barrier. That's control-type superpowers. Control-type superpowers are a variant of mental superpowers. They grant absolute control over people and objects within a designated area. Unlike standard mental superpowers like Han Qingxia's radar-like abilities, control-type superpowers evolved from the outset towards absolute control. Things within the mental control range will move according to the user's thoughts. Examples include telekinesis, hypnosis, and mental barriers. They are the absolute masters within their own domain. Completely different from Han Qingxia's radar-like mental superpowers. It can be said that only 1 or 2 out of 1,000 superpowered individuals are mental superpowered, and only 1 out of 1,000 mental superpowered individuals is a control-type superpowered individual. Control-type superpowers are truly rare, king-level superpowers. However, one crucial point: control-type superpowers are only effective within the user's controlled area. They are useless outside of that area. Unlike Han Qingxia, who could infinitely expand her mental power and even launch ranged attacks, the power of her control-type ability was limited to a small, confined domain. This domain was difficult to expand. One could only enhance control over it. Powerful as it was, it had many limitations. The needle-like mental power sensed someone probing it and immediately retaliated, trying to pinpoint its source. But clearly, its mental power was inferior to Han Qingxia's. Upon realizing it was a control-type ability, Han Qingxia immediately withdrew her mental power. If she couldn't detect it within her domain, she couldn't sense it anywhere else. After a brief exchange, Han Qingxia rubbed her temples, having completely exposed Hope Base. So, they had a control-type ability user among them. At that moment, the door of Hope Base's vehicle opened and Qi-sang, dressed in a white uniform, stepped out with a serious expression, scanning her surroundings. Han Qingxia, seeing this, finally knew who the control-type ability user was. Qi-sang was furious. He clearly sensed someone using mental power to perceive them, but he couldn't even catch a glimpse of them. It was an extremely powerful mental ability user. He didn't even notice her entering his domain at first, only discovering her when she probed deeper. Even then, she immediately retreated the moment he sensed her, leaving him unable to catch her even within his domain.
Who was it?
Her mental power was so strong. They were completely exposed, and he couldn't even find a trace of her. Damn it! As he stood outside scanning the surrounding crowd, a voice rang out. Didn't your base come out to kill zombies yesterday? A member of the Baixing base saw Han Qingxia and walked over indignantly. His voice attracted the attention of people from other bases around him, who belatedly realized what was happening. Han Qingxia and the others really didn't come out yesterday. Asleep, Han Qingxia said lazily to the group that had come to confront her. The people opposite her were furious. You were asleep. Do you know that we were all fighting a bloody battle yesterday? Several of our brothers sacrificed their lives, and you were all sound asleep inside. You could still be asleep. What else could it be? Han Qingxia tilted her head. The person opposite was furious, pointing at Han Qingxia, the 6th member of the group. How dare you say such a thing? Don't you have any shame? Han Qingxia chuckled. Do you have anything else to say? This time, the person opposite was trembling with rage. You stop right there. You have to give us an explanation today. Apologize to all of us. Apologize. Han Qingxia stretched lazily, looking at the person in front of her, and patted the person's chest reassuringly. Okay, tell me what I said that offended you, and I'll repeat it. The person opposite. This time it wasn't just anger. It was anger to the point of wanting to cry. She. How could there be such a person in this world? Is she a bandit? Tang Jian and the others who rushed over could only think how similar it was. Another poor soul bullied by Sister Han. He had almost been driven to tears by Han Qingxia before. The people from the other bases nearby were also outraged by what they saw. When it comes to provoking everyone's anger with just a few words, you have to look to the troublemaker Han Qingxia. Your Qingxia base is really arrogant, said Baixing base. You only sent 2 people, and neither of them will fight. You've gone too far, said Future base. You have to give us an explanation today, said Xinghe base. Just then, a voice came from behind them. What happened? Lu Qian strode over with his men. The people from the other bases immediately spoke up when they saw Lu Qian arrive. Captain Lu, not a single person from the summer base came out yesterday. They're so arrogant. There were only 2 of them, and not a single one showed up. We turned a blind eye to them joining us because they were outnumbered, but listen to what they said. During yesterday's fierce battle, she was asleep. Lu Qian glanced at the formidable Han Qingxia, forcing an explanation. Captain Han probably really was asleep yesterday and didn't hear anything. The others felt like vomiting blood upon hearing this. Could Lu Qian really have cover-up written all over his face? This cover-up was too blatant. But if they didn't respect Han Qingxia, could they not respect Lu Qian? If it weren't for Lu Qian leading K1 base to turn the tide yesterday, as the main force of attack, they would have been wiped out long ago. Not to mention that Lu Qian even helped them treat the wounded or dead team members afterwards. They truly respected Lu Qian. They were willing to give him face. Lu Qian looked at everyone and continued, "Let's just leave it at that. They're people I brought. Consider all the work done by my K1 base for Qingxia base." Everyone felt even more uncomfortable hearing this. They realized even more clearly that this Qingxia base was purely a bunch of scoundrels clinging to Lu Qian. They had no real strength, only a powerful backer. "I think Captain Lu is right." Jiyuro stood up for Han Qingxia at this moment. As soon as she finished speaking, her brother immediately tugged at her, looking at her with displeasure. Jiyuro glanced at Han Qingxia, the same look in her eyes from yesterday flashing in her gaze, and said firmly, "Regardless of the circumstances, I believe Captain Lu's statement that they completed the work for Qingxia base is acceptable." Hearing Jiyuro's words, the others felt a sense of relief. They figured it was best to let it go. Lu Qian had already offered his protection, so they couldn't really say anything. If Jiyuro agreed, any objection from them would only make them seem unreasonable. Just then, a cold voice rang out behind them. "I don't think this should be settled like this." Qi Sang's words made everyone turn to look. They saw Qi Sang, dressed in a white uniform, striding towards them. His demeanor today was different from usual. He exuded an aura of absolute coldness and superiority. Faced with his imposing presence, the people from the other small bases felt as if a needle-like force was pressing down on their minds, causing them to involuntarily lower their heads. They wore uncomfortable expressions. Only Lu Qian and Han Qingxia were immune to Qi Sang's aura. Han Qingxia lazily watched the approaching figure, countless streams of mental energy emanating from within a 2-meter radius of Qi Sang. They carried a very clear probing ability. While control-type abilities are strong within their own domain, they lack the ability to distinguish abilities. He could only sense whether someone had an ability or not, but he couldn't identify what kind of ability Han Qingxia possessed. Not to mention that Han Qingxia's mental energy was far stronger than his. Unless Han Qingxia released her mental energy outwards, he couldn't sense it at all. Qi Sang unleashed his supernatural abilities, attempting to locate the powerful psychic at the scene. After scanning the area, he found nothing. On the contrary, Lu Qian looked at him with displeasure. "Captain Qi, what are you trying to do?" Lu Qian didn't react because his supernatural abilities were strong. Not because he wasn't perceptive. He could sense Qi Sang attacking everyone. "What is this man doing?" Qi Sang, hearing Lu Qian's words, lingered on him for a moment, a look of suspicion on his face. After a second, he withdrew his domain, his gaze deep and cold, and said, "I'm considering what Captain Lu just said. I don't think we should do as you say. If you do it for them, they'll be exempt." Qi Sang looked at Han Qingxia. Her cold eyes were devoid of any human emotion. "Our operation this time is about distributing supplies according to contribution. If you don't contribute anything, you won't receive any supplies, regardless of who brought you." The room fell into complete silence. Lu Qian then stepped in front of Han Qingxia. "No need to say anything more. Qingxia base will be incorporated into my K1 base. Her supplies will be distributed among our K1 base." He blocked Qi Sang's view. Hearing his words, Qi Sang's cold eyes darkened further. "Since Captain Lu has said so, then I won't say anything more." He turned and left with his men. The other teams also thought this decision was good and dispersed. As soon as everyone left, Lu Qian turned around. "Han Qingxia, don't be angry, everyone." "No need to explain," Han Qingxia said nonchalantly, patting Lu Qian's shoulder with a grin. "You brought me here to freeload. Why would I be angry?" She wasn't some idiot who felt Lu Qian owed her anything. He hadn't made her do anything the whole way, taking her around for free. Lu Qian had already repaid that favor enough. Would she be an idiot to be angry with him? But the others,
especially that Qi sang.
Very well. He'd successfully offended her. She wouldn't be Han if she didn't pay tenfold for what happened today. After the morning's events quickly subsided, everyone regrouped and moved on. Yesterday's battle was fierce, but correspondingly, the main zombie horde along this route had been cleared. Led by K1 base personnel, all vehicles worked together to clear away scattered zombies and wrecked vehicles, successfully clearing the main road. The following afternoon, they traversed the most dangerous area and smoothly entered the sparsely populated grain reserve area. The grain reserves were strategically located far from populated areas, virtually deserted, with not a single car on the only road. They traveled smoothly along the flat road, and as the sun began to set and night fell again, they finally saw one enormous cylindrical grain silo after another rising from the ground. The National Grain Reserve. They had arrived. Everyone couldn't contain their joy upon seeing the massive grain silos. They'd arrived. They'd reached the grain silos. Grain. They were almost ready to have food. Led by K1 base personnel, convoys of vehicles crashed through the gate and stopped in front of the 10 large cylindrical silos. The grain reserve was managed entirely by mechanization, with only 10 workers responsible for each granary. Besides that, there was no one else. We've arrived. This is our grain reserve. How much grain is here? 5,000 tons per granary. There are 10 of them. That's 50,000 tons. Enough to feed everyone in our base for 100 years. We're rich. We're rich. We're rich. The legacy left by human civilization was so rich that finding just one treasure could help survivors overcome an immense crisis. Although 99.99% of the remaining treasure, like a shipwreck sunk to the bottom of the sea after the cataclysm, could only become the burial goods of civilization, never to be discovered again. But even a little bit is enough. Qi Sang and Lu Qian had everyone get out of the car. Their first priority was to thoroughly survey the area outside the granary to ensure no one was around before entering the staff building. Surprisingly, the staff building was also eerily quiet. None of the 10 employees were there. Unable to determine whether the others had escaped or turned into zombies, Lu Qian and Qi Sang discussed the situation and then led everyone into the granary to inspect the food. Everyone used flashlights. When they entered the first granary and saw it overflowing with grain, everyone was overjoyed. There was food. There was food. They really were going to have food. But their joy was short-lived. They then saw the second granary. It was moldy. Several months had passed since the apocalypse, and with no one to watch over it, the large amount of grain piled up in the warehouse was highly susceptible to spontaneous combustion or mold. And once mold appeared, the entire storage warehouse was affected. Completely inedible. The third one was also moldy. After they had inspected all 10 enormous grain silos, they discovered that more than half were moldy, one had spontaneously combusted, one was damp, and another had become a haven for rats and rice weevils, swarming with enormous rats. Only 2 grain silos remained intact, the very first and the very last one. Only 10,000 tons left. 10,000 tons, not bad. Everyone immediately agreed to start loading the grain. Let me explain the food distribution again. K1 base and I will each take 40%. We'll go first, and the rest of you will take according to the proportions I've calculated. Any questions? The people from the 4 small bases all nodded. Although they would only get about 0.5% each on average, it was still a lot. Each team had brought 10 large trucks, which couldn't carry it all in one trip. They would have to make 2 trips. It was enough for their respective bases to eat for several years. No problem, the 4 small bases said in unison. I'll give you 200 tons separately, Lu Qian said to Han Qingxia. Lu Qian's words drew everyone's attention to Han Qingxia. 200 tons. Given away for free. At this moment, the crowd's gazes grew even more disdainful. Everyone looked at Han Qingxia with contempt. Is there any need to say more? This so-called manager of the Qingxia base is definitely Lu Qian's mistress. He's been protecting her all along, doing nothing, and yet he's giving her 200 tons. This woman. Sigh. Jiro. Did you see that? At this moment, a tall, thin team member from the Xingho base, walking at the back, remarked sarcastically, "It's true that only pretty women get pampered. You're both women, but the difference between you and her is so huge. Nobody gives you any food." Luo, who? What nonsense are you talking about? Jiro's face immediately darkened. She wasn't upset that Luo who insulted her, but that he was insulting Han Qingxia. She firmly believed that Han Qingxia wasn't that kind of person. "Captain Ji, you should also manage your sister. Make her dress up nicely. Maybe she'll have some looks and snag a big shot. Then our Starfire base can just sit back and relax." "Shut up. Who are you to talk to about my sister?" "Fine, I've realized that whether before or after the apocalypse, being a woman is always better." Luo, who? You're asking for it. Jiro raised her hand, throwing a ball of fire. As the fireball illuminated the darkness, she suddenly saw 8 or 9 upside down, bat-like humanoid creatures hanging from the top of the granary above her. Whoosh! A ball of fire flew towards Luo, whose head. Luo, who was startled when he saw Jiro, was serious. He immediately dodged. "What are you doing?" Before Luo, who could finish speaking, he was suddenly thrown forward. A emaciated zombie, its skin tightly covering its bones, dressed in an administrator's uniform, descended from above, grabbed him, and plunged him into the granary. Instantly. Piles of grain silos are like swamps. Once you're trapped, it's extremely difficult to get out. The more you struggle inside, the deeper you sink. After being dragged into the grain silo, Luo, who disappeared in the blink of an eye, Qi Sang and the others walking ahead all stopped, quickly turning their flashlights to look back. "What happened?" "Zombies," Jiro shouted. Up there, the moment everyone looked up, whoosh, 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 the zombies, resembling cockroaches, quickly crawled away, then all landed on the rice piles. Their bodies were shaped like reverse joints, like cockroaches and centipedes, moving along the surface of the rice silos. The only difference was that they were much larger than cockroaches. Each one was grotesque and terrifying, its mouth opening in a hissing sound. After falling into the rice pile, it scurried back to where Luo, who had just been dragged into the pile, like cockroaches returning to their nest. Immediately afterwards, a deafening scream echoed from deep within the rice pile. "Attack!" Everyone was startled by the sudden turn of events. By the time they reacted, a barrage of gunfire had already filled the scene. Lu Qian's men quickly engaged in a firefight, shooting at the zombies crawling on the rice pile. But then, more people were dragged down. Thump, thump, thump in the darkness, flashlights flashed wildly. Along the grain warehouse passageway, haphazardly, people were dragged into piles of rice. Zzzzz, a flashbang was thrown into the open space, instantly illuminating the entire area. Lu Qian's team reacted quickly. They first lit up the entire area, and only then could they see zombies crawling along the corridor beneath their feet. They opened their massive jaws and bit into the wire mesh of the corridor panel. Snap! A single bite tore a hole in the wire mesh. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted again in the corridor. To everyone's surprise, this time the bullets seemed to have very little effect on this group of zombies. Their dried skin was as hard as steel. Bullets hitting it sparked, leaving only craters. Mutant zombies. Copper skin and iron bones. This was something none of Lu Qian and his group had ever seen before. They had encountered some mutated zombies before, but this was the first time they had encountered mutated zombies with skins so hard, so dried out that bullets couldn't penetrate them. And they were incredibly fast. "Everyone, evacuate to the entrance," Lu Qian shouted. Everyone on the scene immediately ran towards Lu Qian, fending off zombies from all directions as they ran. With every inch they ran, an inch of the wire mesh was torn apart by zombies clinging to the floor. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
Large holes appeared one after another in the wire mesh corridor. Zombies constantly leaped out from both sides, pulling them down. People were being dragged down as they ran. Once they fell, it was like falling into a swamp, quickly swallowed by piles of rice. In the blink of an eye, half of their group of 60 or 70 people were gone. With gunfire clearing the way, they quickly discovered that superpowers were slightly more effective than bullets. The zombies had a natural advantage against superpowers. Lu Qian's team stopped using artillery and began using their superpowers instead. Fireballs, water balls, metal balls, and lightning balls all coalesced and were unleashed at the zombies coming from all directions. The powerful burst of superpowers successfully bought them some time.
Run. Run.
They unleashed their superpowers relentlessly, blocking the zombies coming from all directions. Just as they were about to reach the entrance in front of them, clang suddenly, a huge black shadow fell down from the end of the passage with a thud. Bang! The dark figure turned around, revealing an enormous, bloated zombie. Its body scalded and rotting, its uniform of the administrator torn and blended into its decaying flesh. Its face was contorted, staring at everyone who had come to it. Roar! It charged toward Han Qingxia and the others. Instantly, the ground shook. The entire corridor trembled. At this moment, a giant zombie stood before them, and there was no way out. The zombies chasing and tearing at them from below had already reached the feet of the last person. There was nowhere to hide. Even worse, they had lost their powers. The last member of the futuristic base was dragged down by the foot. His teammates tried to save him, grabbing his hands, but with a snap, a zombie crawled up from behind the suspended member and struck him in the heart. Simultaneously, a swarm of zombies, resembling centipedes, pounced on them like fish in a barrel, swarming towards them, a group of fresh, ripe meat cans. Everyone was huddled together. There was no way out front, back, left, right, up, or down. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, a wall of water suddenly enveloped them. It was an incredibly powerful wall of water they had never seen before. So powerful that in an instant, they felt as if all the water in their bodies had evaporated and been sucked away, the air becoming extremely dry. Bang! Everyone stared in shock as the water droplets, like high-pressure bullets, pierced through the skin of the zombies that ordinary bullets couldn't penetrate. From now on, I'll distribute the food. A burst of water vapor exploded, blasting away all the charging zombies with its powerful impact. The team members at the future base, currently rescuing people, witnessed a zombie poised to strike their heart stop an inch from their chest, its sharp claws tearing through their thick jacket, only to be suddenly blocked by a wall of solidified water. In their eyes, the water wall shattered into countless droplets in the blink of an eye. These extremely fine droplets, moving at high speed like water blades, sliced through the zombies' arms. Each droplet, like a bullet, pierced through the zombies' bodies, easily penetrating their steel-like bones. This power, it was astonishing. The massive zombie directly in front of them was also violently thrown back several meters. Its swollen, inflated body, riddled with water droplets from Han Qingxia, resembled a waterlogged, mushy bun, riddled with puddles and the holes of a beehive. After retreating a few steps, it stopped, its body dripping with blood, as if it had been soaked in water. The zombie angrily spat blood at the person in front of it. Han Qingxia calmly said, "Yangzi, provide cover." Yes, in front of everyone, Han Qingxia drew the Tang sword she always carried on her back, stepped onto the corridor railing, and leaped high into the air. She slashed at the large zombie. This fat zombie was fast and strong, but Han Qingxia was faster, stronger. The silver Tang sword gleamed under the red magnesium flare. Her movements were like a ghost, so fast that the sword light left after images. Her explosive power was terrifying. Each swing of her sword made a whistling sound. Han Qingxia fought with wide, sweeping attacks. Without a single fancy technique, every swing of the blade was aimed at the most lethal direction. Han Qingxia's fighting techniques were far ahead of their time. If she couldn't cut through it, she'd just keep going. Stylish movements, fast speed. Whoosh! With a final, powerful, miraculous strike, Han Qingxia's blade was embedded a quarter of its way into the iron wall. The cold, metallic blade vibrated, pinning the zombie to the metal wall along with it. Han Qingxia, slightly out of breath, gripped the hilt of the Tang sword and, with a clang, pulled it out. As she pulled the sword, the massive zombie, like an overwhipped patina of butter, crumbled and slid off the wall. A crystal core the size of a newly laid egg fell from the tip of Han Qingxia's drawn blade. Just then, two emaciated zombies, resembling centipedes or cockroaches, sprang from the shadows, heading straight for Han Qingxia. In a flash, before anyone could even warn them, two powerful jets of water, as thick as arms, shot out. Only then did everyone realize. The only member of the summer base, the man who had always followed Han Qingxia without uttering a word, was also a superhuman. And his superhuman ability was incredibly strong. While everyone else could only conjure water or fireballs the size of half a fist, he could simply raise a hand and create a high-pressure jet of water as thick as an arm. Especially Tang Jian and the others. This was the first time they'd ever seen Su Xiaoyang use his supernatural abilities. When they parted ways with him, his abilities were roughly on par with theirs. In fact, his water-based abilities were primarily used to provide drinking water in the early stages. How could it be that, after only a few months apart, Su Xiaoyang's abilities were so much stronger? More than 10 times stronger than theirs. Bang! Bang! Two high-pressure water jets flanked Han Qingxia, blasting away the two attacking zombies. Han Qingxia simultaneously swung her Tang sword horizontally. With Su Xiaoyang's perfect coordination, Han Qingxia decapitated both zombies with a single stroke. Immediately afterward, behind them, roar, roar, the zombies that Han Qingxia had repelled crawled back. Han Qingxia once again appeared before everyone's eyes, and this time, everyone saw it clearly. A deluge of water condensed around Han Qingxia. Light speed enveloped everyone again. If seeing Su Xiaoyang's two water jets was already shocking, then Han Qingxia's superpower. That's a father. Everyone staring at Han Qingxia was speechless. This wasn't just Captain Lu's burdensome mistress. This was a super weapon of mass destruction. No wonder Captain Lu treated her so well, so indulgently, so spoiling her. This is a true boss. He brought along a super boss. The people from the other 4 small bases stared intently at the rampaging Han Qingxia, completely stunned and dumbfounded, their faces burning with shame. Before, they had all looked down on her, calling her a useless burden. But now, seeing her power, they felt like they'd been slapped in the face, their cheeks burning with pain. She could crush them with a flick of her finger. Ji Euro, standing in the crowd, was completely dumbfounded watching Han Qingxia's rampage. Immediately, her eyes flashed with an incredibly sharp light. She's so strong. She had always firmly believed that Han Qingxia wasn't the kind of woman who relied on men. She must be very capable, but she never expected this. Her strength is this great. So strong that she and her brother Combinedno, their entire base combined, couldn't beat Han Qingxia. Suddenly, she remembered that terrifying moment with the zombies last night. So, could it be that she really did save her? Ji Euro was completely stunned. At the K1 base, Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Qingxia saw her fight, and their eyes practically lit up with admiration.
Cool, cool, cool.
Big sister is so cool. Big sister is mighty. Big sister is the strongest. Even Su Xiaoyang, who was with Han Qingxia, was impressed. Is Big Sister a god? Big sister, we kneel before you. Lu Qian, carrying a man-portable missile on his shoulder, couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. Han Qingxia seems even stronger now. Their K1 base had only just made a small breakthrough in supernatural ability research, and before he could even share it with Han Qingxia, he discovered she was more than twice as strong as the last time they met.
How did she do that?
Everyone at Hope Base stared wide-eyed. Even Chi Sang, usually calm and collected, his composure shattered at the sight of the woman's power. He looked at her strength in disbelief. This was absolutely the strongest superpower he had ever seen. The strongest, without a doubt. Even though it was just a very ordinary water-based superpower, Not considered a high-ranking ability in their research, Han Qingxia had achieved such strength. Qi stared at the person before him in shock, completely overturning his previous assessment of Han Qingxia. Bang!
Bang! Bang!
With Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang working together and unleashing their full superpowers, they quickly cleared out most of the zombies at the scene. Lu Qian and the others only realized what was happening when only 2 or 3 zombies remained, and they rushed to help. Some fired their guns, others used their superpowers. In no time, all 10 administrator zombies were eliminated. There were still some people who had fallen into the rice piles, and everyone immediately used the machines in the grain warehouse to rescue them. It wasn't until after 9 p.m. that the situation was completely resolved. Of the dozen or so people who fell in were saved. The rest were all bitten and killed by zombies after being tackled. The worst off was Luo, who, the first one to fall in. When he was pulled out, he was just a skeleton. The rest had been devoured by the ravenous zombies. Jize's face was extremely solemn when he saw his teammates in this state. Luo, who was his fellow villager and classmate, but he dropped out of school before finishing junior high. He wasn't the kind of good student who was always getting into fights. He was a problem student in the eyes of the teachers. He dropped out of junior high, making grand pronouncements that he would make a name for himself and teach all those who looked down on him a lesson. However, in reality, he spent years doing odd jobs in the city, drifting aimlessly for nothing, before returning to his hometown to become a hoodlum. He couldn't even find a girlfriend, let alone get married. Last year, when Luo who came home, Luo who even told him that if he still couldn't get married by next year, he should marry his tomboyish sister who couldn't find a husband. Luo who reluctantly accepted. Back then, he beat him up. He was seen as a good-for-nothing by everyone, but he still remembered that spirited 15 or 16-year-old boy telling him he was determined to make a name for himself. He would make all those who looked down on him pay. Jiro walked to his side at this moment. Brother, it's all my fault. If I had reacted faster, maybe. Jiro had already retaliated, but it was too late. Don't think about it. GZ patted his sister's shoulder, and together they finished off Luo, whose remains before burying them on the spot. This is the apocalypse. This is no joke. Accidents and life-or-death tests are everywhere. No one knows when they will die. Similarly, no one will protect your life forever, or even be able to protect your life. Even Han Qingxia, she could only do her best to protect her own people. In this apocalypse where most people are like weeds, she was no savior. At most, she would intervene to rescue those who threatened her own family, and if a few were saved incidentally, that was that. Any more than she could save, she wouldn't. She could only prioritize her own interests at all times. She had to protect herself, her people, and her base. Her strength was limited. She couldn't shoulder great responsibilities. Han Qingxia couldn't handle great responsibilities, but she absolutely had to do her job well. As everyone gradually finished dealing with the situation, she was itching to settle accounts. Come here, everyone. I'm going to redistribute the grain now. Do you have any objections? Han Qingxia stood outside the granary, summoning everyone to her. Of the 6 teams present, the 4 smaller bases all went without hesitation, except for K1 base. The group of people in white uniforms at Hope Base seemed to be having a meeting. Hearing Han Qingxia's words, Qi glanced over there and led everyone over last. Once Qi arrived, he acted like a leader. Captain Han's contribution today was immense. Everyone witnessed it. You deserve a larger share. How about this? We redistribute it. Us, K1 and you, 30% each, and the other teams get 10% equally. Upon hearing Qi words, the other 4 teams all showed dissatisfaction, but dared not speak out. Everyone had witnessed Han Qingxia's heroic efforts today. If Han Qingxia didn't share the lion's share with them, this big boss would definitely kill them. Therefore, they, the small fry, had to be sacrificed. Your name is Qi? Han Qingxia asked at this moment. Yes, Captain Han, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Qi from Hope Base. Qi, unlike his previous cold demeanor, though his gaze still lacked any warmth, extended his hand to Han Qingxia. And this was the first time he had formally introduced himself. This was a level of courtesy even Lu Qian didn't receive. Faced with his overture, Han Qingxia immediately launched a barrage of attacks. Little Qi, don't bother trying to get close. I'm the most unfair person. What if people know that I give you an extra grain of rice just for shaking your hand? Then everyone will be pestering me to get close to them every day. Qi sang. Oh right, but I think your suggestion is acceptable. Did you forehear that? Little Qi just said, rather unkindly, that he'd give you 10% of the harvest. Can you accept that? Qi sang. The 4 small bases. They exchanged glances, finally gritting their teeth. Okay. 10% for the 4 bases equals 1,000 tons. 250 tons per household, though less than half of the initial estimate. It's still a huge amount. Their base has an average population of 200 to 300 people. 250 tons of grain would be enough to feed everyone for almost 10 years. While that's practically impossible, as grain can't be stored for that long, it would definitely last for the first few years, enough to get them through the most difficult times. 250 tons is enough. Besides, what say do they have? Qi Sang has been withholding their profits for Han Qingxia. They can't afford to offend either Qi Sang or Han Qingxia. All right, let's do as Xiao Qi says. The 4 of you will each get 10%, an equal share for everyone. Is that acceptable? Everyone exchanged glances. Their casualties were roughly the same, and there was no point in calculating further. They all nodded. Yes. Xiaoyang, distribute the grain to them. Su Xiaoyang, upon hearing the order, immediately went to distribute the grain. The grain depot has electricity, and the grain unloading is entirely mechanized. With a simple operation on the system, the pipes above the large grain bins automatically release the grain through the external discharge pipes. All the trucks from the base line up in designated areas. They are all extra-large trucks. Each truck has an average load capacity of over 20 tons, and some are even the largest models, weighing 55 tons. They basically fill all their trucks to capacity, reaching a total of 250 tons. Looking at the truckloads of grain, everyone finally felt the trip was worthwhile. Their respective base's biggest food problem was solved. After distributing the grain to the 4 people, Han Qingxia looked at Lu Qian. Captain Lu, Xiao Qi just said he'd give you 30%. Can you accept that? Lu Qian's eyes flickered, and he finally uttered 2 words. Yes, the shortfall was acceptable, especially since it was for Han Qingxia. All right, Yangzi, continue distributing the grain. Give Captain Lu 30%. Oh, and keep 200 tons. Captain Lu said he'd give them to me. Lu Qian chuckled softly upon hearing this. At this moment, Qi Sang stepped forward. Captain Han, now it's our turn, right? Han Qingxia looked at him and smiled slightly. Xiao Qi, I don't think your distribution is appropriate. Didn't I just tell you I'm the most unfair person? How do you want to divide it? Qi Sang frowned. The rest, it's all mine. Captain Han, are you joking? Qi Sang's face was as cold as ice, radiating a chilling aura. Han Qingxia smiled kindly. Little Qi, you're still young and inexperienced. Are you still unconvinced? Qi Sang felt a throbbing pain in the back of his head. Captain Han, what do you say? Fine. I'll teach you since you're young. Let me calculate it for you according to your rules, so you'll be convinced. You said before that the distribution value would be calculated based on contribution. So, what was your Hope Base's contribution in this operation? Did you contribute to yesterday's zombie siege, or did you kill a zombie today? Qi Sang's face darkened. We'll produce a map. Please answer my question. Han Qingxia stood up, staring intently at him. You. Hope Base, did you kill a single zombie? 1. Anyone counts. Qi Sang's thin lips pressed into a line, unable to utter a word. Zombies? Of course, they hadn't killed a single one. Killing zombies is too dangerous for them. Han Qingxia sneered. How about this, Xiao Qi? You told me yesterday that if someone else does the work for you, it doesn't count. If you don't contribute yourself, you don't get a reward. But I'm different from you. I'm lenient. I'll give you another chance. Ask the people here which team is willing to come forward and say they'll kill them for you. If someone says they did it for you, I'll count it as a contribution too. Han Qingxia's words felt like a public execution for Qi Sang, returning everything he had done to Han Qingxia yesterday. She really is lenient. However, he and the people from Hope Base still looked around. But it was clear that, unlike Han Qingxia, no one was willing to help them. They had successfully offended everyone. Not to mention that everyone had witnessed what Hope Base had done during this trip. Even the final distribution of food was his idea, cutting their food rations in half to subsidize Han Qingxia. He said he'd increase their share from 0.5% to 0.25%. Now, who would want to speak up for Hope Base? Besides, speaking up for him would offend Han Qingxia. They weren't the well-liked and meritorious K1 base. Why should they help him? See that? Han Qingxia grinned at Qi Sang. Even if I were willing to give you contribution points, nobody would. But we brought you here. Qi Sang clenched his fists. Let me correct you. It wasn't you who brought us. It was you who brought them. Captain Qi, you haven't automatically forgotten, have you? I was kicked out of your action team long ago. I didn't get any of the rations, not even counted as a team member. You can't expect me to have received nothing and then attribute your map contribution to them to me? Do you even think you're right? As Han Qingxia spoke, Qi Sang clenched his fists. He walked towards Han Qingxia without a word, and with each step, an overwhelming domain expanded. He mastered his supernatural power. Just as his domain was about to reach Han Qingxia, a Tang sword was thrust against Qi Sang's chest with a whoosh. As Han Qingxia drew her sword, everyone behind Qi Sang simultaneously pulled out their guns with a click, aiming at Han Qingxia. Tang Jian and the others, who had been watching from the sidelines, didn't even wait for Lu Qian to speak before cocking their guns and aiming at the Hope Base in the center. Han Qingxia then shouted at Qi Sang, "Disarm everyone at Hope Base. 100 caddies of grain as a reward." Immediately, people from the 4 surrounding bases grabbed their weapons and swarmed forward, disarming the few remaining individuals. Most of these individuals were spatial ability users, and the rest were researchers with relatively weak combat skills, no match for their strength. Qi Sang's expression completely changed upon seeing this. "Stop," he shouted. Han Qingxia chuckled. "Little Qi, I told you you're young. You can't handle it, you don't understand. Who can you tell to stop? You can only stop yourself." "Captain Han, you're arrogant." Qi Sang clenched his fists, and after a second of confrontation with Han Qingxia, he retracted his extended domain. Immediately afterward, he was kicked hard in the chest. After kicking him away, Han Qingxia looked down at him. Small country, yet not humble. Weak, yet not afraid of the strong Yuri, the truly arrogant one. "Let me tell you, Qi Sang, I saved your lives. I distributed the food to you, not shared it with you. You've never had the right to negotiate with me. In a way, you want the base to owe me money for saving your lives. Saying you can't handle it means you don't understand what I mean. If I were you, I would have already kept my tail between my legs." Han Qingxia smiled, her foot planted on his chest. Qi Sang met her eyes. His usually calm heart skipped a beat. He saw a tiger-like power. Powerful people begin with their souls. Regardless of gender, age, or anything else, it's about strength, dominance, and dominance. She was qualified, she had the ability, she was a powerful person. He truly had no right to negotiate with her. Just as she said at the beginning, he hadn't grasped the situation. He still thought he could use the Hope Base's reputation to intimidate everyone, but in reality, he had offended all 4 smaller bases, and even K1 base sided with Han Qingxia. He had never had the right to sit at the table and negotiate with Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia said she wouldn't give him a single grain of food. In terms of sentiment, reason, and force, he had absolutely no leverage. In terms of sentiment, Han Qingxia had saved their lives. In terms of reason, Han Qingxia wasn't on his side. He had personally ostracized her yesterday. In terms of force, force was out of the question. For the first time in his life of smooth sailing and unparalleled genius, Qi Sang encountered a devastating setback. He had suffered a crushing defeat at Han Qingxia's hands. "I understand," he said, staring into Han Qingxia's eyes, his cold lips slowly uttering 4 words. Han Qingxia chuckled softly at his words. He's quick to learn how to behave. No wonder he's so clever. He's quick at weighing the pros and cons. She withdrew her foot. You can go now. Qingxia got up from the ground, and the others behind him were also released, but their weapons were confiscated. They were all handed over to Han Qingxia to collect their rewards. Qingxia and his men didn't dare ask for it. After Qingxia gave Han Qingxia a deep look, he led his men to their car and left temporarily. After they left, everyone present felt the atmosphere relax. Han Qingxia was still having Su Xiaoyang deliver food to the K1 base. A huge cloud of dust was billowing up. The other teams drove their vehicles to a nearby open space. Since it was night, no one left. They would spend the night there. At this moment, Lu Qian walked up to Han Qingxia. Aren't you afraid of offending Hope Base? Han Qingxia glanced at him, chuckled, and said, Shouldn't you be thinking about Hope Base offending me? If they offend me, they're finished. Lu Qian. The survival strategy during the base civilization era was more like that of a tribal civilization. Might makes right. She had the strength to directly confront Hope Base, and the stronger she was, the more others would fear her. If she were weak, Hope Base would inevitably become powerful. This wasn't an era where everyone could compromise and achieve peace. If she took a step back, Hope Base could advance 10 steps. She had launched a fierce attack today, especially against Hope Base, who prioritized their own interests. They had to consider Han Qingxia an extremely dangerous and untouchable target. Why would they go looking for trouble with her? Furthermore, there was the geographical distance. Zombies were everywhere, and she and Hope Base were only 100 miles apart. Hope Base was crazy to travel through countless hardships to confront Han Qingxia, only to suffer heavy losses themselves. And Han Qingxia decided that from now on, she would be the base's #1 offensive force, and wherever it appeared, she would definitely have to deal with it. Humph. She's petty and vindictive, a professional at holding grudges for 100 years. Lu Qian, seeing Han Qingxia's expression after her attack, brightened with satisfaction and couldn't help but smile. He just couldn't do what Han Qingxia did. Although he also thought her attitude was very good. Let's eat. I'll have Ajian heat up the food. Okay, forget about your family's food. I'm happy today, I'll treat you all. Han Qingxia generously offered to treat. Not for anything else, but also because Tang Jian and the others had immediately come to her aid. Han Qingxia always repays kindness and vengeance. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to come back and cook noodles, taking out all the meal kits, sausages, and instant noodles she had brought to cook. Soon, a huge pot of steaming, fragrant instant noodles was simmering. Han Qingxia and everyone at K1 base each had a large bowl of instant noodles, topped with a seasoning packet and a sausage. Before the apocalypse, this was a testament to technology and ruthlessness, but now it was the apocalypse. All they could say was it smelled amazing. It smelled so damn good, especially the instant noodles. It was 11 p.m., and everyone had been busy all day, plus the near-death experience. Being able to sit together and enjoy instant noodles was pure bliss, especially since many of them ate boiled vegetables every day at their base, devoid of any oil. The oily broth, mixed with the familiar aroma of high oil, high-salt spices, made everyone want to devour the whole pot, bottom and all. Slurping up a mouthful of rich, oily, golden noodles, the people at K1 base felt like they were floating on air with happiness. Tang Jian and the others surrounded Han Qingxia, calling her big sister affectionately. The other 4 small bases witnessing this scene couldn't help but swallow hard. They were also eating the food they had brought. Some had instant noodles, but it was clearly not as plentiful as Han Qingxia's family's, nor as joyful. They could only huddle together around their respective small bases, eating while watching the others eat. Brother. Jiro looked at him for a long time before turning to her brother. Do you remember what I told you about yesterday? I remember. Jizi put the last piece of cured meat from his bowl onto Jiro's plate. Yesterday almost scared me to death, brother. Thank goodness you almost got bitten. No, brother. Jiro put down her bowl and gripped Jiza's arm tightly. The zombie really was going to bite me, but then it suddenly stopped. I think Captain Han helped me. Jiro pointed at Han Qingxia, her gaze unwavering. Han Qingxia had stunned everyone today. She had felt it was her then, and the more she thought about it afterward, the more convinced she became. She was too strong. Strong. Otherwise, she couldn't understand why the zombies suddenly stopped. Hearing his sister's words, Jizi looked towards Han Qingxia. His gaze deepened for 3 seconds before he patted her head. Let's eat first. Tomorrow I'll go thank her. After all, she saved us today. Okay. Han Qingxia and her group finished their meal. The people from K1 base packed up their belongings, loading their provisions. Several space-type ability users had come along. In fact, all the space-type ability users had been mobilized along with dozens of super-large trucks. They had basically loaded all the provisions. This amount of provisions was enough for their base to eat for several years. The initial food problem would be greatly alleviated. After everyone had finished loading, Han Qingxia entered the first grain silo. 5,000 tons full. She placed her hand on the provisions, and all of them rapidly flowed into her spatial dimension. Within minutes, the enormous grain silo was completely emptied. Next, she emptied the remaining grain, taking it all. After taking all the grain, her storage space was almost full. It would be difficult to store large quantities of supplies in the future. At this moment, she heard a notification in her mind. Ding Super Lord system activated. Please increase the base population. Doubling the base population will double the reward storage space area. Han Qingxia. Finally, a new mission. This system is so considerate. Whatever you need, it appears immediately. Population. Population. I'll go back and capture people immediately on my return trip tomorrow. Han Qingxia emptied both granaries and returned home satisfied. The next day, they all had to return. Before heading back, Lu Qian approached her. Should I arrange for some people to guard this place and make a few more trips to transport grain back for you? Han Qingxia replied, Don't worry about it. I'll handle it myself. She was eager to return and recruit people, so she didn't argue with Lu Qian any longer. She took Su Xiaoyang and drove off in a truck loaded with grain. Seeing her leave so quickly, Lu Qian thought of Wang Mengwei that day, and he already had his answer. He looked at Han Qingxia's truck and said to Tang Jian, Add another lock here later. Yes, their truck was the last to leave after everyone else. Not long after they left, another convoy of trucks returned. The man at the head of the convoy looked at the empty grain storage area, his cold gaze deep and unwavering. Going quickly. Yes, after being driven away by Han Qingxia yesterday, the Hope base waited nearby overnight. Seeing them all gone the next day, they quickly returned to steal the tower. After all, there was so much grain here, they couldn't possibly move it all at once. Qi Sang led his men directly to grain warehouse number 1, only to find an extra lock upon arrival. Just one lock. Qi Sang strode closer. As he approached, the lock trembled violently, then cracked open in front of everyone.
Control ability.
Control of everything within the domain. Qi Sang coldly watched the lock crack, thinking, they really underestimate me. Even if he feared Han Qingxia, he wouldn't fear this lock. That's it? That's it? That's it. He strode into the grain warehouse, and then he was dumbfounded. The enormous granaries before them were completely empty. Not just granary number 1, but the last one, number 10, was the same. Not a single grain of rice remained. The granaries were so empty that their presence echoed. Qi Sang felt utterly shocked. They actually managed to take it all? But they only used those vehicles. All the vehicles were fully loaded, barely filling one large tank at most. The main grain here belonged to Han Qingxia. She took it all. Qi Sang's breath caught in his throat, an even greater shock washing over him. That woman wasn't just a water-based ability user. She was also a space-based ability user. And her space was terrifyingly vast. Thinking this, Qi Sang felt his heart churning. He was utterly stunned. He stood there for a long time, his cold eyes shattered into countless fragments. All his pride, all his confidence, had been utterly crushed before Han Qingxia. From birth, he was seen by everyone as the chosen one. He started studying advanced math problems at 3, began self-studying all of high school at 5, gained admission to a top university at 7, graduated with a doctorate at 15, and published countless research papers. But compared to his background, his personal achievements were nothing. His father was the largest shareholder of the Dawn Group, his mother was a political elite, and even in the apocalypse, he awakened a unique ability to control his powers. Saying Qi Sang was born with a silver spoon in his mouth was an understatement. He was practically being fed by God. This dazzling life, admired by everyone, made Qi Sang extremely proud. In his eyes, all ordinary people were just a bunch of stupid and incompetent ants. Not a single one was worthy of his attention. At this moment, Qi Sang, the chosen one, felt a surge of emotion. His gaze was fixed on the empty granary, and a new set of numbers exploded in his mind. It grew to a height he had never felt before. He even needed to create a new calculation formula for her. That person was Han Qingxia. On the straight road, a car led the way. The return journey was smooth and pleasant. Having cleared the zombies and the road on the way here, Han Qingxia and her group could simply drive back. When Han Qingxia passed the roadside gathering point from 2 days ago again, she heard a honking horn behind her. Han Qingxia looked in her rearview mirror and saw a small truck following behind her. Han Qingxia vaguely remembered this vehicle. It belonged to the Starfire base. It was that little girl named Jiro. She told Su Xiaoyang to slow down. After slowing down, the small truck following behind pulled up alongside Han Qingxia. The window rolled down, revealing a dark, tanned face. Han Qingxia lowered her window, leaning against it with one hand. She was slightly surprised to see GZ driving, then noticed Jiro leaning out of the passenger seat to greet her. "Captain Han, what is it?" Jiro nudged her brother's arm. GZ, who was driving, turned his head slightly embarrassed and said a single word with a straight face. "Thanks, Han Qingxia." "Brother." Jiro was a little dissatisfied with her brother's overly brief thanks. She looked at Han Qingxia herself and said generously, "Captain Han, we're here to thank you. Thank you for saving our lives yesterday and last time." Han Qingxia smiled slightly upon hearing this. "We received it." She had saved these people, but only the 2 of them came to thank her. These 2 were quite interesting. Jiro felt a weight lifted from her heart upon hearing Han Qingxia's response. However, neither she nor her brother were talkative, and since Han Qingxia had responded, they didn't know what to say. Just then, she heard a voice from across the street. "Hey, little girl inside, would you like to come with me?" Jiro heard Han Qingxia's words. "Captain Han, are you talking about me? Otherwise, how many other little girls are in your team?" Han Qingxia leaned against the car window. "Come with me. I can give you a good life, meet every meal, whatever you want. I can basically satisfy you, and most importantly, in my base, no one will look down on you." Jiro's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but she quickly looked at her brother. "Of course, you can bring your brother along if you want, but let's make a deal. When you come here, you and your brother have to listen to me. The benefits at my base are very good." Jiro was ecstatic. "Brother, let's go together." GZ, who was driving, thought seriously for 3 seconds before saying, "Okay, little sister, you go with her. I'm not going." "Brother, the Spark base still needs me. I can't leave. You go with Captain Han. I can rest assured. Take good care of yourself. And send me radio messages when you have time. There are still a bunch of veterans at their Spark base. If he leaves, the others definitely won't want to take over this mess. But Jiro can go." He saw the supplies Han Qingxia brought out yesterday and how she treated the people from K1 base to food. He knew that if Jiro went with her, she wouldn't lack food in the future. Han Qingxia is so capable, it's definitely good luck for Jiro to go with her. Even though GZ was reluctant to let her go, he had to find her a good plan. "Captain Han, I only have one sister. I'm entrusting her to you. Treat her well, and I, GZ, will repay you for the rest of my life." GZ stepped on the brakes and pulled the car to the side of the road. Han Qingxia, seeing this, also had Su Xiaoyang slowly stop. However, after they stopped, Jiro inside refused to leave. "Brother, I'm not going. Let's go back. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't waste Captain Han's time. Go on. If you don't go, I won't go either. Jiro clung tightly to her seat, refusing to get out of the car. GZ was at his wit's end. Such a good opportunity. If she didn't hurry up and go, what if Han Qingxia didn't want her anymore? Get out of here. I finally found you a new boyfriend, you brat, and you still want to cling to me? I'm your brother, not your father. I've been fed up with you burden for ages. GZ, get out. Get out now. Don't be a burden to me. Jiro immediately pouted, glaring at him stubbornly. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving no matter what. GZ raised his hand and tried to pull her away forcefully. You think I'm joking?
Get out.
At that moment, a voice rang out behind them. Foolish. GZ turned around and met a pair of bright, sharp eyes above him, as if they could see right through him, exposing his hypocrisy. It's the apocalypse. Stop with the pretense. You're her brother, not her enemy. If you love your sister, just do it openly. It's not shameful. Immediately afterward, a piece of paper floated down from above. This is my base's radio. If you've thought it through, contact me anytime. I can only take a maximum of 30 people from your base. She wouldn't do anything stupid, even if it was a good deed. She couldn't afford the personnel at their base. A string of numbers fell down, and GZ, standing by the window, immediately caught it. After he caught it, the car beside him started up again, and Han Qingxia's car sped along the straight highway once more. GZ watched their car disappear at the end of the road, clutching the paper tightly. Jiro beside him pouted, looking out the window. He carefully put the paper away, noticing his sister's still unhappy expression, and gently nudged her arm. All right. Everyone's gone. You can't go now. Humph. I won't talk to you like that anymore, okay? Jiro turned and glared at him angrily. Is it so hard to just say you were wrong? I'm your brother. Do you think you can defy me? Jiro's eyes reddened with anger. Her brother had always been like this since they were little. He never apologized. She was so angry she wanted to get out of the car right then and there and part ways with him when she heard a sentence. Okay, brother was wrong. She turned her head and saw GZ looking at her and smiling. You're still laughing. GZ reached out and roughly ruffled her hair, his voice low and heavy. Before Dad passed away, he told me to protect you. I don't know how to protect you, but if I had Captain Han's skills, I wouldn't have given you away. Brother. I think Captain Han is right. I'm your brother, not your enemy. I won't hurt you again. I'll change everything I did wrong. Mom and Dad are gone. It's just the two of us left in the world, relying on each other. Let's be okay. Brother. My ugly little sister is crying. Didn't you say you'd never cry in your life? G.C. All right, brother misspoke again. It's my pretty little sister, the most beautiful girl in the world, Jiro. Don't cry, crying makes you ugly. Humph. Jiro wiped away her tears in a few quick movements. She looked at her brother. Am I really that ugly? Ugly? My little sister just doesn't like dressing up. Later, brother will go to the pedestrian street in town and steal some pretty clothes for you. Once you're dressed up, you'll look like a fairy, just like Captain Han. Jiro burst into laughter through her tears. Brother, didn't you say you were going to properly thank Captain Han? Why did you only say one word? What are you going to do? Just say it. Are you embarrassing Captain Han? Brother, I never thought you were this kind of person. Jiro, I'm warning you. Don't push your luck. Brother, just say it. Isn't that right? Even your brother is laughing at you. Just wait until we get back. I'll deal with you. Ha ha ha. Cars filled with laughter drove towards their destination. After all, today was a fruitful day. After all the hardships, everyone was returning with a bountiful harvest. Han Qingxia returned to her base first. After unloading the car, she checked the situation and, finding the Qingxia base unharmed, she felt relieved. After considering where to find people to steal, Han Qingxia decided to personally drive the car back to K1 base. Isn't the most effective way to recruit residents to other bases? There are people everywhere. K1 base has people. Xiaoyang, you stay at the base and watch over things. I'm going out to return the car. Boss, what about when you come back? Have them bring it back, Su Xiaoyang. You're just giving it away for nothing. Wouldn't it have been better to just send a telegram to Tang Jian to come and take it? Han Qingxia drove Lu Qian's car towards K1 base. Around 3 p.m., she arrived safely outside K1 base. Upon seeing that it was a vehicle from their base, the guards immediately switched to simplified procedures. Han Qingxia didn't rush in, but instead told the guard, "I'm here to return the car. Please inform your manager, Lu Qian." The guard immediately went to report. While waiting, Han Qingxia stood at the base's main gate, looking out. On either side were lines of survivors waiting to enter. These people knew about the massive base through the 24/7 radio broadcasts from K1 base, and everyone who received the information was heading towards K1 base.
At
this moment, Han Qingxia noticed a group of people. Don't push. Don't push. We can all get in. We've all finished our quarantine. We can definitely get in. There's a child and a pregnant woman over there. Please don't push. A man wearing glasses and a white shirt stained gray tried his best to calm the crowd pushing and shoving around him. However, no one listened to him. They even tried to push him to the back. Then give us your spot. We won't push. Exactly. You're so far forward and all you do is make sarcastic remarks. There are children and pregnant women in front of us, and I have an elderly person here. Why don't you let the old person go first? To Han Qingxia's utter astonishment, amidst the mocking voices, the man in the gray shirt actually made room for the elderly person. Grandpa, come here. Come here. This spot is for you. Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia watched helplessly as the man in the gray shirt was pushed out of the way. He didn't take the elderly person's place because after he gave it up, everyone behind the elderly person moved forward to take their spot, forcibly pushing him to the very back. The young man, who had been jostled and stumbled, wiped the sweat from his face. Looking at the newly formed queue, he didn't utter a single complaint and dutifully started from the back of the line. Just then, a few more survivors approached. Let's go first. We just finished our quarantine.
We really want to go in.
The man, clutching his quarantine registration card, said resignedly. Okay. Just then, Han Qingxia heard Tang Jian's voice. Big sister. You're here.
Yeah.
Why did you make a special trip here? I can just pick up the car from your place later when I have some free time. Tang Jian said with a grin. That's too much trouble. I'll bring it to you. Han Qingxia said. Then come in quickly. Tang Jian led Han Qingxia through a special passage, allowing her to enter the K1 base without having to queue. Big sister, our boss knows you're here. He said to wait for you at his place. He'll be back after his meeting. No need. I'll just wander around for a bit. I'll say hello to your captain when he's done. Okay, I'll show you around then. You go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. Han Qingxia dismissed Tang Jian. Her purpose here was clear. She didn't want any lingering followers. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian thought for 2 seconds, then handed Han Qingxia an ID and a pager. Sister, this is our management department's ID. You can show it if you need anything, no one will stop you. Or you can use the pager to contact us. This button contacts us. This button contacts our captain. Okay. Han Qingxia put away what he gave her, smiled as she watched Tang Jian leave, then turned and headed towards the shantytown area of the K1 base. There were people everywhere. Feeling great. Of course, Han Qingxia wasn't going to take just anyone. She had a general idea. Recruit residents with skills and special talents. If she could find some scholars doing scientific research, that would be even better. Han Qingxia then noticed a group of people. Get out of here. You bunch of useless trash. You work so slowly. You're utterly useless. Stop working. Stop working. We don't need you here. Go work somewhere else. Leave here. In the construction area ahead, 7 or 8 thin men were pushed aside. Their average age was in their 30s or 40s, the oldest being a 60 or 70-year-old man with gray hair. He was kicked by the worker in front of him, staggered a couple of steps, and fell heavily to the ground, his face immediately turning deathly pale. Teacher. Teacher. What are you doing? Our teacher is so old. How can you lay a hand on an old man? We're beating up a bunch of useless trash. Do you still think this is the pre-apocalyptic world? Respecting the elderly and caring for the young. This is the apocalypse. Might makes right. Today we'll teach you trash a lesson. What can you do to us? You're utterly unreasonable. You're a bunch of beasts. The youngest among them stepped forward indignantly. You dare call us beasts?
Fine.
Then today we'll show you what beasts are like. Hit, hit, hit. Teach these people a lesson. Give them a taste of their own medicine. A group of burly men immediately swarmed forward. They were all workers involved in the base's construction, but these people were incredibly slow and couldn't lift heavy objects. They could only build a 3-meter-high protective wall in a day, while the people on the other side could only build 2 or 1.5 meters. The difference was enormous. Moreover, the base's work points were uniformly distributed from above. As long as you didn't slack off, everyone received the same number of work points. How could they possibly accept this? They were going to teach these pieces of trash a lesson today and kick them out of their construction team. Get these pieces of trash out of here. Stop. Just as a barrage of fists was about to rain down on them, a lazy female voice rang out. They all saw a beautiful girl in a onesie combat suit, with her hair in a high ponytail, walking towards them carrying a knife on her back. The girl's rosy, delicate skin was completely different from that of ordinary survivors suffering from long-term malnutrition and the hardships of the apocalypse. Her bright eyes were as sharp as a blade. She walked towards them unhurriedly, a lone woman possessing an aura of power that seemed to frighten a tiger among sheep. Who
are you?
The burly leader asked, staring at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia calmly pulled out the management badge Tang Jian had given her from her pocket. Upon seeing the badge, everyone opposite her immediately became incredibly obedient. Sir, we didn't fight. That's right. We didn't.
It was them.
They didn't want to work here anymore. Yes. They don't want to work here anymore. It has nothing to do with us. You're talking nonsense, said the youngest among them. You're the ones who wanted to kick us out. Stop talking. At this moment, the old man who had been kicked down first pulled him back. Let's go. Teacher, let's go. Don't cause trouble for the managers. The old man's gaze was deep. He thought much further ahead than the others. The conflict between them and the other side couldn't be resolved with just a few words. The manager could intervene once to stop a fight, but she couldn't be there every time. Besides, once she left, the other side would only escalate their actions. They couldn't stay here any longer. As the other side said, this was the apocalypse. Might makes right. These researchers, who had done intellectual work before the apocalypse, had all their skills stripped away, losing their survival advantage. They were pushed out by the relatively safe construction teams, leaving them only with the most dangerous tasks, hunting zombies and gathering supplies. At this moment, the old man heard a voice beside him. What did you do before? He looked up at the source of the voice. It was the female manager who had saved their lives. We used to be researchers at the Research Institute, said the young man beside the old man. This is Professor Wang. He's very famous. He's produced many research results. What did you research? Polymer materials. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Polymer materials have a wide range of applications, including but not limited to agriculture, construction, transportation, and electrical engineering. However, this research requires specialized research equipment and laboratories, which is completely impractical for the K1 base, which is still struggling to make ends meet. Everyone entering the K1 base needs to register their previous occupation. They need medical personnel, agricultural personnel, and highly skilled individuals capable of fighting zombies. Those useful and practical personnel are immediately assigned to various locations and given important tasks. Only those conducting cutting-edge research are considered useless. Nowhere to use them. However, those considered useless by the K1 base are treasures in Han Qingxia's eyes. Exactly the talent she needs. At this moment, Professor Wang grasped a student's hand and forced a smile at Han Qingxia. Manager, thank you. Don't worry about us. We won't cause any trouble for your base. He was afraid that these researchers, deemed useless after the apocalypse, would be looked down upon, so he quickly said this. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard someone say, You all come with me, and I'll make sure you can continue your research and have meat every meal. Professor Wang looked at Han Qingxia in disbelief. Along with everyone else behind him, they were all utterly shocked. Sir, are you setting up a research institute? K1 base finally needs us. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. I'm the one who needs you. I'm the leader of Qingxia base, and I'll take you to my Qingxia base. A few minutes later, they were all shocked to learn that Han Qingxia was the manager of another base. Han Qingxia assured them that if they went back with her, they would have 3 meals a day, all with meat, and they wouldn't have to do anything else but research. She could get them the research equipment. After hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances, finally turning to their Professor Wang. Professor Wang thought for a long time before asking, Captain Han, we also have families. How many family members do you have?
Who are they?
Professor Wang led Han Qingxia to their residence, where there were 6 middle-aged women, 3 children around 8 or 9 years old, and an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s. They were all doing handicrafts, refurbishing old clothes and mending backpacks, seemingly trying to earn some money. After looking at the group, Han Qingxia nodded. I can take them all, but they'll have to work at my base. I don't want people who don't contribute. Professor Wang nodded in agreement. But what kind of work can our family members do? Lots of work. I can help you farm, raise pigs, there are so many kinds of jobs. As long as you're willing to work, there's work for you. And I guarantee, if you work hard, you'll have white rice and pork every meal, snacks, and new clothes. Professor Wang's cloudy eyes lit up upon hearing this. Everyone else looked at Han Qingxia in disbelief. White rice and pork every meal, and snacks and new clothes. Is she talking about paradise? After a brief discussion among the 18 people on Professor Wang's side, only one family didn't want to leave. He and his wife were uneasy about Han Qingxia's claims, thinking they were unrealistic. It was the apocalypse. Food was scarce everywhere. K1 base was the largest they'd encountered. How could there possibly be another base that could provide them with meat? Besides, they had finally settled down at the K1 base. The men were physically stronger than the others, so even if they weren't accepted by the construction team, he could manage. After careful discussion with his wife, they decided not to go. They also had an 8-year-old daughter, and staying at the K1 base was more stable. There was no need for him to go with them. Professor, we're not going. You know my wife isn't in good health. Our family has finally settled down. We don't want to go through all that running around. Professor Wang shook his head upon hearing his former student say this. Kong Jian, your wife isn't in good health. She should come with us even more. I think Captain Han's base is perfect for us. Don't miss this good opportunity. Professor, can you guarantee what she said is true? Will we really have work, food, and shelter there? Kong Jian asked. We don't want to take such a risk. Professor, you should go. Don't drag my Kong Jian down with you. He's been a burden for too long, Kong Jian's wife said. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but feel annoyed. At this moment, Professor Wang said, Stop talking. Everyone has their own ambitions. Let's go. Let's go. If I hadn't insisted on traveling with you, my husband wouldn't have been dragged into this. Without you, our family can live a better life. Standing at the door, Han Qingxia heard the sounds inside and lazily glanced inside. She didn't say a word. A moment later, Professor Wang came out with the remaining 15 people. Captain Han, we've decided to go with you. I have a student whose family is used to this place, so they won't be going. Just then, 2 young couples from next door ran over, each with a child. Professor Wang, where are you going? Can you take us with you? Professor Wang immediately looked at Han Qingxia. We know them. They used to work in our research institute's cafeteria. They can cook. Captain Han, can you take them with you? Han Qingxia looked the 2 couples with children up and down. Sure. We'll take them. Although they were ordinary people with 2 children, they were all in good physical condition and would be excellent laborers. And that made exactly 21 people. Perfect. Take them all. You'd better think it over. That person isn't from our K1 base. She's taking you outside. We don't even know what base she's taking you to, Kong Jian's wife said at this moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the two young couples immediately said, "We trust Professor Wang's judgment." Professor Wang's choices have always been correct. Han Qingxia chuckled softly. "You'll soon see just how right your choices have been."
Ha.
Could some people be here to swindle us? How could they possibly get such good treatment? By the way, have you all found out who she is? Don't let her sell you off as soon as you leave the base. And who did she tell to take you away so openly? Does she have the authority to do this? Kong Jian's wife's voice rang out again, her face filled with hostility as she looked at Han Qingxia. Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Professor Wang and his group. Although none of them believed her claim that Han Qingxia had sold them off, where could they possibly be sold to? This is the zombie age, not the slave age. Where would they need slaves? And if they needed slaves, they shouldn't need researchers who couldn't lift a finger. But what right did Han Qingxia have to take them away? They were, after all, people from the K1 base. Just then, Han Qingxia's pager beeped. She picked it up and heard Lu Qian's voice on the other end. "Miss Han, where are you?" "I'm in the residential area." "Where are you now?" "I need to speak with you." "Wait there, I'm coming." Han Qingxia hung up the pager. Professor Wang and the others immediately looked at her with surprise. "Captain Han, is that our Captain Lu?" "Yes." Han Qingxia nodded, looking at the people in front of her. "You all wait here. I'll ask him for you today, and I'll take you all with me tomorrow. I'll go ahead and wait for him."
TCH.
"Bragging. Keep bragging." Kong Jian's wife scoffed. "I can tell you're just here to brag. What, take me to your base? What, asking Captain Lu for people? Our Captain Lu is incredibly busy. At least make your bragging believable. And you even sent a recording to find you. Who do you think you are? Are you done yet? If you're not going, don't annoy others." "Have we said a single word to you?" said Professor Wang's youngest student. "I'm afraid you'll be fooled. Don't you know who Captain Lu is? Why would he come to a place like this to look for someone? Everyone goes to him to find him. You've all gone crazy from studying. You have no brains at all." As she finished speaking, a tall figure appeared at the end of their shanty town.
Miss Han.
Lu Qian, whom they all considered aloof and superior, strode towards them. Professor Wang and the others' eyes lit up when they saw this, while Kong Jian's wife, who had been chattering incessantly, suddenly couldn't close her mouth, as if an egg had been stuffed into it. "What are you doing here?" Lu Qian strode up to Han Qingxia. "I want to ask you for some people," Han Qingxia said, pointing to the group behind her. "I want to take these 21 people to my base. Name your price." In the era of base civilization, residents were important assets of their respective bases. They wouldn't be easily taken away. Lu Qian's gaze fell on the group of ordinary residents. "If they want to go with you willingly, then go. However, they can't take any supplies. Anyone leaving K1 base must leave all supplies behind." "Okay," Han Qingxia agreed immediately. This was a basic rule of the apocalypse. The base protected its residents and provided them with essential food, so the residents and their property belonged to the base. Once they left, all supplies were confiscated. They wouldn't let you take a single grain of rice out of the base. But actually, this was still considered good. This was a relatively large base with some human rights, allowing you the right to leave. Many smaller bases didn't allow any residents to defect for any reason. If you wanted to leave, you would die. This was how it was in the small base Han Qingxia lived in her previous life. For ordinary people, escaping meant certain death. Everyone was the private property of the base's administrators, and leaving was impossible. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, there were some highly capable superhumans. These people were recruited by any base. The base couldn't control their personal rights. They would be won over with large sums of resources, and these people generally didn't want to leave their original base. Some bases would also try to poach them. If the offer was right and they received sufficient compensation from their original base, they could be taken away. Han Qingxia had witnessed one such instance in her previous life where a powerful individual from her small base was poached. That person was Jean, who, the only dual elemental superhuman in the base, possessing both fire and metal elements. Before the apocalypse, he fought in underground boxing matches, had a particularly explosive temper, was covered in tattoos, and was known as a notoriously hot-tempered guy. Han Qingxia's strongest impression of him was that this hot-tempered guy loved to slap people's buttocks. He would slap anyone or anything that displeased him, making her base completely subservient. When Han Qingxia joined that small base, many people tried to harass her. A hot-tempered guy saw this, said nothing, and slapped several people away in front of her before leaving. Han Qingxia was deeply shocked and began a path of slapping people. If you're not happy, fight back. Status and respect are earned through your own efforts. Never back down. However, not long after, that hot-tempered guy was poached by another base with a large sum of money. Until he left, Han Qingxia never spoke a word to him. The reason was simple: he was too violent. Every time Han Qingxia saw him, he was either slapping someone or on his way to slap someone. Afterwards, Han Qingxia heard that a survivor base in city had used 2 truckloads of rice to poach Jin Hu, and she never saw him again. 6 or 7 years later, in the post-apocalyptic world, Han Qingxia overheard in a base tavern that Jin Hu's small base had been overwhelmed by a zombie horde, with no survivors. By then, no one remembered Jin Hu anymore, except for Han Qingxia. In the apocalypse, many people are like fireworks, fleeting moments that end in an instant, never to be seen again. Getting back to the point, no matter what, those who dig up other people's bases always get something in return. Lu Qian didn't want anything, and Han Qingxia couldn't just take it for free. She owed him a favor. Let's go first. I have something to tell you. Okay. Han Qingxia turned to Professor Wang and the others. You don't need to take any of your things. Just come with me tomorrow. I'll take you there. At this moment, Lu Qian remarked, It's a good thing you can go with Miss Han to her place. After saying that, he led Han Qingxia away from the shanty town. Professor Wang and the others' eyes lit up upon hearing Lu Qian's words. Did you hear that? Captain Lu said Miss Han is doing very well. I heard it too. Captain Lu has never said anything like that before. I think we made the right choice this time. Leaving with Miss Han was the right decision. Putting everything else aside, just look at her abilities. She really has the ability to lead us out. These words were a slap in the face to Kong Jian's wife. She had witnessed Captain Lu's attitude towards Han Qingxia from the entire time, not exactly extremely polite, but certainly always obliging. She had just mocked Han Qingxia for boasting without real ability, and now Han Qingxia had turned around and slapped Captain Lu hard across the face. Now, she felt a burning pain on her face and wanted to disappear into a hole. Who knows what it's like there? All of you, go home. Old Kong. Tian. Kong Jianli immediately lowered his head and slunk back. Kong Tian, who was playing with her friends, heard the noise and looked sad. Are you really leaving? Don't be sad, Tian. We'll send you a message on the radio when we get there. Kong Tian smiled upon hearing this. Okay, I'll definitely wait for your message. Everyone gradually dispersed, going back to pack up. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation, wondering what tomorrow would bring. Han Qingxia followed Lu Qian back to his villa. Before they even entered, they heard the sound of things being smashed inside. Commander, think about it carefully. The evolution fluid is the future of humanity. You must know that. Do you want to abandon the development of the base? Get out. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit, dressed impeccably even in the apocalypse, emerged from the villa. The moment the man emerged and saw Lu Qian return, he immediately plastered a smile on his face. So it's Captain Lu. Captain Lu, you should really try to persuade your grandfather. Actually, I don't want anything. You mind your own business, I'll mind mine. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't interfere with each other and worked together for the base's development? Lu Qian's gaze turned icy cold upon hearing this, and he remained silent. The man wasn't angry at being rebuffed. He then noticed Han Qingxia. Who is this young lady? I've never seen her before. Minister Wang, this is my guest, Lu Qian replied coldly, leading Han Qingxia straight into the villa. The moment they brushed past each other, the refined elegance in Minister Wang's eyes instantly transformed into utter malice. Now that the evolution fluid was in his hands, he'd see how long they could remain smug. His gaze was caught by Han Qingxia, who followed Lu Qian inside. Is that Wang Lingwei's father? Yes, Lu Qian replied. What's he doing here? That's exactly what I wanted to tell you. Lu Qian stopped in his tracks. Our base has developed an evolution fluid specifically for enhancing the abilities of those with superpowers. Just then, they heard an angry voice coming from the front living room. Where are my cookies? Who stole my cookies? Upon hearing this, Lu Qian seemed to realize something. Miss Han, let me take you out to eat first. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. Lu Qian, did you steal my cookies? Lu Qian. Han Qingxia saw an elderly man with gray hair, wearing slippers, walk out of the living room. His aged face was remarkably sharp, and he was now furiously confronting Lu Qian. You must have stolen them, Lu Qian. Grandpa, I have a guest. Only then did the old man notice the stranger behind him, a young girl. His face immediately regained its aloof and serious expression. Xiao Yan, this is... Grandpa, this is Han Qingxia. Old Master Lu clearly recognized Han Qingxia's name, and his face lit up with surprise. So you're Han Qingxia. Miss Xia, I'm Lu Qian's grandfather. I'm very grateful to you for saving my grandson several times. Han Qingxia glanced at Lu Qian, and Lu Qian nodded to her. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. It's nothing, Mr. Lu. I apologize for bothering you. Not at all. Mr. Lu looked around. Please sit down. Xiao Yan, bring out Grandpa's box of treasured cookies to serve our guests. Oh, right. Where are my cookies? Lu Qian shook his head vigorously at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. Mr. Lu, no need to look. I don't eat cookies. All right then, let's have some tea. Xiao Yan, bring out my treasured pu'er tea and brew a pot for Miss Xia. Okay. Han Qingxia followed Mr. Lu to the sofa. Her gaze fell on a broken piece of reagent on the table. What's that? Don't touch it. That's contaminated. Xiao Yan. Lu Qian. Come and wipe the table. Lu Qian. Okay. Lu Qian brought over the tea, put down the teacup, and began cleaning the glass shards and murky liquid from the table. That guy surnamed Wang is delusional. This kind of highly dangerous stuff shouldn't be used by anyone. At this moment, Lu Qian's earpiece crackled to life. After listening to the report, he said gravely, Grandpa, Wang Li has secretly recruited a large number of ability users, distributing evolution fluid to them for free. He's determined to oppose us to the end. The old man, upon hearing this, flew into a rage. That bastard. Does he have no regard for human life? Grandpa Lu, why have you been so lenient with that guy surnamed Wang? Han Qingxia asked. Have you been giving him management control all this time? Grandpa Lu glanced at Lu Qian and shook his head. It seems my son has told you quite a bit about our base. Grandpa, I didn't. All right, Miss Xia has saved you so many times. You can tell her these things. Grandpa Lu looked at Han Qingxia. Miss Xia, you were involved in the drug research factory last time, so you must know what he brought back last time, right? Han Qingxia nodded. Xiao Yan brought the things back, but only Wang Li's research team can decipher those data. During this time, they extracted the evolution fluid from the zombie crystal cores. Pointing to the broken glass on the table, old Lu said, These are the things. The evolution fluid can enhance the abilities of those with superpowers. We're not spoiling him, but the evolution fluid is just too important. Old Lu and Wang Li had completely different stances. As long as human civilization could continue and the base could become stronger, he was willing to give Wang Li some power. So even though he knew Wang Mengwei wanted to harm Lu Qian, he still preserved Wang Li's position as manager because he had resources and they needed to research the zombie virus. However, after that incident, Wang Li turned the tables thanks to the evolution fluid. He possessed powerful evolution fluid and could control those with superpowers to restrain the military. In fact, if the evolution fluid were effective, old Lu would be willing to relinquish some more power, but the side effects were too great. He couldn't accept it. This put him in a difficult and passive position. He couldn't target Wang Li and stop the continued development of the evolution fluid, but he also couldn't accept its promotion. Wang Li began secretly recruiting those with superpowers with the evolution fluid, determined to threaten them. This is an insurmountable impasse. Ultimately, it's because they have the evolution fluid, but they don't. There's nothing they can do. Without the technology, they're at their wits' end. At this moment, the worried-looking old Master Lu heard someone say, "Evolution fluid? I'm researching that too, and it's better than yours." Old Master Lu, Lu Qian. They both stared wide-eyed at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia took off her backpack, pretending to take a small glass bottle from it, but actually from her personal space. She smiled slightly at them. "I can sell it to you." Half an hour later, Old Master Lu and Lu Qian were both shocked by the evolution fluid Han Qingxia had produced. It was almost completely free of impurities and odors, a stark contrast to the evolution fluid Wang Li had brought. Most importantly, its effects. Lu Qian had tried Wang Li's evolution fluid before. After taking it, he felt extremely unwell, his body entering a state of paralysis for a long time before gradually recovering. During this process, his temper worsened, and he might even exhibit zombie-like behavior. But Han Qingxia's evolution fluid had absolutely no side effects. After taking it, he only felt a warm current flow through him, and he could directly feel his abilities enhanced. Lu Qian was completely stunned. At this moment, he thought of the abilities Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang had demonstrated. He finally understood. It turned out that Han Qingxia had developed an evolution fluid a long time ago, and at such a high purity. But after realizing this, he was even more shocked. What kind of person was Han Qingxia? First, she quietly built a post-apocalyptic castle all by herself. Then she quietly hid a bunch of abilities. And finally, she had quietly developed an evolution fluid long ago. Lu Qian was utterly shocked. After his initial astonishment, Old Master Lu's gaze towards Han Qingxia completely changed. "Little Xia, on behalf of the future of humanity, I thank you, Han Qingxia. Let's make this clear first. I'll trade 10 crystal cores for one of this evolution fluid. I only accept crystal cores." She was there to exchange money, and of course, in the process, she wouldn't mind helping humanity improve. The stronger humanity becomes, the less of a zombie threat there will be. Besides, all the bases were researching the evolution fluid, but hers was of superior quality. Upon hearing this, old Lu was moved to tears. Even more so, "Little Xia, you're simply humanity's savior. This price is incredibly selfless." Han Qingxia. Selfless? Because Han Qingxia wasn't a superhuman in her past life. She genuinely didn't know the exact price of the evolution fluid, only that it was very high. And the evolution fluid researched at the K1 base had a cost ratio of almost 10 to 1. It took 10 crystal cores to extract 1 vial of evolution fluid. So after she quoted this price, even Lu Qian changed his opinion of her. He realized he had misunderstood Han Qingxia all along. Han Qingxia possessed great compassion. She was definitely not the kind of person who was purely petty. He was the one who was narrow-minded. Han Qingxia. Although in reality, Han Qingxia could extract 1 vial from just 1 crystal core, and the one she gave was half diluted with water. Who told her to have the evolution fluid extraction machine that was a reward from the system. The extraction effect was 100 or 1,000 times that of normal evolution fluid. People have cheat codes, there's nothing you can do about it. Han Qingxia became a guest of honor at the Lu family. Grandpa Lu treated Han Qingxia even better than he treated Lu Qian. He immediately wanted to become her godmother, calling her Little Xia and making Han Qingxia call him Old Lu. This made Lu Qian feel incredibly inferior. "Little Yen, hurry up and get my Xiaxia's food. And bring out my treasured mitai. I absolutely have to have a couple of drinks with Xiaxia. Xiaxia, let's drink until we drop tonight." "Old Lu, take it easy. Don't push yourself too hard at your age." "Haha, meeting you today is worth dying for."
Drink.
"We have to drink. You're such a sweetheart. Just like my own sister." Lu Qian. As a dutiful junior, Lu Qian busied himself serving the two of them. As night deepened, the drinking finally ended. Old Master Lu was no match for her later. Youth has its advantages. He couldn't outdrink Han Qingxia at all. After being outdrunk by Han Qingxia at the table, he liked her even more. Such a wonderful child. If only she were his granddaughter. He was helped back to bed by Lu Qian. Han Qingxia sat at the table eating peanuts, not drinking a drop of alcohol. All the alcohol went into her spatial storage. With the apocalypse underway, no matter where she was, she could never drink alcohol and risk putting herself in danger. Thank you. At this moment, she heard Lu Qian's voice behind her. Lu Qian came over and continued drinking with her. Han Qingxia didn't even look up. No need to thank me, it's business. 10 crystal cores for 1 tube, not a single one less. Thank you very much anyway. Lu Qian picked up his wine glass and downed it in one gulp. With Han Qingxia's evolution fluid, Wang Li could finally die. They had always been accommodating to him because of his core technology. Now, Han Qingxia's evolution fluid completely overwhelmed him. They no longer needed to be bound by Wang Li. The K1 base no longer needed his management. Han Qingxia had truly done him a tremendous favor. Han Qingxia smiled slightly, peeling peanuts. You need to send a car to take me and my people back tomorrow. No problem. By the way, why does your grandfather like cookies so much? Han Qingxia asked, thinking of this. My grandpa used to be a heavy smoker. My grandma didn't like him smoking, so she bought him candy and cookies instead. Later, my grandpa developed a liking for cookies, and he'd eat them whenever he got angry. You really quit? Lu Qian's eyes turned serious. Yes, to be precise, I quit after my grandma died. Han Qingxia. Then what about that box you gave me last time? Lu Qian nodded. I stole it from him. Han Qingxia gave him a big thumbs up. You're such a good grandson of your grandpa. Lu Qian. Have a drink, have a drink. What else have you stolen from your grandpa? Nothing. Tell me. I won't tell your grandpa. Lu Qian met her bright eyes. Then you really won't tell anyone. I promise. Han Qingxia held up 4 fingers to swear. Lu Qian lowered his head and began counting. He stole his rank insignia, pen, leather shoes, uniform, the cane he used to beat me with. Han Qingxia. This honest guy was actually quite mischievous as a child. No wonder he immediately thought of him when his grandfather lost his cookies. A good night's sleep. The next day, Han Qingxia got up early. Outside, Lu Qian had already picked up the person she wanted and put them in the car. Old Master Lu personally came to see her off. Come visit often when you have time. Okay, Han Qingxia waved to him and got into the car. Lu Qian gave her a bag of crystal cores, 1,021 in total. Give me 100 first. Do you have any? Yes. Have A Jian bring them back. Okay. Han Qingxia took his crystal cores and counted them on the spot. There are 21 that I owe you. Okay. Han Qingxia had no questions and left with the crystal cores. Back to her base. As her car drove towards K1 base, she saw a familiar figure again at the gate. A man in a gray shirt was in the queue waiting to enter after quarantine. Han Qingxia. Isn't that the amazing guy she saw yesterday? He's still in line. Could we go first? My child seems a little unwell. Sure, you guys go first. The man in the gray shirt gave up his place and went back to the back of the queue, only to be pushed to the very back again. Excuse me, let us go first. We want to go in first too. You've already given way to so many people. One more won't make a difference. Okay. Han Qingxia saw in the rearview mirror that this guy was being pushed out again and again, yet he still insisted on queuing and giving way to others. Han Qingxia. The vehicle soon arrived at Qingxia base. Upon arriving outside Han Qingxia's air raid shelter, she first went to fetch 100 vials of evolution fluid for Tang Jian. The evolution fluid was quick to make, and even with the addition of water, 100 vials used less than 50 crystal cores. Han Qingxia earned 950 crystal cores with tears in her eyes. Even so, the evolution fluid she gave was the best available in this era. She used a large cola bottle to pack the 100 vials for Tang Jian to take away, then transferred them to her vehicle to take her residence to the base. Professor Wang and his group were immediately shocked upon entering the summer base. Professor, look. Are those drones outside? Yes. Professor Wang nodded in astonishment at the drones hovering in the sky. If he wasn't mistaken, those were reconnaissance and strike drones. Then, he saw Han Qingxia's bunker-like air raid shelter, electrified barbed wire, and behind the large iron gate a newly planned area for planting various vegetables and raising livestock. Above the shelter were towering structures resembling arrow turrets from which the drones took off and rose. But this wasn't what shocked them even more. As Han Qingxia led them towards the villa area, what they saw was the terraced field stretched as far as the eye could see, planted with a variety of crops. Wheat, potatoes, sweet potatoes, winter cucumbers, and various bok choy, romaine lettuce, onions, white radishes, Chinese cabbage, kale, eggplants. The variety was endless. As far as the eye could see, crops were everywhere. While the major bases were busy building high walls to defend against zombies, and smaller bases were frantically searching for safe zones, production had already resumed here, and the yield was still so high. How did they manage that? As the vehicles ventured deeper into the fields, the group came upon a row of neatly arranged villas. Small groups of people walked among them. Unlike the emaciated, disheveled survivors they had seen after the apocalypse, these people were all rosy-cheeked and healthy, their bodies clean and refreshed, their faces radiating energy and joy. This sight made them feel as if they had returned to another world. Having experienced the brutality of the apocalypse and the tense environment of K1 base, none of them were anything less than trembling with fear and trepidation. They couldn't possibly be as relaxed as they were. Pigs. Professor.
Look.
There are pigs over there. A young researcher pointed to the yard of a villa ahead, where 3 or 4 pigs were being raised, and chickens and ducks. Everyone was even more shocked to see that every household here kept livestock in their villa yards. A young woman carrying a basin came out of the villa. With a splash, she poured a basin of rice and noodles mixed with various vegetables into the feed bucket in the pig pen. The remaining food was then fed to the chickens and ducks running around in the yard. Everyone who saw this. No way. So much food. Feeding pigs. At K1 base, they couldn't even get enough to eat, yet here there was surplus food to feed livestock. And such good food at that. Of course, Han Qingxia's area lacked many things, but not the most basic food. Not only had she acquired a large new batch of grain, but her fields were also overflowing with vegetables. The land was so fertile that the produce was far more than they could eat. What to do with the surplus? Convert it into meat. Pigs and chickens are high meat-to-feed ratio animals. 3 pounds of feed can produce 1 pound of pork, and 2 pounds of feed can produce 1 pound of chicken. Han Qingxia adjusted prices, lowered grain prices, and distributed a large amount of basic grain to the residents, allowing them to increase livestock farming without financial burden. She converted the surplus vegetables from their base into meat, achieving a major upgrade in the living standards of Qingxia base. She wanted everyone in Qingxia base to have meat to eat. This scene left Professor Wang and the others speechless with shock. Is this Qingxia base paradise? We're here, get out. Han Qingxia parked her car in the center of the villa area, and immediately, all the nearby residents gathered around. Lord, you've arrived. I've brought some new companions with me. Han Qingxia got out of the car, and Su Xiaoyang opened the door. Professor Wang and the rest of the group got out one after another. Everyone looked at them excitedly and warmly. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to join us. Looks like we'll have to celebrate properly today. Yes. We'll all bring out some food and treat you all well. It's rare to have so many people here. We must give them a proper welcome. These enthusiastic residents overwhelmed Professor Wang and his companions. They hadn't seen anything like this since the apocalypse began. When the granaries are full, people know etiquette. Only when every household has sufficient supplies, enough to eat and drink, will people be willing to show kindness and friendliness. Professor Wang was deeply shocked by what he saw. How wealthy must the summer base be to have such friendly residents? But soon, they learned just how wealthy the summer base was. There was even a huge, fully automated, unmanned vending machine here. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some meat. Lord, Please don't leave. I must make you my best dompa pork. Then I'll go kill a chicken. Lord, my husband's chicken stew is especially delicious. You must try it. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some drinks and melon seeds. Everyone have some. I also have some fresh fruit at home. I'll bring it over. Professor Wang and the others watched in shock as the native inhabitants of Han Qingxia's group ran in and out of a villa. That's our base's directly operated supermarket. From now on, you can buy whatever supplies you need there. Han Qingxia led Professor Wang and the others to the base's directly operated supermarket. This time, Professor Wang and the others were completely stunned and speechless. A vast amount of supplies were piled up inside. Bags of rice, shelves piled high with noodles, various common vegetables, shampoo, soap, shower gel, sanitary napkins, clothing, shoes, and even all sorts of snacks common before the apocalypse. Potato chips, sausages, biscuits, cola, lollipops. They could buy all of these, just like before the apocalypse.
Wow.
Have we arrived in paradise? One of the children exclaimed in shock. Not only the children, but the adults thought the same thing. They were all utterly stunned. 10 minutes later, they all understood the rules of Han Qingxia's base. As long as you all work diligently, I guarantee you will all live the same life as them, with plenty to eat and meat at every meal. Everything they can enjoy, you can enjoy too. Professor Wang and the others' eyes shone brightly. They were overjoyed. Everything they could enjoy too. What kind of heavenly place had they arrived in? They were different from these residents. They came from K1 base and had seen what other bases were like, experiencing the hardships they endured. While other bases struggled to survive, Han Qingxia here could already afford meat. Other bases were relegated to shantytowns. She lived in a villa. Other bases were incredibly resource scarce, but here she could raise piglets and had a huge supermarket where she could trade freely. Supplies were plentiful, even snacks were available. Compared to K1 base, Han Qingxia's place was truly paradise. No wonder even Lu Qian said that it was a good thing they were going with Han Qingxia. This is more than just good news. This is incredible luck. Every one of them was extremely anxious before coming, feeling like it was a high-stakes gamble, like opening a blind box. And then, they opened one, and they got an SSS-level ultimate bomb. They were all practically kicked into a paradise of happiness by Lady Luck. At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the foolish Kong Jian family from yesterday. If the Kong Jian family knew what kind of place the summer base was, they would definitely regret it to the core. Thinking of this, they felt even more incredibly lucky. Thank goodness they weren't as foolish as them. Thank goodness they came. Their one wrong decision completely changed their destiny. Beep 21 new residents detected. Host rewarded with 2,100 points. New resident loyalty increased by 10%. Current new resident loyalty is 99%. A series of notifications rang in Han Qingxia's mind. She hadn't expected Professor Wang and his group to have such high loyalty after arriving. When she first took in Wang Yuman's family, their loyalty was only 60%, and Li Gang's group was 80%. These groups only reached 99% as things stabilized. But after Professor Wang and his group arrived, their loyalty was immediately maxed out. Han Qingxia understood after a moment's thought. After all, Professor Wang and his group had experienced hardship at other bases. Coming here was like going from hell to heaven. How could they not have maximum goodwill toward Qingxia base? These days, where could they find another paradise on Earth? Qingxia base. Not working their way up to the end at Qingxia base would be a huge loss for them. Therefore, their loyalty was immediately maxed out. Meanwhile, another major reward arrived. Congratulations, host, on completing the population increase mission. Reward. Space area doubled. Han Qingxia's personal space instantly doubled in size. Her original size was roughly equivalent to a 10-story building. Now she possessed the space of 2 10-story buildings. She could once again collect resources to her heart's content. Captain Han, no. Miss Lord, Professor Wang's voice came. He and his men completed Xia's registration at the supermarket's large-screen computer. officially making her a resident of the Qingxia base, and walked up to Han Qingxia. "What is it, Professor Wang?" "We'd love to work for you right now." Professor Wang's gaze was sharp and determined, but we currently lack the necessary equipment. Han Qingxia nodded knowingly. At this moment, Wang Yumin approached again. "Lord, winter is approaching, and I feel the temperature will be very low this year. Many of our vegetables at the base would benefit from greenhouse protection, but we don't have the necessary materials."
"Lord."
"Our research institute's latest pre-apocalyptic polymer material can be perfectly applied to plastic greenhouses." Professor Wang exclaimed excitedly. "It's our latest research, with excellent insulation properties." Han Qingxia remembered Lu Qian mentioning a cold front coming at the end of the month. She vaguely recalled the severe snowstorms in the years leading up to the apocalypse, with several consecutive winters of blizzards and freezing temperatures. Her previous small base had also grown food, but every winter the crops froze, and supplies were so scarce that people starved to death every year. Especially during the 2nd to 4th years of the apocalypse, 3 years of extreme cold, heavy snow, and drought resulted in no harvest at all, and everyone had to gather supplies from the outside. Life was extremely difficult. Han Qingxia was determined to develop the base before the series of natural disasters, ensuring that the Qingxia base could withstand any calamity. First and foremost, this plastic greenhouse was a must. "Where is your research institute?" "I'll bring all your stuff back," Han Qingxia said to Professor Wang. An hour later, Han Qingxia returned from the residential area after finishing her meal. Professor Wang and the others, as if they hadn't eaten in centuries, were incredibly excited to see the makeshift buffet-like feast, with each household offering food. They ate with gusto, determined to finish every last grain of rice. Even when told that it didn't matter if they couldn't finish, they could feed the pigs and it wouldn't be wasteful, they ate even more enthusiastically. Han Qingxia instructed Wang Yumin and Li Gang to help these people find rooms and settle them in before leading them into production work. Production was the core of everything. Except for Professor Wang and a few researchers, everyone else was taxed at a rate of 10 points per day, initially exempt for 1 month, after which points would be deducted. If they didn't work, no one at the base would support them. Professor Wang and Han Qingxia paid them 400 points per month, but the 10 points per day were deducted, meaning they effectively earned 100 points per person per month. Han Qingxia didn't directly exempt them from taxes, settling accounts at 100 points per month. The reason was that would reduce their motivation to work at the base. They could simply lie around and do nothing with Han Qingxia without paying taxes. Adding an extra layer of calculation giving them 400 points and deducting 300 puts them under immense pressure, forcing them to work diligently. If they didn't, they wouldn't be able to stay at the Qingxia base. Of course, they could supplement their income by farming or raising livestock in their spare time. At the Qingxia base, everything is vibrant, and everyone who is joined is full of energy. As long as everyone is willing to work, there are sufficient resources and sufficient rewards. This also drives the Qingxia base's vigorous development. After settling this group of people in, Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter with Su Xiaoyang. She obtained the address Professor Wang had given her. She needed to go to the research institute tomorrow. She needed to bring back all their research equipment and then build a polymer plastic greenhouse. The only danger was the research institute's address in City A. "Xiaoyang, get some rest today. We're going to City A tomorrow." "Okay," Su Xiaoyang nodded. After returning to the air raid shelter, he harvested the vegetables and fed the dog. After busying himself inside and out, he went to his room to rest. Han Qingxia returned to her own air raid shelter. They were going into the city tomorrow. Since the apocalypse, she hadn't been to a city. The number of zombies in the suburbs was nothing compared to those in the city. She needed to be well prepared. Han Qingxia entered the system shop and bought some supplies. 2 AKS 3,000 rounds of ammunition, and then she saw an RPG-7, a single-soldier rocket launcher. Price: 10,000 points. Han Qingxia decisively bought the rocket launcher. She always saw Lu Qian and his group with single-soldier missiles. They were very effective in group attacks. She needed to get one too. With 10 rounds of ammunition, she'd have enough firepower for tomorrow. After reviewing these, She flipped back to the special shop. The limited-time shop hadn't had anything good lately. Today, only a zipline set was available. Price: 100 points. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Buy it. With the basic supplies ready, they were heading into the city tomorrow. The next day, an armored vehicle sped along a deserted highway. As they approached the city, a stark contrast emerged on the road. The right-hand lane leading out of the city was jammed with cars, numerous accidents causing a gridlock that stretched endlessly. The left-hand lane, leading into the city, however, was completely empty and unobstructed. Only people were scrambling to escape the city. No one wanted to go in. Han Qingxia sat in the passenger seat, calmly observing everything outside. Then, a man appeared on the road ahead, his head tilted to one side, wearing a baseball cap, a white t-shirt, and jeans. His white t-shirt was stained with patches of red and black, and his trendy dark blue jeans were torn in several places, the legs flaring in the wind. Sensing the approach of a living being, the cool, stylish man turned his head, revealing a bloodied and mangled face. Flesh and blood were torn from his chin down to his neck. The perfectly sculpted jawbone and the veins of his neck clearly visible. It was obvious someone had bitten his jaw and ripped that piece of flesh off. His legs were covered in bloody claw marks, tearing his sturdy jeans into rows of lines. The handsome zombie, seeing Han Qingxia and her group approach, gleamed with bloodlust in its murky eyes. It opened its blood-soaked maw, black pus gushing from its ripped throat, and lunged at them with an excited roar. A whoa, bang, the cool zombie was sent flying. When it landed again, the armored vehicle was already several meters away. Bang, bang, bang. After that zombie, Han Qingxia's car rammed into 4 or 5 more zombies. They didn't slow down, nor did they stop to kill. They simply ran over everything, speeding towards City A. Since the day the zombie virus broke out, Han Qingxia had fled the city and hadn't returned. She had been hunting in the suburbs, clearing out all the zombies in her territory. However, the number of zombies in the city and the suburbs was on completely different levels. In fact, Han Qingxia hadn't even come into contact with the zombie hordes in the core area. She had been steadily expanding into the uninhabited suburbs, clearing out stray zombies, and almost never venturing into human settlements. The only large-scale zombie horde she encountered was at the food factory in the suburbs, and that was just the suburbs. If the zombies at the food factory were 1, then the zombies in city were 1,000, even 10,000. A large portion of the population was concentrated in the city. Only a tiny fraction could escape. The rest either became zombies or became their food. The vast crowds were a horde of zombies. The city was the zombies' stronghold. The only saving grace was that Professor Wang's research institute wasn't in downtown city, but in a science park on the city's outskirts. It was only a 3-kilometer drive from the main road into the city. The number of zombies in front of Han Qingxia increased. As they entered a city, the zombies roaming the road and nearby were all alerted and converged. Forming a marathon-like running group, they chased Han Qingxia's car from all directions. The brutal, cold armored vehicle, without slowing down an inch, sped straight into city via the highway. Han Qingxia finally saw the city after the zombie apocalypse. The neat, beautiful high-rise buildings lining both sides of the highway were lifeless. Grass had sprouted from the rooftops of buildings that had only recently been topped out, and vines and ivy had climbed the lower floors. All the shops along the street, except for a few that looked like stores or food stalls that showed signs of being smashed open, were tightly shut. There wasn't a single pedestrian on the road. Cars involved in accidents or simply abandoned were everywhere, covered in dust and corroded by the wind and rain. Several large garbage cans had been overturned by cars. The stinking piles of garbage had already fermented and decomposed, crawling with insect eggs and flies. Deathly silence, ruin, devastation, chaos, and zombies everywhere. The entire city, apart from the wandering zombies, was devoid of any other living creature. Although the apocalypse had only lasted 6 months, the city's decay felt like an eternity. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qingxia's car sparked and flashed, its speed undiminished, crushing everything in its path. Those zombies that couldn't keep up were completely left behind, scattering, while those that stayed close were met with flames and sprinting ramps. Bang bang, Han Qingxia continued at full speed. Sweeping through zombies at full speed, she reached her destination, the science park. There weren't many zombies inside the science park because the apocalypse had occurred in the early morning, just before people went to work. Office buildings and industrial parks were the areas with the fewest zombies. Of course, there were many residential areas outside the science park. There wouldn't be few zombies in that area. Being exposed could mean being surrounded by a zombie horde. Han Qingxia's chosen method this time was a blitzkrieg.
Quick in, quick out.
Xiaoyang, I'll open the door for you in a bit. Park the car in the research building courtyard. Keep stopping the zombies from getting in. Yes, sir. Han Qingxia easily found Professor Wang's detached research building within the vast science park. Their building had a separate courtyard, its own security booth, and a main gate. Upon reaching the gate, Han Qingxia quickly jumped out of the car and, before the zombies could catch up, rushed to the security booth. The uniformed zombie security guard was extremely excited to see Han Qingxia approaching. Whoosh! Han Qingxia dispatched the zombie security guard with a single slash through the window, kicked open the security booth door, and headed straight for the large iron gate switch. As the zombies caught up, the gate in front of the armored vehicle opened. Come in quickly. Han Qingxia gestured to Su Xiaoyang from the side. Su Xiaoyang stepped on the gas and sped into the yard. At the same time, Han Qingxia conjured a water ball in her palm, killing all the pursuing zombies. She made sure not a single zombie got inside. Once Su Xiaoyang's car was inside, she quickly lowered the gate. Click! 20 or 30 zombies blocked the gate. These zombies, starving for a long time, stretched out their arms, their pale, withered faces filled with hunger. They opened their blood-red mouths, howling and grabbing at the large iron gate, making it teeter on the verge of collapse. Xiaoyang, let's finish this quickly. Han Qingxia glanced at the zombies that had been blocked, then turned and headed straight for the research building. There was no need to kill these zombies, because there were simply too many to kill. A continuous stream of zombies was closing in behind them. She just needed to take advantage of the brief delay caused by the large iron gate to move everything out of the research building. Han Qingxia headed straight for the research building. Before her was a keypad access control that required a card or password. Han Qingxia entered a string of numbers. With a beep, the door opened. She and Su Xiaoyang rushed inside at full speed. Fantastically, all the information Professor Wang had given her was incredibly accurate and effective. He told her the office building had 6 floors. Floors 1 through 4 housed research labs with various instruments, while floors 5 and 6 contained offices and archives. He gave her the passwords for all the rooms. Furthermore, besides a security guard, there should be no more than 3 other people working overtime in the building. Those 3 were all in room 103 on the first floor, working on data. He assured her that no one would be in the other rooms. Upon rushing inside, Han Qingxia indeed only found 3 wandering zombies in room 103. The other rooms were completely empty. This wasn't like that time she went to retrieve something with Wang Mengwei, where they were completely tricked. This was how a reliable operation should be. She could pinpoint exactly how many people were in each room. Every action, every step, was planned with meticulous precision, down to the minute and second for each step and the total completion time. Han Qingxia's initial plan was to complete the task in no more than half an hour, because that large iron gate could only hold out for half an hour at most. Although, based on her actual progress, if things went smoothly enough, 10 minutes would be enough. She had Su Xiaoyang deal with the zombies in room 103 and then help her open the doors to every other room with passwords, while she went from room to room collecting supplies. All the equipment, tables, chairs, even the trash cans from their research institute, Han Qingxia packed them all up and took them. Su Xiaoyang had initially thought this move would take at least several hours and had made ample preparations, expecting to help carry things up and down the stairs. However, after he opened all the doors on the first floor, he discovered that Han Qingxia had already emptied the place behind him. Han Qingxia, having emptied a room of supplies right in front of him, lazily looked at him and said, "I recently awakened it. From now on, I'll handle the supplies myself." There was no need to hide the spatial system from Su Xiaoyang anymore. The Qin coincidence was caused by her keeping it a secret from the spatial system, which led Su Xiaoyang to lower his guard and cause her to lose a batch of supplies that Su Xiaoyang had collected. For her trusted subordinate, Han Qingxia decided to tell him about her spatial ability. This would save them from feeling awkward every time they went out to collect supplies. When Su Xiaoyang heard Han Qingxia tell him about her spatial ability, he was both shocked and moved. Shocked because Han Qingxia was a dual elemental ability user. Water and spatial abilities. Dual elemental. His boss was incredibly awesome. And moved because she told him about such a private ability as spatial ability. This was definitely trust in him. Completely, without reservation. A warm feeling washed over Su Xiaoyang. He had to protect Han Qingxia's trust. After the initial shock, he said, "Boss, I promise I'll keep this a secret." "I'm not worried about you not keeping it a secret. You're my man. Who else would you tell? Go, open the door for me." Su Xiaoyang. Hearing Han Qingxia's unwavering declaration that he was hers, Su Xiaoyang's certainty surged once more. She trusted him so much, so he would never betray her. Su Xiaoyang's loyalty to Han Qingxia unconsciously rose again, almost reaching the highest level. He watched Han Qingxia finish collecting the supplies in a flash and nodded earnestly. Yes, he immediately rushed to open the door for Han Qingxia and also gathered all the supplies that could be grouped together so that Han Qingxia could take them all at once. Han Qingxia hadn't expected that telling Su Xiaoyang about her spatial ability would increase his loyalty. People are truly different. Some are born loyal dogs. As long as you treat them well, they will repay you wholeheartedly, while others are ungrateful wretches who can never be tamed. While collecting the supplies, Han Qingxia suddenly thought of that bastard Qin Ke. That bastard, she hoped he wouldn't fall into her hands. In less than 10 minutes, with her and Su Xiaoyang's full cooperation, she successfully collected all the supplies from the entire research building. "Boss, all the supplies are gone," Su Xiaoyang said. "Okay, let's go." Just as they were about to leave after perfectly concluding the operation, Han Qingxia suddenly heard cries for help. "Help us! Help us!" A flashlight beam shone from the opposite door. Han Qingxia, on the 6th floor, saw a group of people gathered around a glass window on the opposite floor, pleading for help. Large red SOS and help were painted on the large glass window. The group of people in white lab coats opened the window and waved at them with all their might. Their cries had already attracted a horde of zombies downstairs. The zombies howled and swarmed in from all directions. Suddenly, Han Qingxia saw a familiar face inside. Qin Ke. Among the crowd of people calling for help in the building across the street, a man in a black casual trench coat stood behind them. He looked at Han Qingxia in the opposite building, waved to her, and flashed a huge smile. Han Qingxia could feel the heartache even through the glass. Smiling. "Screw him. Just you wait. You guys grab him. I'll save you." She shouted loudly across the street, and immediately, everyone's eyes fell on Qin Ke. Half a minute later, Han Qingxia saw Qin Ke, his hands bound, pressed against the glass window. The strongest man on the other side said, "Friends, we've caught him. He can't escape. How are you going to save us?" There are a lot of zombies in this building, Han Qingxia realized. Whether outside or inside the building, their building was teeming with zombies. Even the windows of the floors above and below were covered in zombies. Rushing in from below and then to the 6th floor is definitely out of the question. It's too far. So, the only option is... Han Qingxia then thought of the zip line. She had spent a small amount of money yesterday to buy a useful but large item. Han Qingxia took the zip line out of her spatial storage, giving one end to Su Xiaoyang to secure himself there and looking at the other end towards the window on the 6th floor opposite. "Spread out." "Okay." The people on the other side all spontaneously dispersed upon hearing her voice. At that moment, bang! The other end of the zip line was accurately thrown into the glass window on the other side. Everyone inside was overjoyed to see the zipline brought over. They were saved. They were all saved. Secure the other end. Hold on tight too. I'm going over there first. Han Qingxia fastened the zipline buckle around her waist, her eyes fixed on the guy in the black trench coat. This was a group of researchers trapped in an office building. They had been trapped for almost half a year. Fortunately, high-end buildings like theirs had numerous vending machines, company break rooms, and convenience stores at the base of the building. They had supplies. But unfortunately, these supplies were far from enough to last them for the next few months. After the zombie virus outbreak, they were trapped in the building, pooling all the supplies they could find. Everyone tightened their belts and ate sparingly, and their food supplies ran out a week ago. If they didn't encounter rescuers soon, they would starve to death in a few days. Whoosh! A nimble black figure glided over on the high-altitude cable car. When she landed, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Rescue has arrived. They've finally received their rescue. Han Qingxia, as nimble as a cat, glided across from the opposite side, bracing her feet against the window frame. One hand gripped the zipline, the other reached for the window frame. Immediately, 4 or 5 hands reached out towards her. The people inside excitedly pulled her in. After Han Qingxia landed on the window frame, she heard loud thuds. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. There are zombies outside, the strongest middle-aged man in the group said to Han Qingxia, pointing to their office door, which was blocked by sofas and cabinets. Through the frosted glass, they could see numerous dark figures. Countless zombies were pressed against the glass, violently pounding on their door. Were you all trapped in this small room the whole time? No, there weren't any zombies on this floor originally. We attracted them all here last time to save him. The man pointed to Qin Ke, whose hands were bound. Han Qingxia. This is quite a lot of information. She looked at Qin Ke, who was sitting in the corner with his hands tied. No wonder he's Qin Ke. Wherever he goes, he causes trouble. Don't just talk about the bad things. Didn't I bring you supplies? The troublemaker Qin Ke, completely oblivious to his own problems, said with a grin. His words, however, angered even more people inside. If you weren't trying to seduce Lin Shuang, would you have offered yourself up? The woman called Lin Shuang was a young woman in her early 20s. Long-term hunger and malnutrition had made her pale and thin. Her unwashed hair was a messy tangle, but her face was still clean, and it was clear she was a very beautiful woman. Lin Shuang stood in the crowd, head bowed, glancing at Qin Ke every now and then, her eyes revealing complex emotions. Han Qingxia, overhearing their conversation, sighed again. She hadn't misjudged Qin Ke. This guy, a gambler, womanizer, and womanizer did it all. Wherever he went, he caused trouble. Wherever he went, his lowbrow tastes followed. There was no need to have any high expectations of him. You guys hurry up and go ahead. I'll handle him. Han Qingxia unlocked the clasp, handing 2 more clasps to the others at once, allowing only 2 people to pass at a time. She then strode towards Qin Ke. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Ke in the corner. The beautiful woman reached him, loosened her fist, and without a word, offered Qin Ke a warm greeting. A complete muscle-relaxing treatment. From top to bottom, it was all done. The group watching was dumbfounded. Some of them were biologists or anthropologists. Just one glance at the areas Han Qingxia was targeting made their own anuses tighten.
Damn.
All the most painful, but not fatally so parts of the body. Every strike avoided vital organs, giving the opponent only the purest pain experience. Precise and extremely insidious. This guy must have some blood feud with her, even if it wasn't the murder of his father, or at least some kind of grudge over having his wife stolen. His husband stolen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten like this. Hurry up and go, Han Qingxia said to the people behind her while beating Qin Ke. Hearing Han Qingxia's words, the group rushed to line up to put on their sliding harnesses and leave. They were initially a little scared about sliding down from the 6th floor. But seeing Han Qingxia take action, these people no longer found the zombies below and the 6-story height so terrifying. One by one, They harnessed their safety buckles with renewed strength and slid and crawled across. Meanwhile, after unleashing a barrage of fatherly greetings at Qingke, Han Qingxia grabbed his collar. Run. You think you're so fast. Qingke, hearing her words, chuckled with his head down. Despite the beating he'd received, he actually seemed quite happy. Laugh my ass. Just then, bang! The door to their room was smashed open, the cabinets and sofas blocking the entrance all shifting back an inch. Countless pale, withered zombie hands reached in through the crack in the door. Sharp claws clawed and scratched at everything around them. And at this moment, two people were still not across. Han Qingxia immediately rushed to the door, kicked a cabinet, and held back the zombies rushing in. Hurry up and get over there. Just then, Su Xiaoyang forcefully pushed the safety harness across the zipline. The remaining two immediately fastened the harnesses, climbed onto the high window, and began scrambling down the zipline across the street. Han Qingxia braced herself against the cabinet, firmly holding the door shut, and tightly gripped Qingke with one hand. She retrieved a nylon rope from her spatial storage and bound Qingke tightly, tying the other end of the rope around her own waist. Qingke, seeing this, said, "Beautiful captain, you really want me that much?" Bang! Han Qingxia, who had taken the time to tie him up, threw a punch. This added another dark circle to his handsome face, his only beautiful eye. Listen up, from today onwards, you're not allowed to leave my sight for even a meter. Qingke chuckled upon hearing this. Beautiful captain, what about when I shower or go to the toilet? Shower in front of me. In front of me. Qingke. He stared at Han Qingxia, then burst into even louder laughter. He moved closer to her. Then, beautiful captain, you'll have to shower or go to the toilet in front of me too. Bang! Han Qingxia punched him again. She also gave his other zombie eye, which was covered by an eye patch, an even heavier eye makeup. Anyway, if you dare to run again, Han Qingxia squatted down, pinched his ankle, and cracked it. Ouch! Qingke gasped, both his ankles dislocated. Instantly, his legs gave way, and he slumped to the ground. Han Qingxia caught him steadily, grabbing him by the collar and said fiercely, "Next time, it won't be a warning like that. I'll definitely break your legs." Qingke, his ankles throbbing with pain, looked at Han Qingxia. His handsome, pale face held a smile as fiery as the summer sun. He leaned weakly against her. "So, the beautiful captain can't live without me, huh?" Bang! Crash! Just then, a zombie smashed open the round glass pane of the large wooden door. Shards of glass flew everywhere, and a zombie's head emerged from the glass window. Its forehead was a bloody mess, countless tiny shards of glass embedded in its face, but it felt no pain, only boundless excitement. Han Qingxia hoisted Qingke onto her back, dodging the flying glass shards. As she dodged, the door, now weakened, was immediately pushed open by the surging horde of zombies outside. A small, thin zombie had already squeezed most of its body through the crack in the door. Han Qingxia decisively drew her sword. The cold light of her tang sword flashed, cleaving through all the zombies that had squeezed through the gap. Bang! She slammed her foot heavily against the cabinet, slamming the door shut again. Just then, a zombie, its head poked out of the glass window, scrambled in at full speed. Sharp shards of glass, remaining on the window frame, slashed its way down its head, neck, and chest. Dark red pus and blood trickled down the wooden window frame. Its mouth was wide open, its yellowish-black teeth trembling with excitement as it howled and opened and closed its jaws at the person inside. Its grayish-white, murky eyes were fixed on the person inside. Compared to Sadako, the visual impact of this was almost artistic. Seeing the zombie desperately rushing in, Han Qingxia swung her sword horizontally. Just then, she felt a tremor all around her. Captain Beauty should know that the partitions in office buildings are mostly made of plasterboard. Qingke's voice reached her ears. As Qingke's voice fell, boom, the plasterboard cracked from all sides. The walls on both sides of the door were smashed open with a deafening roar. Countless zombies burst through the walls. Seeing the endless, dense horde of zombies, Han Qingxia gave up trying to hold onto the useless door any longer. She turned to look at the window. The two people there had only climbed 2/3 of the way. Hurry up! Han Qingxia, carrying Qin Ku on her back, swung her tang sword and launched herself forward. Halfway up, the person in front slipped and plummeted downwards. Luckily, there was a safety harness. She frantically waved her hands and struggled in midair, looking down to see a dense horde of zombies below. Instantly, her limbs gave way, and prolonged malnutrition left her stuck in midair, unable to move forward or backward. Across the way, Su Xiaoyang, from a distance of several meters, vaguely saw the zombies breaching the opposite room. Seeing the person stuck in midair, he desperately jumped onto the rope. He had no safety gear, gripping the rope tightly with both hands and plummeted downwards, causing the rope to drop to a low point. Two men, each wearing safety harnesses, immediately slid towards him. Bang! The metal safety harness of the zipline slammed heavily against Su Xiaoyang's hands. His usually expressionless face showed no emotion, only urgency. His boss was on the other side. Unlock the harness, step on me, and climb up. Su Xiaoyang stretched out his hand, and with the last bit of distance, he gripped the rope with one hand and the window frame with the other, speaking to the approaching men. It was a young girl. Hearing Su Xiaoyang's words, she looked at him with panic. Hurry! Su Xiaoyang growled in a low voice. The girl, regaining some composure from her initial panic, immediately grabbed Su Xiaoyang, hugged him, and then released her restraints. Su Xiaoyang then knelt and pushed her to window height. The others at the window immediately reached out to help. The girl, holding their hands and stepping on Su Xiaoyang's shoulders and arms, successfully entered. The second person did the same. After getting both of them inside, Su Xiaoyang gripped the window frame with one hand and used the other to push the two safety harnesses across. Boss, you can come over now. Han Qingxia, who was fighting on the other side, heard Su Xiaoyang's voice and immediately rushed to the window. Both safety harnesses were pushed across at the same time. Both were unnecessary. One was enough, because Qin Ke was strapped to Han Qingxia's back. She sheathed her knife, grabbed the safety harness with one hand, and gathered a large ball of water with the other. Bang! A massive spray of water erupted, instantly repelling the surging zombies. Qin Ke's eyes lit up at the sight. Captain Beauty, you're dual elemental. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, his head slammed into a zombie that had charged out from the side. Han Qingxia nimbly spun around, carrying him on her back, using him to knock the zombie away. Like a tool, Qin Ke, who had been hit, gasped. Was that intentional or unintentional? Of course, it was intentional. After all, under her psychic control, she knew the exact location of every zombie in the office. There wouldn't be any that escaped. Han Qingxia chuckled. In the meantime, she had already refastened the safety harness around her waist, hoisted Qin Ke onto her back, and jumped onto the windowsill. At this point, the zombies behind them weren't really a concern, because she had Qin Ke, an immune-to-zombie human shield, behind her. She gripped Qin Ke tightly, pushed off the windowsill with both legs, and slid rapidly towards the building opposite. Behind her, countless zombies, like a burst dam, chased after them, flying out of the windows. However, what awaited them was a 6-story-high abyss. After leaping, they crashed and splattered from the 6th-floor windows like a zombie rain. The scene was spectacular, like watching a Western zombie blockbuster. The zombies roared, their mouths agape. Some had their bellies ripped out, some had their legs gnawed down to bones, some had their heads tilted, some dragged half their bodies. All zombies had only one target: the people sliding ahead. However, they couldn't grab them at all, only watching them slide further and further away. Having slid halfway, with Qin Ke on her back, Han Qingxia's momentum gradually wore off. Since it was 6 floors to 6, she slid halfway, and then crawled the other half. She carried Qin Ke upside down on the zipline, using both hands and feet to climb towards the other side. If she could ignore the noisy voice behind her, she probably could have climbed faster.
Captain.
Beauty, tell me the truth. Are you in love with me?
Get lost.
Then why did you risk your life to bring me away? For your mother, Qingxia. He looked up at the clear blue sky above, his only human eye full of laughter. Then tell me, what exactly do you want from me? What is it about me that makes you so attached? Shut up. Tell me, and maybe I'll agree. Han Qingxia, who was climbing, suddenly felt moved to tears upon hearing this. I want your loyalty. From now on, please be loyal to me. Qingxia was slightly taken aback when he heard her say this, then leaned close to her ear and whispered, I know a 5-star hotel nearby. The beds are really comfortable. Let's go there and have a proper talk about loyalty. Han Qingxia. If she had even one more hand, she'd beat the guy strapped to her back 365 times. From the surface to the mantle. God, Lord, why did she even acknowledge him? Why did she even acknowledge him? Just then, the steel cable behind her suddenly plummeted downwards. Han Qingxia, carrying Qingxia on her back and crawling along the cable on all fours, glanced back and saw a zombie bridge formed on the cable behind her. A steady stream of zombies poured out of the windows. Most of them fell from the 6th floor, but a few managed to grab onto the cable. A petite, wiry female zombie, clinging to the corpse of her companion, crawled rapidly towards Han Qingxia like a spider. It crawled incredibly fast, reaching the first one in the blink of an eye. With no more corpses of its companions in front of it, it lunged forward, its emaciated body dangling from the steel cable. It tried to continue crawling, but its body was stomped down heavily, the pursuing zombies trampling over it as they continued to crawl forward. This unfortunate zombie's neck was forcefully crushed diagonally, digging directly into the thin, straight steel cable. The taut cable, like a steel knife, sliced through its flesh and fascia, grinding and rubbing violently against its spine. And so, one after another, these zombies, trampling over the zombie bridge formed by the bodies of their companions, howled and crawled after Han Qingxia like a sugar-coated stick attracting ants. Seeing this, Han Qingxia no longer cared about arguing with Qingxia. Using both hands and feet, she quickened her pace and climbed towards the other side. Just as she was climbing at full speed, Qingxia's leisurely voice came from behind her. Captain Beauty, your rope looks pretty sturdy. Nonsense. You should pray it's sturdy if it's not. But is the connection sturdy? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Qingxia felt a tremor from the zip line, and then she felt the strength being drained from her hands. She plummeted from the 6th floor like a rootless duckweed. On the opposite building, the end of the zip line, crushed by a swarm of zombies, had collapsed. The fixed end was made of flimsy plasterboard, which couldn't possibly support the weight of dozens of people. With so many zombies on top, the zip line didn't break, but the plasterboard snapped. Han Qingxia, free falling from the sky. She just wanted to curse. Is Qingxia some kind of jinx? She continued her fall, the horde of zombies at her tail crashing down like dumplings in a rain. A fall from 6 stories takes only a little over 2 seconds. The speed of the fall would increase. Han Qingxia reacted in a fraction of a second, her hands gripping the steel cable, quickly wrapping around it several times. The cable was pulled away rapidly. Sizzle, the intense friction sent sparks flying from her palms. Even through her protective gloves, she could feel a piercing, burning sensation. But she couldn't let go. She absolutely couldn't let go. She plummeted. 5th floor, 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. Finally, halfway down the 1st floor, Han Qingxia stopped. Her hands were tightly bound by steel cables, her entire body suspended in midair like a spider that had exhausted its web. At this moment, her feet were dangling in the air, Qingxia was on her back, and a horde of howling zombies lay below. These zombies were no more than 30 centimeters away from her. The ravenous zombies opened their mouths towards her. The greater danger wasn't below, but above. Zombies from the 6th floor were still jumping off in droves. As Han Qingxia steadied herself, a zombie leaping from the 6th floor lunged straight at her. There was no way out, no matter which way you looked. Just then, with her hands bound and hanging in midair, Han Qingxia was shoved against the wall and embraced. The zombie that pounced on her, its long claws slicing open Qingke's arm, splattering blood onto Han Qingxia's face. Qingke lowered his head, his chin resting on the top of Han Qingxia's head. He was much taller than her, protecting her completely in his arms. Pressed tightly against the wall, Han Qingxia felt a heart pounding violently behind her. Whoa, the zombies at her feet struggled to grab Han Qingxia. 30 centimeters, not very high. Some zombies had even scratched the soles of Han Qingxia's shoes. Just then, Han Qingxia was lifted up. 6 floors directly above, Su Xiaoyang, with most of his body leaning out of the window, veins bulging on his forehead, gripped the steel cable with all his might, lifting Han Qingxia 10 centimeters upwards.
Boss.
He was going to pull Han Qingxia up. But then, whoosh. The zombies beneath Han Qingxia's feet surged. The zombies still dangling from the end of the steel cable were also pulled upwards. At this moment, the zombie horde below became even more intense. They climbed upwards, stepping on the bodies of the other zombies. It was only a 40-centimeter distance. They could easily grab Han Qingxia. Xiaoyang, stop pulling. Quickly assessing the situation below, Han Qingxia immediately leaned out of Qingke's arms and shouted, "Go get the car." First, Su Xiaoyang simply couldn't pull her and Qingke to the 6th floor. Secondly, there simply wasn't enough time to pull them up. "Hurry up and drive over." Upon hearing her words, Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a half-second on his grave face. He gritted his teeth and pulled hard, lifting Han Qingxia another 5 centimeters. Then, he quickly secured one end of the rope to the concrete wall and immediately rushed down to get the car. "Boss, you have to wait for me." With no one pulling her up anymore, Han Qingxia was dangling against the wall in midair, with howling zombies below her and more occasionally dropping from the sky. At this moment, she heard a voice in her ear. "Are you happy, Han Qingxia?" "Happy my ass. I'm quite happy." Qingke's lazy, bubbly voice cracked above her head. "Don't you think it's fun, Han Qingxia?" "Before the apocalypse, I always felt there was no fun. Now that the apocalypse has come, finally some fun has arrived." Hearing such inhuman, madman-like rhetoric, Han Qingxia took a deep breath and could only think of a piece of inspirational advice for him. "Young man, the world may kiss you with pain, but you should respond with a smile. Let go of hatred, embrace the good, and remember that this world still has many joys." Qingke. What did you do before? Were you a kindergarten teacher? If it weren't for the apocalypse, and if my mother hadn't died, I really would have applied to a teacher's college to become a teacher. She wanted me to be a teacher the most, and then marry a local civil servant, so I could live a peaceful life in City A. Qingke lowered his head and laughed. "My dad told me before he passed away that I should try to become a civil servant." Han Qingxia. Just then, she heard the roar of armored vehicles. Su Xiaoyang had arrived. The rumble of a car horn grew louder as it approached. Hearing the sound, Han Qingxia's heart, which had been pounding, finally calmed down. The endless stream of zombies climbing upwards below seemed insignificant now. She'd be rescued in a matter of seconds. Just then, she heard a voice beside her. "Captain Beauty, I haven't slept with that Lin Shuang, Han Qingxia. Would you like to book a room with me?" "Get the hell out of here." Han Qingxia elbowed him in the stomach. However, to her surprise, there was nothing behind her. The rope binding her waist loosened, and she was released from the embrace that had been pressing against the wall. She turned her head and saw Qingke falling towards the horde of zombies below. Han Qingxia saw this. Qingke crashed into the horde of climbing, tearing zombies. The zombies were completely unmoved, instead becoming his human cushion, a large number of them being knocked down. He crawled out of the zombie horde, rubbed his ankle, and snapped his joint back into place. He waved at Han Qingxia. "Captain Beauty, if you catch me next time, I'll go back with you." Han Qingxia! Exclamation point. Boom! Just then, a rampaging armored vehicle sped from the corner of the building, crushing through the zombies in its path until it reached Han Qingxia. "Boss!" Su Xiaoyang parked the vehicle precisely where Han Qingxia was, raising the ladder just wide enough for her. Han Qingxia finally had a foothold. The steel cable binding her hands was quickly released. Without thinking of anything else, she immediately searched for Qin Ke in the zombie horde. However, he had already vanished into the vast zombie horde.
Boss.
We have to get out of here. Su Xiaoyang's voice came from inside the armored vehicle below, as countless zombies scrambled towards it. Whoa, 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 thump. Zombies swooped down from above like bats, pouncing on Han Qingxia, who was standing on the car roof. Bang! Han Qingxia kicked the zombie away, then drew her knife and cleared away the zombies climbing onto the car to block its start. Go! With Han Qingxia's help, Su Xiaoyang started the armored vehicle and charged out from the endless stream of zombies from the two buildings. However, there were even more zombies outside. Zombies from the nearby residential area of the science park heard the noise and all converged on the side. A horde of zombies was rushing in from all directions. At this point, simply crushing them with the armored vehicle wouldn't work. There were too many zombies. So many that if a path wasn't cleared, the armored vehicle would be swallowed up. Seeing the dense swarm of zombies ahead, Han Qingxia on the car roof decisively put away her knife, and an AK appeared in her hand. She stood on the roof of the vehicle, firing at any zombies that approached the armored vehicle. Rat-a-tat-tat. 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 Even at full firepower, it wasn't enough. At this moment, Han Qingxia picked up the RPG-7. RPGs shouldn't be used lightly, because the sound is too loud. One rocket would attract zombies from half the city. Han Qingxia only uses it at the most crucial moments.
Right now.
The most crucial moment. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed up from the road in front of Han Qingxia, a vacuum created by the blast that had blasted open the dense horde of zombies. Su Xiaoyang floored the accelerator, speeding forward. Han Qingxia knelt on one knee on the roof of the car, an RPG in one hand and an AK in the other. Her psychic abilities were fully activated, a powerful surge of energy enveloping the entire area. She was multitasking, using the RPG to clear a path ahead while simultaneously watching her left, right, and rear. If a zombie leaped into her safe zone, she'd fire an AK. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! Han Qingxia had perfectly controlled the situation from the rooftop. The people rescued from inside the car, seeing the endless stream of zombies rushing towards them but unable to get into their vehicle, and hearing the deafening roar ahead, felt a chill run down their spines. If the car suffered even the slightest damage, or if their firepower weakened even slightly, they would be immediately surrounded by the zombie horde. The zombies in this area have all surged out. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the woman on the roof of the vehicle. She's incredibly strong. Boom! A few minutes later, the armored vehicle entered the road they had come from. Finally, after a trail of smoke cleared, the number of zombies on the road ahead decreased. The zombies in the city were mainly chasing the armored vehicle. Han Qingxia remained kneeling on the roof. Looking at the large horde of zombies that had emerged, she fired one last rocket. Boom! Dust billowed behind them. This rocket had wiped out at least several hundred zombies. The armored vehicle continued at full speed, and the pursuing zombies gradually lost their target and scattered. After only a few dozen zombies remained around the armored vehicle, Han Qingxia put away her RPG and finished them off with her AK. At this moment, another zombie appeared before them, wearing a baseball cap, a t-shirt, and ripped jeans. Sensing the familiar scent, this zombie persistently stood up and stood in the middle of the road, waiting for them. Its body was clearly more uncoordinated than before. One knee was completely bent backward, and its hip was tilted as it limped towards them. Bang! The armored vehicle rammed it again, sending it flying, and they officially left the city. The armored vehicle drove directly into the residential area of the summer base. The door opened, and Lin Shuang and the others got out first. They all looked at the small survivor settlement before them with utter astonishment. It was filled with vegetables and livestock. "This is my base. Would you like to join my base?" Han Qingxia asked as she got out. She finally had time to properly observe these people. There were 5 men and 3 women in total. Only one of them was a strength-type mutant, the man who had first pulled her in and had been begging them for help. However, it was clear that his strength attribute wasn't very strong. He probably hadn't had enough to eat after the apocalypse, resulting in a slow increase in strength. The others were all ordinary people. Hearing Han Qingxia's words, the group exchanged glances, finally all looking at the strength-type ability user. Zhao Pi looked at Han Qingxia. Is this K1 base? We're not K1 base. We're the amazing Midsummer base. Wang Yinduo had seen Han Qingxia arrive early and stood affectionately beside her, speaking sweetly. Han Qingxia pinched her cheek upon hearing this. Well said. But we heard about K1 base on the radio. K1 base is great, said a young girl among them. Little girl, don't go to K1 base. It's terrible there. At this moment, Professor Wang and his group arrived, and the cafeteria lady, who had luckily escaped with Professor Wang's help, quickly explained to her. It's far inferior to our Midsummer base, but we heard on the radio that it's the largest survivor base in City A, and there's an army there. Young lady, it is indeed very big, but it's really not good, the older woman said earnestly. You're really lucky to have come to our summer base. Don't jump into a fire pit. Han Qingxia waved her hand. No need to say anything. You can choose freely. If you join my base, you have to participate in production every day. What kind of work do you have here? We used to be office clerks, the girl continued to ask. We have to farm, raise pigs, raise chickens, catch insects, build houses, and so on. You can do anything, but you have to work. I have to too. I have to help my parents water the vegetables and feed the pigs every day. Otherwise, we won't have anything to eat. Wang Yinduo said. Her words immediately made the young girl's face change.
What?
Children have to work. No work, no food. Han Qingxia, looking at the girl's expression, didn't bother arguing with this hothouse flower. I'll give you 10 seconds. Those who want to stay, those who don't, get out of here. I want to. The mutant, after 3 seconds of consideration, was the first to agree. It's been almost half a year since the apocalypse. Although they've been trapped in the office and don't know what's outside, he's not stupid. There are zombies everywhere outside. It's impossible for things to return to what they were before. If they could, they would have already, instead of the base constantly broadcasting messages on the radio. The era of the base is inevitable. Besides, this base looks good. Everything is in production, and the leader is the one who saved them. Very powerful. These conditions are enough. He doesn't need to gamble on the legendary K1 base. He decisively chose to stay. His words inspired his friends. I wanted to, including the pretty girl named Lin Shuang. All 4 boys and 1 girl agreed. They must be from the same company, all involved in research. The remaining 3 people were from the same company. I'm willing to. At this moment, another soft, sweet female voice agreed. Jinjin, aren't you coming to the K1 base with us? I'll stay here, the girl named Jinjin said firmly. They saved my life. I'm willing to go with them. Han Qingxia glanced at the girl a few more times. She vaguely remembered her. This was the girl who had been stuck in midair during the last group to go. Of the 8 people present, 6 stayed. The girl who had insisted on going to the K1 base pulled a boy along, determined to leave. Han Qingxia naturally let them go without a word. Let's go to K1 base. K1 base is much bigger than this one. This place is just SO. K1 base is definitely better. That makes sense. Besides, we're forced to farm and raise pigs here. Is that even human work? I'm a clerk. All I can do is type and write reports. K1 base is where we're truly suited for people like us. Professor Wang and the others felt a headache coming on when they heard their words. Where did this naivety come from? How dare they even think that? She really wanted to break those 2 naive kids' legs and force them to stay. Of course, the friendly and enthusiastic Han Qingxia wouldn't be as bad as Professor Wang and his group. She very kindly and warmly gave them a map to the K1 base, pointing out which road had the fewest zombies, urging them to reach their paradise as soon as possible. Han Qingxia was genuinely eager for them to get there right now. This move earned Han Qingxia a huge boost in popularity. Everyone thought their lord was incredibly generous. After the 2 left, a notification sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding, 6 residents added. Ding, 600 reward points. Ding, special resident attribute reward. Increased strength. Ding, 10% loyalty reward, current loyalty 70. Han Qingxia felt her power become more solid. These few who stayed not only provided Han Qingxia with a strength-based ability, but also many other additional attributes. Lin Shuang, Zhao Piyu, and the others were all employees of the pharmaceutical company, 3 of whom were medical graduates, directly filling the gap in her lack of medical personnel. Han Qingxia was very satisfied with the group she had taken in. She had Wang Yumin show them around the Qingxia base to familiarize them with life. Meanwhile, she went to find Professor Wang. Come on, Eve brought everything back for you. Professor Wang. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia returned with all the supplies from Professor Wang's research institute. Professor Wang and the others were overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing their institute supplies. They had never seen their own equipment and research again in their lifetime. They had long thought they would never touch their field again.
Han
Qingxia had not only given them a livelihood, but also dignity and a lifelong pursuit. Everyone was moved to tears. Han Qingxia had not only brought computer equipment, but also many raw materials they had previously stockpiled. This was just enough for them to set up the polymer greenhouse. Miss, we will get the polymer greenhouse up and running for you as soon as possible. Yes, as soon as possible. A cold front was approaching. 3 days passed in a flash. K1 base. After 2 days of trekking and 1 day of closed-door checks, a couple finally reached the front of the line. They were finally going to enter their K1 base. We're finally going to enter K1 base. K1 base is so crowded, so well-organized. Look, there are real soldiers. It's much more organized than that summer base. The young couple was extremely excited. Just then, a man in a gray shirt and glasses behind them asked, "What's this summer base you're talking about? I've never heard of it." The girl turned to the man who had let them cut in line and was the only one who had been friendly and welcoming to them. Summer base is the base we came from before. The people there rescued us from the city. Many of our companions stayed there, but we wanted to come to K1 base because it's very small and there's a lot of work to do there. Oh, the bespectacled man nodded. What kind of work? They make us farm. They make us raise pigs. Lots of pigs. And we have to feed them. Even very young children have to work. If we don't work, we don't get to eat. As she finished speaking, the bespectacled man in the gray shirt looked at her with disbelief. You think that place is too outrageous and terrifying too? After his initial shock, the man in the gray shirt stared blankly at her. You're talking about paradise? Girl. At that moment, they passed through the security gate, and after the final X-ray check, they finally saw the legendary K1 base. A vast, densely packed shantytown stretched before them. Black, red, blue, and white plastic tarpaulins were haphazardly mixed together, some patched together from tattered clothes. Many residents, disheveled and unkempt, sat on the ground. A clanging sound came from nearby. Looking towards the source, they saw a large group of men laboriously building a defensive wall, carrying sand and sheet metal. The crowded streets before them were filled with idlers, all of them highly tense, their haggard faces a stark contrast to those they had seen at the summer base. The young couple were utterly dumbfounded by what they saw. This was the legendary K1 base? They had imagined the largest K1 base to be incredibly powerful, not quite a high-tech human settlement like those bunkers in science fiction movies, but at least comparable to a pre-apocalyptic city. At the very least, it should be stronger than that unheard-of summer base. In the height of summer, everyone at the K1 base lived in the villa area. As far as the eye could see, there was farmland, fields full of vegetables, and every household raised pigs. Isn't that the bare minimum? You're assigned to the West District. There's a shanty there that was just vacated a few days ago. Go there and stay. The staff member who had registered their information tossed them a number tag. The girl took the number tag. Is that all we get? What else? The staff member looked up at her. You have no supplies at all. What do you want? Joining the base required paying half the resources. If you paid enough, K1 base would assign you a relatively better room and record some points, which could be exchanged for food and other necessities at the base canteen. This was definitely the most benevolent and lowest barrier base out there. K1 base unconditionally accepted all survivors who fled there, even if they had nothing and couldn't do anything after joining. K1 base would provide them with safety, shelter, and the most basic food guarantee. You know, bases like Hope Base don't accept people who are completely useless. The staff member looked at this person who had nothing but was asking for things, clearly annoyed. If you want something else, you'll have to work at the base. There are 2 kinds of jobs, construction and scavenging for supplies. Each one earns points. Once you accumulate enough points, you can apply to change your residential area. The girl's face changed drastically upon hearing this.
What?
We have to participate in construction and scavenging for supplies. What else do you want to do? The staff member glanced at her form. You don't have any professional skills. If you were a doctor or nurse, we could assign you to the medical team. But we're clerks. I can type. I can do copywriting. Before the apocalypse, I was an employee of a big company. You definitely need people like us. As soon as she finished speaking, a large group of people around burst into laughter. You were an employee of a big company before the apocalypse? I was a senior executive at a Fortune 500 company before the apocalypse, said a middle-aged man carrying bricks. I owned a company before the apocalypse. I had 10 houses before the apocalypse, but was that useful? Ha 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 ha. The young couple, recently rescued from the city, finally faced their first beating since the apocalypse. It was truly their fault. They were all kind-hearted people trapped together, and the company provided a relatively plentiful food supply, making them completely oblivious to the cruelty of the outside world. I just told you your summer base was paradise. No base can resume production now, let alone raise livestock. It's only possible to operate if there's so much food that even humans would have left over. Tell me, how could you leave such a good base and come here? The young couple. They finally belatedly realized they'd missed out on millions. How could they have left the paradise of summer base and trekked all that way to this barren K1 base? They'd chosen so carefully, endured so much hardship, and ended up with the worst possible place. So bad that they wanted to slap themselves right then and there. They had a tremendous opportunity, an incredible stroke of luck, but they didn't cherish it. Only after it was gone did they realize how foolish they'd been. Of course, there were others at home cursing themselves for being stupid. Mom, Brother Daming, and the others just messaged me again. They had meet again today. He also told me that their lord brought back Professor Wang's research equipment, and now his dad and Professor Wang are doing research again, and they have fresh meat every day. Dad, I really want to eat pork too. I want to be with them. They said they have a supermarket there and they sell lollipops. I really want lollipops. Hearing their daughter's words, Kong Jian and his wife felt both regret and a burning pain on their faces. The good life Professor Wang and the others were living now was a slap in the face. They went with Han Qingxia and were living a life they never dared to dream of. Han Qingxia promised they'd have meat every day, and they did. Han Qingxia even managed to bring all the equipment back from a city full of zombies, so they could continue their research. And now, their family still lives in a shanty town, doing hard labor every day. Eating meat? They can't even dream of it. How could they have been so foolish? How could they have missed the opportunity to go to the Qingxia base? Professor Wang had even persuaded them to go with them. How could they have been so stupid and short-sighted? Especially when Kong Jian's wife thought about how she had mocked and ridiculed Han Qingxia back then, her face burned with shame. How could she have been so foolish? The couple couldn't sleep at night, regretting ever having had that opportunity. They were filled with remorse every single day. Everyone at the K1 base was struggling to make ends meet, and the residents of the Qingxia base were also working hard to survive. The greenhouses are being built. Everyone, come and help. We need to get all the greenhouses up and running in the next few days. Han Qingxia arrived at the residential area early in the morning. Professor Wang told her that they had developed the first batch of high-polymer plastic greenhouses. After the greenhouse was built, everyone pitched in. Even Wang Yunduo came out to help set up the scaffolding. Han Qingxia, as the base lord, naturally came to check on things. By noon, a quarter of the farmland had been covered with greenhouses. There are still 7 days left until the end of the month. Can we finish covering them all? Han Qingxia asked, looking at the protected crops. Professor Wang nodded. I guarantee it will be done. Very good, Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, keep up the good work. We'll give everyone a year-end bonus. Hearing Han Qingxia's words, all the residents cheered joyfully. They worked even harder. Currently, Han Qingxia's territory has 46 residents. Apart from Professor Wang and others conducting research, everyone else is involved in production. Production is paramount. In the apocalypse, the reason all bases lack resources is because they can't get production started. Moreover, production must be started from the very beginning. The earlier production is restored, the more stable the base will be. However, in reality, none of the bases can get production started. Firstly, in the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were everywhere, and all the bases were temporary structures, with foundations located in areas protected by barriers far from zombies. This resulted in very little arable land, and with the large influx of survivors in the early stages, they had even less land for production. Especially in the early stages of the apocalypse, they were all fighting off zombies and couldn't spare the time to stop producing. Secondly, the harsh weather struck. Next year, 3 consecutive years of severe weather are on the horizon. Han Qingxia survived 10 years in the post-apocalyptic world in her previous life. Her 10 years of survival experience wasn't just about dealing with zombies, it also meant witnessing 10 years of societal change. She possessed a perspective 10 years longer than anyone else. She could see what others couldn't. The 3 consecutive years of extreme weather prevented all the bases from resuming production, causing everyone to miss the relatively peaceful initial period for resource recovery. By the time they finally caught their breath and could resume large-scale production, they discovered the zombies had all evolved. Large numbers of zombies escaped from the cities, wave after wave of evolved zombies attacking the bases. At this point, they simply didn't have time to resume production. Not to mention, production requires a buffer period. It was impossible to resume production. Therefore, all the bases were constantly facing severe shortages of supplies. Looking at the base she had built, Han Qingxia was determined to take advantage of the relatively peaceful initial period and transform her summer base into an impregnable fortress. She needed a constant supply of resources: chicken, duck, fish, meat, vegetables, and grains. Basic necessities were essential. She also needed the strongest defensive capabilities to withstand all dangers. Even if the zombies fully evolved, she wouldn't be afraid. Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! Long live the Lord! After inspecting her territory and helping them build a few greenhouses, Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter. These past 2 days, she had Su Xiaoyang help the residents with the greenhouses, while she herself went to expand her territory. She expanded this area in the suburbs, where there were few zombies, into her domain. That way, even if a zombie horde appeared, her radar system would detect it immediately and respond accordingly. Xia Tian, congratulations on your fortune. Live a long and healthy life. Let's go. Han Qingxia set off alone with Xia Tian and the 4 dogs. An armored vehicle sped along the road. Han Qingxia continued her previous method of expanding her territory, extending the boundaries of her existing domain. Today, she brought her dogs. She let them run around marking out areas, while she first set up signs in each location. After she had cordoned off the entire uninhabited area along the outskirts of City A, she turned towards the highway. At this point, she saw a highway restaurant ahead. These highway restaurants were usually converted from old residential houses. Most houses built along highways were converted into commercial spaces, though business was never great. The first 2 buildings of this highway restaurant were completely abandoned. But Han Qingxia, who never left empty-handed, would never give up on an area worth exploring. Even if it was a toilet, she would still go in and grab a couple of packs of toilet paper. Han Qingxia led Xia Tian across the street. Halfway across, she heard a loud crash from the other side. The restaurant door opened. A person stumbled out of the room. It was a man wearing a gray shirt and thick glasses, scrambling back. Before him stood an elderly zombie, about 70 or 80 years old, dragging only half its body, howling and gnawing at him. The man only retreated the entire time. Then Han Qingxia heard someone shouting from inside the house. "Why don't you kill it? That zombie is easy to kill." "No, no, no. I can't do it. Are you a piece of trash?" Came a curse from inside, followed by a man carrying a large backpack running out. He looked at his fallen companion with utter disdain. "How could I have chosen such a useless person as a companion? You might as well be dead." He slung his backpack over his shoulder and ran. Just then, another zombie suddenly pounced from the dark room, heading straight for him. In the blink of an eye, Han Qingxia suddenly saw a dazzling flash of light. Then the man who had spoken was tackled to the ground. The man in the gray shirt, brushing past the gap left by the attacking zombie, teleported to him and saved him. Thump! The two landed simultaneously. The zombie behind them also landed at the same time. "Are you alright?" The rescued companion, realizing he'd almost been bitten to death by a zombie, recovered from his initial panic. Looking at the still-moving zombie, his eyes showed no gratitude. He shoved his rescuer forcefully towards the zombie and ran. The man in the gray shirt clearly hadn't expected that saving someone would result in him being pushed into a zombie-snatching position. Caught completely off guard, he fell towards the zombie behind him. Just as he was about to be devoured, woof woof woof. Woof! A large black dog pounced on his head, its paw lashing out at the 70 or 80-year-old zombie, with its teeth nearly gone. Instantly, a splatter of black blood appeared on his face. He heard a thud as the zombie's head fell to the ground. "Hey, are you alright?" Chu-yi, whose eyes were tightly closed, heard this languid female voice and his tightly shut eyelashes fluttered open. Through his heavily prescription glasses, he saw a girl standing in the sunlight. She crossed her arms, looking down at him. He hadn't seen such a fresh, clean, and beautiful girl in the apocalypse for a long time. "Hey, Dad." "I'm not dead." Chu-yi immediately snapped back to reality. He looked behind him and saw that the two elderly zombies were both decapitated. Looking at the two zombie corpses, he quickly turned his head and earnestly thanked Han Qingxia. "Thank you for saving me." Han Qingxia murmured lazily. She recognized him. This was the man who had been making way for others at the entrance of the K1 base. She hadn't expected to run into this extraordinary person here. She saw Chu-yi silently get up from the ground, look around the yard, grab a shovel leaning against the wall, and walk towards the two zombies. Just as Han Qingxia was wondering whether he was going to finish them off or dig for their crystal cores, she saw him walk to the zombie corpses and vigorously dig a hole to cover them. "I'm sorry. May you rest in peace." He was burying them. Han Qingxia stood by, watching as the man, sweating profusely, dug two large pits, meticulously finding every part of the two zombie corpses, piecing them back together and burying them again. "I'm sorry, old folks. I'll definitely come to see you again when I have time." Chu-yi bowed sincerely to them. Han Qingxia. The more she looked at this young man, the more shocked she became. Suddenly, a name from the top 10 Ruthless people list flashed through her mind. Could it be Chu-yi? She stared at the man in the gray shirt. "What's your name?" Chu-yi turned around when he heard Han Qingxia speak, wiped the sweat from his brow, and forced a smile onto his malnourished face. "My benefactor, my name is Chu-yi. Han Qingxia. It really is this guy. In the apocalypse, there are all kinds of people, the most extreme evil, and at the same time, the most extreme good. Chu-yi was an extremely kind person. The only one on the list of the top 10 ruthless individuals who didn't earn his place through killing or ruthlessness. His superpower is teleportation, a variant of spatial abilities. His maximum teleportation distance can reach 5 meters. It's definitely one of the most powerful variant abilities. Escape or assassination are both exceptional skills. However, despite possessing such a powerful ability, Chu-yi has never killed anyone in his life, not even a single zombie. He has only ever saved lives. What made him famous was a zombie siege. Tens of thousands of zombies tore through one of the defensive lines of Chu Yi's base. Before reinforcements arrived, everyone fled towards their underground shelters. Only Chu Yi ran back and forth on the surface, carrying those who couldn't run away, one by one, through the overwhelming zombie horde, rescuing them to the underground shelters. By the time reinforcements arrived, he had already saved over 100 people. Men and women, young and old, soldiers and residents. At that time, he was soaked to the bone, his hands were raw and bleeding from repeatedly climbing the rope pits of the shelter, and his shoulders were covered with bloody welts. After the rescue team held off the zombie horde, he collapsed to the ground, his legs almost useless. Everyone fed him water and food, and it took 3 days to save his life. From then on, his reputation soared. He was later included in the list of the 10 most ruthless people. Everyone called him a ray of light in the apocalypse. His perseverance allowed the dark world to feel the unique brilliance of humanity. Unfortunately, good people often don't get good rewards. In the 9th year of the apocalypse, Chu Yi died from overwork and chronic hunger. Because he was so willing to share his food, even with his special treatment at the K1 base, he never had a full meal. He would give to anyone who needed it more than him. He dedicated his entire life to helping others. When he died, K1 base lowered its flag to half-mast and observed a day of silence in his honor. The next day, K1 base was besieged by zombies again, but sadly, this time, Chu Yi, who had selflessly rushed to save lives, was nowhere to be seen. Some even said that if he had lived just one more day, many more people could have been saved. However, saving a few more people was no longer important, because soon, the entire eastern region's bases would be destroyed. He was like the fading echo of a once glorious civilization. After his demise, humanity faced its darkest hour. His individual strength was powerless to reverse the tide. His death before humanity's extinction was perhaps a good thing, for even in his final moments, he firmly believed that humanity could survive the zombie crisis and return to its former peaceful era. My benefactor, what's your name?
Han Qingxia.
Han Qingxia. Chu Yi repeated the name. Good. I'll remember. I'll recite the Peace Sutra for my benefactor every day, praying for their long life. Thank you for saving my life. Han Qingxia. Looking at this man with thick glasses and an extremely honest smile, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. A life-saving grace, and you're only repaying it verbally? Such an outstanding person. I definitely have to poach him. Chu Yi thought seriously for a moment. My benefactor is right. I should repay your life-saving grace by serving you like a slave. What do you want, benefactor? Since you said you'd serve me like a slave, then from today onwards, you are my slave. Chu Yi. He stared wide-eyed at Han Qingxia. So rude. Serving as a slave, is it really literally serving as a slave? It's not like I'll make you work for free. I'll treat you like a slave, providing 3 meals a day, housing, a wedding dowry, and even your baby's 1-month celebration. You'll get 100 points a month as salary, which you can exchange for any resources you want. To have all kinds of resources. Chu Yi. He listened to Han Qingxia's explanation as if it were gibberish. But I've already joined the K1 base. That base has no future. You need to join a base with hope, like our Qingxia base. Chu Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Qingxia base. You're from Qingxia base. Have you heard of it? Chu Yi's eyes shone brightly. He nodded repeatedly. I've heard of it. I know. You're the kind female captain they're talking about. The one who rescued Qianyuer and the other 2 from the city and sent them away unconditionally. You're a good person, and I'm willing to join you. Han Qingxia. She had no idea what kind of butterfly effect her letting those 2 go and giving them a map had caused. Qianyuer was the girl they let go. After arriving at K1 base, they went on a crazy comparison, constantly telling Chu Yi how wonderful Qingxia base was and how great their captain was. The more Chu Yi listened, the more he felt that Qingxia base was his promised land. That kind-hearted captain must also be an extraordinary, exceptionally good person. He wanted to work with her. Han Qingxia's unintentional act had recruited a superstar. Dingbase guard detected +1. Reward: 1 combat suit, 1,000 points. Loyalty increased, current loyalty 99. Reward: special attribute teleportation. After Chu-yi agreed, notifications flooded Han Qingxia's mind. An invisible force surged from beneath her feet. Han Qingxia only glanced at Chu-yi, who was a meter away, and with a single step, she instantly appeared in front of him. This absolute speed teleportation gave Han Qingxia a huge life-saving advantage. This mutated ability is incredibly useful. Seeing Han Qingxia teleport towards him, Chu-yi's clear eyes widened, then filled with immense joy.
Damn.
Captain, you can do that too. I thought I was the only one who could. And you seem to be much better than me. Chu-yi could only teleport a maximum of half a meter, while Han Qingxia could teleport a full meter. Han Qingxia patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Since I'm your captain, I have to lead you all to improve. Work hard for me from now on, understand?" Chu-yi nodded frantically, looking at Han Qingxia with even greater sincerity. Han Qingxia expanded her territory by 5 acres today and also acquired a treasure. A very fruitful day. Han Qingxia was extremely pleased. Of course, she couldn't take a special talent like Chu-yi out to fight. Han Qingxia's role for him was as the mascot of their Qingxia base. He would stay at the base, using his helpful nature to assist the residents and do odd jobs. Someone like him could also improve the base's atmosphere. When necessary, he could even protect the residents. Using people requires precision. Their abilities must be maximized. If she took Chu-yi out to fight, not only would he be incapable of killing zombies, but his saintly nature would definitely cause her a lot of trouble. Han Qingxia was a very intelligent person, and she was especially cautious and rational in her use of people. She would immediately avoid any trouble she could foresee. She would never keep him around just because of his abilities and trustworthy character. That would only create trouble and negatively impact everyone on the team, including Chu-yi himself. An excellent leader grasps the overall situation from the outset, creating clear plans for everyone. Therefore, she clearly saw Chu-yi's role: keep him inside as a mascot. From now on, you'll be in charge of the logistics of my base, managing my air raid shelter, and helping the residents. Upon hearing about helping others, Chu-yi's eyes lit up. Okay, I can do it. Han Qingxia drove Chu-yi back to the residential area. Chu-yi finally saw the Qingxia base that Qian Yuer and the other person had mentioned. It was indeed a row of villas, endless farmland, and every household raised chickens, ducks, and pigs. It was dinner time, and smoke rose from every chimney. People walking on the street greeted them warmly. Chu-yi's heart pounded at the sight. This place was simply more beautiful than any world he had ever imagined. This was the world he had longed for. Lord, you're here again. Lord, have you brought us new friends again today? Come, come. The Lord is here again. The residents of the summer base rushed forward enthusiastically. Su Xiaoyang, who was setting up greenhouses in the field, saw Han Qingxia return and immediately went over.
Boss.
Let me introduce you to your new teammate. His name is Chu-yi. Han Qingxia pulled Chu-yi over. Su Xiaoyang looked at the somewhat shy man in the gray shirt and thick glasses before him and nodded. He thought his boss had made a good choice. Clear eyes, a mellow temperament, looked like a loyal and honest person. Hello, my name is Su Xiaoyang. I'm the boss's. I know. Chu-yi excitedly grasped his hand. I'm a beast of burden, and I'm the boss's beast of burden too, Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia. Though the words were true, it was absolutely true. From now on, we'll work for the boss together, Su Xiaoyang said with high emotional intelligence. Okay, Chu-yi nodded repeatedly. The boss saved my life. I'll definitely work hard. Han Qingxia brought another person back to the Qingxia base. Chu-yi, acting as her guard, lived with Su Xiaoyang outside her air raid shelter. Han Qingxia entrusted him with all the work inside the shelter, farming, harvesting vegetables, feeding the chickens, pigs, and dogs. This freed Su Xiaoyang. Once the work in the air raid shelter was finished, he could help out in the residential area. Han Qingxia gave him a small truck, so he could go help out whenever needed, and also handle tasks like restocking stores or helping out at Xiao's place. He successfully filled the gap in Han Qingxia's staff, filling the gap in her area's management. Han Qingxia no longer needed to handle the odd jobs. The end of the month arrived in a flash. With everyone's concerted efforts, the greenhouses at the Qingxia base were all set up in the past few days. On the last day of the month, a cold front swept in, and the temperature plummeted below zero. It snowed. All the fragile vegetables and fruits were covered with high polymer greenhouses, and even the pigsties were covered with tarpaulins. The crops and livestock at the summer base were protected, and the people were no exception. Han Qingxia distributed a batch of winter down jackets free of charge to the residents of the summer base. This is a benefit from our summer base, one for everyone. Everyone at the summer base was deeply moved when they saw the down jackets Han Qingxia distributed, including the children. Mom and Dad, I have new clothes. The Lord let me pick these out personally. Do you think they look good? Since the apocalypse, Wang Yun duo had received new clothes for the first time and happily ran to her parents to show them. Beautiful. Wang Yunduo's mother burst into tears upon seeing her daughter in new clothes. Leaning on her husband's shoulder, she exclaimed, "Honey, we've truly met a benefactor. The Lord is such a kind person." Wang Yumin patted his wife's head and nodded earnestly. That's right. If they hadn't met Han Qingxia, they might not have starved to death, but they would never be living such a good life. Back then, their villa was surrounded by zombies. He had tried to leave, but once he left the villa area, he found even more zombies outside. They could only grow beans, sprouts, and vegetables to eat. Han Qingxia had saved them from the zombie crisis, provided them with meat and ample food, and now even gave them new clothes. Li Gang and his group were speechless with gratitude. When Han Qingxia rescued them from the zombie-infested factory, they felt like they had seen a god. Without Han Qingxia, they would have died long ago. After Han Qingxia rescued them, she provided them with a stable life, fed them, and now even gave them new clothes. She's like a goddess. Honey, I never thought we'd see snow again this year, that we could sit together and have food to eat and new clothes to wear, Li Gang's wife said, sitting in bed with him, looking out at the snow. We have to thank the Lord. Meanwhile, on Professor Wang's side, Professor Wang, I really have to thank you properly. It's a good thing we came with you. If we were still at the K1 base, I don't know what we'd be living. Putting everything else aside, K1 base doesn't even give out free down jackets. Mai Deming told me he messaged Kang's little girl on the radio, and she said K1 base has nothing. They're so envious when they hear we got new down jackets. Let them be envious. They're blind. Exactly. Let them come. They didn't come, and they even mocked our Lord. They deserve it. Our Lord is such a good person. We made the right choice this time. Zhao Piyu and the others, the last batch to join the summer base, also happily received their new clothes. I knew staying here was the right decision. K1 base definitely doesn't have such good treatment. I just heard Professor Wang and the others say that K1 base really doesn't have any. Zhao Piyu, you're right. You really didn't misjudge. Our Lord is a good person. Summer base is definitely the best base. Outside, snow was falling heavily and summer base, inside and out, calmly welcomed this first blizzard and cold wave. Snowflakes fell thick and fast. Inside the air raid shelter, the temperature was comfortable. The shelter was warm in winter and cool in summer, maintaining a consistently pleasant temperature. The steel-framed buildings outside, made with materials produced by the system, also provided excellent insulation against the cold. Han Qingxia looked out over her territory from the second-floor tower, seeing the rows of stable black greenhouses in the distance amidst the snowstorm, and a satisfied smile finally appeared on her face. Her base had remained remarkably safe during this cold wave. After coming down from the second floor, Han Qingxia called out to the outside. Yangzi, Daizi, come over here for some perks. Chu Yi stopped what he was doing. Boss, my name is Chu Yi. You can call me Yitzi if you want. Yitzi/Auntie sounds awful. Daizi sounds much better. Daizi, come here. Chu Yi. But does Daizi sound good? Besides, he's not exactly silly. You're my men, so your year-end bonuses will be doubled. 2 down jackets, and 2 sets of thermal underwear each, plus a bonus of 100 points each. If you want to buy anything, just ask Xia for it. Hearing this, Chewie stopped worrying about being called a fool. Okay. Thanks, boss. Thanks, boss, Su Xiaoyang added. Han Qingxia was quite pleased with her her 2 brothers, and after enthusiastically encouraging them, she said, "Go cook. It's snowing today, so we're having hot pot. Let's kill a fresh fish and get some ribs." Okay. Han Qingxia watched them leave, then dressed her 16 dogs in thick New Year's outfits. Then she took the dogs out to play in the snow. Of course, while the dogs were playing in the snow, Han Qingxia was practicing her teleportation. The dogs, running through the forest, were surprised to find that they couldn't catch Han Qingxia. Every time they caught up with Han Qingxia, she would instantly teleport 2 or 3 meters away. They were all completely dumbfounded. Han Qingxia found using teleportation to walk the dogs incredibly fun. She practiced teleporting repeatedly in the snow, gradually figuring out its core principles. First, there was the consumption of mental energy. After each teleportation, she would clearly feel her mental energy decrease slightly. This feeling was probably only experienced after continuously using her all-domain mental radar for 10 minutes. It seemed that teleportation consumed mental energy. At this moment, Han Qingxia couldn't help but think of how Chu Yi had saved over 100 people at the base in her previous life. It was truly thanks to his willpower. However, Chu Yi's teleportation distance was always very short, unlike Han Qingxia, who could now easily break through 3 meters. After repeated practice, Han Qingxia discovered that her limit was 4 meters. Every time she tried to break through further, a tense, uncontrollable force appeared in her mind. It was as if an invisible bottleneck was pressing down on her. Han Qingxia was fiercely competitive. The more something suppressed her, the more determined she was to overcome it. Born rebellious, she simply refused to give in. Her gaze was fixed on a pine tree 5 meters away. She concentrated all her mental energy on that single point. She felt a sharp pain in her head. The intense mental pressure was pushing her brain to the brink of explosion. She couldn't relax. She couldn't give up. That was her target. Whoosh, a flash of light. To the dog's utter astonishment, their owner vanished into thin air once more. By the time they caught her scent in the air, Han Qingxia was already 5 meters away in front of a pine tree. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Whiff, hearing the dog's bark, Han Qingxia rubbed her completely blank mind. That breakthrough to her limit just now felt like her brain was about to explode. The feeling was even worse than when she used her mental power to kill the zombie. Looks like my mental power is still too weak, Han Qingxia said, rubbing her head. She decided her next step was to drastically improve her mental power. The first way to improve mental power was to repeatedly use her special ability. The second was to consume the evolution fluid from mental-type zombies. I'll ask K1 base if they have any psychic zombie cores. I'll buy them from them. Han Qingxia shook her head and went back. My limit is only 5 meters, too weak. She had no idea that if Chu Yi, Lu Qian, Qi Sang, and the others were present, they would be absolutely stunned to see Han Qingxia teleport 5 meters in one go. That's weak. This is only 6 months into the apocalypse. She has already reached the peak of Chu Yi's previous life. Teleporting 5 meters in one go, according to the ability rating system, her teleportation ability is already rated level 5. Everyone outside is generally only at level 1 or 2. Not to mention that Han Qingxia doesn't just have this one ability. She also has water-based, wood-based, psychic, speed mutation n times, and strength mutation n times. She's practically going to wipe everyone out. When Han Qingxia returned with the dogs, Su Xiaoyang and Chu Yi had already prepared a hot meal. All the fresh vegetables, meatballs, fish slices, chicken, and pork were laid out around the hot pot, along with a large bowl of braised pork ribs. Well done. Get some drinks. Help yourselves to whatever you like. Han Qingxia generously rewarded them. Han Qingxia was always incredibly kind to her own people. She would never let her people lack anything they had. Outside, snow was falling heavily. while inside they enjoyed a warm hot pot made for them in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, at other bases, a powerful cold wave swept across the entire eastern region. Overnight, a blizzard descended. The various bases, large and small, which had barely recovered from the initial panic of the apocalypse, were hit by this super cold wave. They were severely lacking in supplies, let alone cold weather gear, and were caught completely unprepared by the cold wave. This truly made their already difficult days even worse. Even some large bases with relatively abundant resources, and even those that had previously gone to the granary with K1 base to collect supplies, are facing a very difficult situation due to this cold wave. At this moment at K1 base, Lu Qian, who was reviewing the base report, received a satellite phone call. Captain Lu, hello. This is Qi Sang from Hope Base. What is it? Lu Qian asked. I heard that Captain Lu obtained a batch of data and equipment from the United Pharmaceutical Factory. Is that right? What are you trying to say? The United Pharmaceutical Factory is a branch of my Dawn Group. I have all the data that the United Pharmaceutical Factory has, and I also have more research data on crystal cores. Presumably, Captain Lu has already extracted the evolution fluid and discovered that your crystal core evolution fluid has many impurities and significant side effects, right? Lu Qian raised an eyebrow. And then, Qi Sang felt he had laid the groundwork enough, and his tone became confident. I hope the base wants to do a deal with you. Our evolution fluid has half the impurities of yours, and the side effects are reduced by 30%. Give our base 100 tons of grain, plus 1,000 cotton padded coats, and I'll give you 100 vials of evolution fluid. He was very confident that Lu Qian wouldn't refuse his offer. Their evolution fluid was absolutely world-leading. High purity, 50% fewer impurities, and 30% less side effects. One vial of evolution fluid only cost him 1 ton of grain. The price was a bit high, but his high-quality evolution fluid was worth it. Lu Qian would never refuse. Just as Qi Sang was brimming with confidence, he heard a soft laugh from the other end of the satellite phone. Captain Lu, what are you laughing at? Do you think the price is too high? Qi Sang said confidently. You should know, I want the base's technology to be the strongest right now. Our evolution fluid is absolutely worth the money. Lu Qian's smile deepened upon hearing this. Then do you know about the evolution fluid at Qingxia base? Qingxia base is also researching evolution fluid? Qi Sang's confidence immediately crumbled. Yes, the evolution fluid Captain Han Qingxia provided me has no impurities or side effects, and the price is extremely low. Qi Sang. Han Qingxia, having finished her steaming hot pot, was about to have Xia send a message to Lu Qian asking for some crystal cores when she received Lu Qian's message. My dearest master, you have a new message from dear Lu Qian. Answer. Miss Han, I'd like another batch of evolution fluid at the same price as before. Is that all right? Han Qingxia heard this, and it was like he'd come looking for her. Sure, Lu Qian, get me some more psychic zombie cores. If you can get them, 1 core will be worth 10 vials of evolution fluid. She needed a large number of zombie cores, especially psychic zombie cores, but it was clear that her base only had so many people. Even sending them all out to find cores wouldn't meet her needs. But she didn't have enough people here, other bases did. Han Qingxia used a trade to have K1 base procure the cores for her. In effect, she was turning K1 base into her outsourced zombie killing team. From now on, her small local base would only handle production. She would expand her territory, and K1 base would handle killing zombies and collecting cores. Absolutely a win. She doesn't even have to support her. What a wonderful thing that is. Lu Qian, who also felt he had gotten a great deal, especially after hearing the Hope Base's offer, thought Han Qingxia was incredibly generous. By the way, there's something else. The Hope Base also wants to buy evolution fluid from you. Qi Sang. Han Qingxia's eyes immediately lit up. Yes. Qi Sang just contacted me. He wants to sell me evolution fluid, and after hearing you have a better one, he really wants to buy one. How much does he want? 1 bottle costs 1 ton of grain plus 10 winter coats. Han Qingxia. Damn it. This Qi Sang is a total ripoff. No. She's losing out big time. It's too much of a loss. How could he sell it for so much? Miss Han, will you sell it to him? Sure. Of course I'll sell it. Han Qingxia agreed immediately. 1,000 crystal cores, and it must include 1 crystal core from a psychic-type zombie. Only then will I sell him 1 bottle. Lu Qian Han Qingxia was extremely annoyed. Seeing herself not making money was tolerable, but seeing someone she hated making a fortune was truly heartbreaking. You spread the word again. All bases can buy my evolution fluid. The price is 20 crystal cores per piece. Except for Hope Base, it's the same price. Han Qingxia wasn't just going to rip off Qi Sang. She was going to drive him into a price war. Seeing him make money was more painful than eating shit. How could she not teach him a lesson? She had to. Hearing Han Qingxia's angry words, Lu Qian couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I'll promote it for you. There's one more thing. I want to organize another multi-base activity to attack a clothing city. Are you coming? Who's coming? I invited many bases this time, but they all refused to come. Lu Qian said truthfully. The temperature had plummeted, and most of the small bases that had gone with them to get food last time were unwilling to go out. They had enough food at home to get through the winter. They didn't need to risk going out. They'd wait until after winter. Moreover, the clothing market is located quite far away. It's a large suburban clothing wholesale market, and the danger level is unclear. Currently, only Ping Base has agreed. Han Qingxia immediately stood up upon hearing Ping Base. Ping Base. That's right. Because Ping Base is closer to our destination, they're willing to come with us. If you don't want to, I'll take them with me.
No.
I'll go with you. Ping Base. That's the base Han Qingxia stayed at in her past life. In an instant, a flood of memories rushed into Han Qingxia's mind. In her past life, she had ended up at Ping Base by chance. From the moment she entered the base, a group of superhumans tried to take advantage of her. If it weren't for Jean, who being there at Ping Base and helping her a few times initially, she would never have been able to gain a foothold there. Even after she gained some strength, those superhumans still harbored designs on her, constantly trying to trip her up. The seemingly kind but actually cunning base leader, who always tried to smooth things over, was especially so, repeatedly suppressing her. Later, when the zombie apocalypse besieged the city, he even tricked her into becoming cannon fodder. In her previous life, Han Qingxia fought those people for 10 years at the Ping Base. She originally thought she would never see those people again in this life.
Now.
Well, they've run into her, so she'll settle the score with them. When are we leaving? 3 days from now, when the temperature rises. Okay, Han Qingxia nodded, and just as she was about to hang up, she added, by the way, you're not allowed to sell my evolution fluid to the Ping Base, Lu Qian. Okay. He had a feeling that Han Qingxia knew that Ping Base. Or maybe they knew each other as enemies. This trip didn't seem to be going to be very friendly. For the past 3 days, Han Qingxia had been practicing her supernatural abilities repeatedly at the base. The crystal cores given by Lu Qian and Qi Sang had all arrived. After hearing Lu Qian's message, Qi Sang pondered for a whole night before finally deciding to agree to Han Qingxia's request. He would give her 1,000 crystal cores, plus the only crystal core mined by a mental-type zombie at their base. He wanted to see if Han Qingxia's evolution fluid was truly as good as it seemed. Therefore, he went directly to Lu Qian's K1 base. He wouldn't accept anything that wasn't good. However, he didn't expect what he would find after seeing the high-purity, completely impurity-free evolution fluid that Lu Qian had produced. He was utterly stunned. Not a single impurity. Not even a tiny bit. The purity was so high that it was unbelievable. After taking the evolution fluid back for testing, he was even more shocked, unable to utter a single word, because it truly had absolutely no side effects. Zombie cores are obtained from zombies. Even if the core doesn't carry the zombie virus, it will still carry zombie attributes to some extent. Consuming it has obvious zombification side effects. Irritability, biting, bloodlust, flesh-eating, etc. They have removed impurities and reduced side effects as much as possible to the minimum. But Han Qingxia's evolution fluid had absolutely no side effects.
How did she do that?
Qi Sang was completely stunned. After seeing the data report, he stood there speechless, as if struck by lightning. His mind was filled with the image of Han Qingxia pinning him to the ground that day, her eyes gleaming like a tiger. Qi Sang's heart pounded violently again. Han Qingxia. Is she a god? Meanwhile, at the Qingxia base, Han Qingxia, after obtaining a psychic zombie's core, decisively extracted it into evolution fluid and consumed it all herself. The crystal. Cores of psychic zombies are extremely rare, as zombies with supernatural abilities are few and far between. So far, the K1 base has only provided one, and they've offered a water-type zombie crystal core. Han Qingxia extracted the water-type zombie crystal core into an evolution fluid, divided it in half, giving one half to Su Xiaoyang and keeping the other for herself. She wanted to evolve her ability, and she wanted to evolve Su Xiaoyang's as well. After consuming the psychic zombie crystal core, Han Qingxia clearly felt her mental power surge. Her radar scanning range, which was originally only 21 meters, now increased to 30 meters. And her teleportation range could exceed 6 meters. Normally, she could teleport 5 or 6 meters without feeling her mental energy depleted. This is the effect of the psychic zombie crystal core. Having experienced this absolutely effective way to upgrade her ability, Han Qingxia decided to collect crystal cores in large quantities. Zombie crystal cores with attributes were of paramount importance. Last time, she promoted the evolution fluid extensively, perfectly stealing all of Hope Base's business. Now, every base that knows about this is willing to buy evolution fluid from Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia has perfectly collected all their crystal cores. After arranging things at the base, it was time to set off. As usual, she hitched a ride. Of course, she'd take advantage of any free ride. Tang Jian drove over early in the morning to pick them up. Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang packed their gear, got into Tang Jian's car, and drove off. Idiot, take good care of the base. Xiaoyang and I are heading out. Be careful on the road. I'll be chanting prayers for your safety the whole time. You must come back soon. Wearing a thick, warm down jacket, bundled up like a bear, Chewie stood at the gate, watching Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang leave with bated breath. Go back, go back. Han Qingxia waved him off. God bless me, a believer. Vow to do good deeds and accumulate merit throughout my life, to eat a balanced diet, and to protect my boss and my other sworn brother so they can return safely. Chewie prayed. Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang. Tang Jian, hearing his words, asked, Big sister, when did you get this guy? Just dug him up. He's quite nice. He's dressed so warmly, wearing 2 new down jackets. You were envious back then, not working for me, Tang Jian. Too envious to speak. Wrapping herself tightly in her padded jacket, Tang Jian stepped on the gas and drove off. Their vehicles arrived at a main road outside the K1 base. There, Lu Qian's convoy was already waiting. Seeing them approach, Lu Qian's convoy started up and headed directly towards the clothing wholesale market. The heavy snowfall over the past few days had fortunately hampered the zombies' movements. Many were trapped by the snow, and Lu Qian's journey was remarkably smooth. When they encountered small groups of zombies, they simply drove past them. The snow on the road made the pursuit extremely slow. The clothing wholesale market is located in the southern suburbs of City A. It is near the suburban bus station. That area has been supported by City A, which has been trying to develop it into a commercial district by leveraging the location of the bus station. However, offline businesses are currently struggling, and who even takes the bus anymore? The bus station is less bustling than the train station. As a result, only the old clothing market, which has always focused on wholesale, has relatively stable business. Many of the surrounding large shopping malls are now ghost towns. When Lu Qian's convoy was about 5 or 6 kilometers from the wholesale market, a convoy appeared ahead. Sitting in the middle vehicle, Han Qingxia immediately recognized the familiar place and the convoy. It was an abandoned factory halfway up the mountain. In the middle was a 2-story building, with a row of production workshops on each side. She had spent 10 years there in her previous life. Ping and base, we meet again. Boss, what's wrong? Su Xiaoyang noticed Han Qingxia's unusual demeanor. Han Qingxia turned around, waved to Su Xiaoyang, and pointed to the factory building. Remember, that's our enemy, Su Xiaoyang. Okay. Han Qingxia wanted Su Xiaoyang to remember this deeply. After all, he had lived there with her in his past life. His life there was also miserable. Their convoy met up with the convoy in front of them. There were only 2 cars in front of them. The door of the lead car opened, and a thin, scholarly man in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a warm smile, stepped out. Welcome. So welcome. I'm overjoyed to see you all. Lu Qian's car stopped. He got out and looked at him. You're Luwen from Ping'an Base? Yes, Manager Lu of K1 Base is truly young and capable. Luwen stepped forward enthusiastically, wanting to shake hands with him. I've long admired Captain Lu's reputation. Your K1 base is our command. Our small base relies entirely on you. I heard Captain Lu recently completed a mission to find a granary. It must have been a great success. I wonder if Captain Lu could provide us with some supplies? Our Ping'an base is facing severe difficulties lately. Lu Qian frowned in displeasure. He looked at the outstretched hand, not even wanting to shake it. He coldly replied, if Captain Luwen can't afford to support everyone at the base, I can send someone to pick them all up. Hearing this, Lu Wen's warm smile froze slightly. Lu Qian wasn't stupid at all. Now that the national machinery had disintegrated, the world had entered an era of base autonomy. In this short-lived yet glorious era of base civilization, where everyone was a king, no one had the responsibility or obligation to help other bases unconditionally. All bases were struggling to survive and continue in the zombie world. Even Lu Qian, with his official background, after being reorganized into K1 base, his interest shifted to preserving K1 base. Preservation. He could unconditionally shelter all kinds of survivors, and in combat, he could try his best to take care of other smaller bases and provide them with assistance as much as possible. But everything ultimately depended on K1 base as its foundation. How could Lu Qian let his own people go hungry and cold, or provide him with free supplies just because of a few kind words? Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Lu Wen's smile froze slightly before he quickly adjusted his expression, maintaining his amiable demeanor. Everyone's having a tough time these days. It's definitely not like before when the government would intervene and help us. I always thought K1 base was the official government, capable of helping small bases like ours. Lu Qian's face grew even colder. Captain Lu Wen, are you still living in the past? He's not living in the past. He just wants to use the government's name to pressure you and squeeze some money out of you. Just then, a crisp, clear female voice rang out, and a girl in combat uniform jumped down from one of the vehicles in the middle. She walked over with a grin. Captain Lu Wen is so shrewd. First, he gave you a grand title. If you didn't, you'd be selfish and ungrateful. If you did, it's only right. He doesn't lose out either way. Of course, he has to play dumb. Lu Wen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the exquisitely beautiful girl who stepped forward, her complexion rosy and youthful. She didn't look like someone who had lived in the apocalypse for half a year.
Miss, I didn't mean that.
You didn't mean that, huh? That makes things even easier. Han Qingxia approached step by step. Since you so desperately want Datong to protect you and allocate supplies for you, you don't need to take everyone away, as Captain Lu said. Here's the deal. You hand over control of your base. All supplies will be handed over for unified allocation. All personnel will be officially registered. From now on, everyone, including you, will obey K1 base's orders. That way, K1 base can send you supplies every day. Is that what you wanted? Lu Wen's expression grew increasingly strange. Miss, I
really didn't mean that.
That's not what you meant. That's not what you meant. Are you saying you don't want to give anything, and are just asking Lu Qian for nothing? Well, you're really something else. You're not just looking for a father figure for yourself. You're trying to become Lu Qian's father. Lu Wen's smile froze completely. After being thoroughly outmaneuvered by Han Qingxia, he couldn't utter a single word. Lu Qian, hearing Han Qingxia's barrage of criticism, looked at her with a bright, gleaming smile. Only Han Qingxia in the whole world could be so blunt. She'd hit the nail on the head. Han Qingxia truly lives up to her name. That was a brilliant retort. Watching her take down people is a real treat.
So satisfying.
All right, Captain Lu is our partner in this operation. Let's just let it go. Lu Qian looked at Han Qingxia with a smile in his eyes, really wanting to ruffle her hair. Of course, he restrained himself. Captain Lu, this is... Having found a way out, Lu Wen perked up again, continuing to smile. This is Captain Han Qingxia from the Qingxia base. Oh, so you're Captain Han from the Qingxia base. It's an honor to meet you. Lu Wen pretended to have heard of her, extending his hand enthusiastically and admiringly. Han Qingxia looked at the outstretched hand, then shoved her own hands into her pockets. Stop. Where have you heard of me before? I think I heard it on the radio. But I've never sent out any messages. Which radio station did you hear it on? Lu Wen was completely humiliated. Of course, he hadn't heard of the quietly developing Qingxia base. Captain Lu just introduced it. Then what do you mean by heard of me before? So hypocritical. No wonder you schemed against Lu Qian the moment you met him. Little Lu, you don't seem like a very good person. Can't you be a little more sincere next time? Lu Wen. He lowered his head, his greasy smile vanishing completely, replaced by a gloomy expression. He couldn't utter another word. Meanwhile, in the car behind them, the burly man in the driver's seat saw this scene, and his eyes lit up. That was a satisfying slap in the face. Even more satisfying than physically slapping someone in the buttocks. Even Lu Qian noticed that Han Qingxia seemed unusually aggressive towards Lu Wen. Based on his understanding of Han Qingxia, she wasn't a violent person. In fact, she had a fairly good temper. As long as you didn't provoke her, she would never retaliate. Qi Sang was a good example last time. Han Qingxia initially didn't intend to deal with him. In fact, because of Lu Qian's insistence, she even gave up on a big heist. It was Qi Sang who deliberately provoked her, which led to her going all out and getting what she asked for. What's wrong with her today? Is she simply annoyed by Lu Wen? Although he also found Lu Wen very unpleasant. But they really don't know each other, right? Or is she simply protecting him? Standing up for him? No way. Lu Qian felt a sudden warmth in his heart at this possibility. It's getting late. Let's go to the clothing market first, Lu Qian said, unable to suppress his smile. Okay. Lu Wen returned to his car, and after everyone tidied up, they set off. A dozen minutes later, a straight, wide, 6-lane road came into view. On both sides of the road were landscaped parks and gradually appearing buildings. To the right was a sizable bus station, and to the left was a massive 5-story clothing wholesale market. Beside this wholesale market were several other shopping malls, some half-finished and others completely empty and deserted. The nearest residential area was a kilometer away behind the wholesale market, so there weren't many zombies around this main road. Thigh-high snow covered everything, and when zombies occasionally appeared, the heavy snow hindered their progress. Lu Qian's car was a snowplow. The large snowplow pushed across the snow, crushing several charging zombies, and headed straight for the clothing wholesale market. A convoy of vehicles pulled up in front of the massive clothing wholesale market. As the car stopped, scattered zombies nearby pounced on them, splashing through the snow. No firearms allowed, Lu Qian said to those around him after getting out of the car. He then unleashed a bolt of lightning at one of the approaching zombies. The zombie was wearing a summer t-shirt and shorts, with a wallet hanging from its waist. It was clearly a shop owner who had been turned into a zombie on his way to open for business. Sizzle, a flash of lightning struck it, and the running zombie boss, its head billowing black smoke, stopped abruptly in place. Its head slumped forward, and it collapsed, motionless into the snow. After Lu Qian unleashed his lightning ability, fireballs, water spheres, and metal knives swarmed out. They quickly cleared away the scattered zombies around them. In the zombie era, the use of firearms has significant limitations. Just like when Han Qingxia entered Cydia last time, she used a tang sword whenever possible and would never use guns or cannons with her abilities. The sound of firearms would attract all the zombies in the city. Such weapons can only be used in confined spaces during extreme charges or in the midst of a zombie horde. After clearing the zombies from the mall entrance, Lu Qian led his men quickly towards the main entrance of the mall. Han Qingxia followed leisurely behind him, watching as Lu Qian's team professionally fiddled with various tools on the gate. In no time, with minimal noise, they opened the gate. Han Qingxia once again felt that going on missions with Lu Qian was the most comfortable experience. Lu Qian could handle almost everything. Lu Wen, behind her, also sensed the professionalism of Lu Qian's team. He led the way at the back, a deeper glint flashing in Lu Wen's dark eyes. K1 base was indeed powerful. However, his gaze also fell on Han Qingxia. Who exactly was that woman? Why did she seem to be doing absolutely nothing? After the gate opened, Lu Qian's team ventured into the dark, unpowered mall. He threw out several flashbangs, illuminating the area. The scattered zombies in the mall were quickly attracted. Whether it was because they opened too early or because someone had lingered there unexpectedly, a motley crew of zombies emerged from the various dark stalls. They were mostly dressed as sales clerks or shop owners, and all were quite young. One young female zombie was dressed very fashionably, sporting the latest ash-gray hair, wearing a new summer dress, and spotlessly clean white sneakers. Her body was almost completely free of dirt or blood. She was completely different from the filthy zombies Han Qingxia usually saw outside. The enclosed, quiet mall was indeed very clean. The only pity was her face. Starting from the corner of her mouth, most of this pretty girl's face was mangled. Her right eyeball was missing its eyelid, bulging and drooping on her cheekbone, her grayish-white eyes constantly glancing upwards, and she ran towards them with her legs bent backwards. Amidst the shaking and trembling, everyone worried its eyeballs might pop out at any moment. Sizzle, a small fireball struck the beautiful female zombie down, flames engulfing her chest. From now on, fire-type ability users, do not use your abilities, Lu Qian instructed again, seeing the burning zombie. Yes, the scene was filled with crackling water balls, metal balls, and small balls of dirt. These were all clothes and fire-type abilities could easily ignite them. Lu Qian decisively gave the order. Within a few minutes, all the zombies in the stalls on the first floor were cleared out. Lu Qian decisively ordered, move the supplies from the first floor first. In the apocalypse, prudence is paramount. Move everything you see immediately. Don't try to clear every floor at once. That could easily lead to an accident, leaving everyone empty-handed when they escape. So be cautious, go slowly. Explore the map gradually, but make sure you get what you need as quickly as possible. Lu Qian is different from that foolish Qi sang last time. He almost wiped out the whole team. After the area in front of them fell silent, move them one house at a time. At this moment, Lu Wen stepped forward. Captain Lu, we'll move to the back 2 rows. Wait! At this moment, the righteous Han Qingxia stepped forward. Neither of us has contributed anything so far. It's all been Captain Lu running around doing the work. Now that it's time to move things, you're suddenly eager to help. I suggest that K1 base take all the supplies, and we'll divide them up after everything's been moved. I trust Captain Lu's character. Lu Wen, you surely do too, right? Lu Wen. Hearing this, Lu Qian practically wanted to pick up Han Qingxia and spin her around on the spot. What's wrong with her today? She's been so siding with him. This happiness is too sudden. I'll go first. Xiaoyang, go help Captain Lu move things. Load all the supplies onto his truck. Lu Wen, what about you? Lu Wen gritted his teeth. Move. Captain Lu contributed the most. Of course we have to move. You all go, and load the supplies into Captain Lu's truck too. 2 hours later, after everyone had been busy moving supplies from shop to shop, they finally ransacked all the shops on the first floor. Because it's a wholesale market, the shops here are very well organized. The first and second floors sell relatively inexpensive trendy women's clothing, mainly fast fashion items popular with young women in their teens and 20s. Each shop has a large stock. Furthermore, because the zombie virus outbreak occurred in August, the wholesale shops here had already begun stocking autumn clothing on a large scale. The clothing season in wholesale markets starts much earlier than outside. Some shops even already have winter clothing. So, fortunately, this large quantity of clothing supplies can solve the problem of many women's winter clothing needs. The third floor houses men's clothing shops, while the fourth and fifth floors are for high-end women's and children's clothing. Of course, there are also some lingerie and sleepwear shops, all located in a designated area. Moving is quite easy. Those with clothes racks are simply pushed out rack by rack, while loose clothes are bundled up using the sheets laid out on the racks at the entrance of the stalls. All the short skirts, shorts, long pants, short-sleeve t-shirts, long-sleeve shirts, dresses, trench coats, and winter coats were being moved in huge quantities. By the time the first floor was emptied, it was almost 5 o'clock. "Let's spend a night at the Pinyin base and come back to move tomorrow," Lu Qian decisively arranged. After all, operating at night is very dangerous. According to their previous plan, one of the conditions Lu Qian agreed to bring the Pinyin base along was that the Pinyin base would host them for the night. The clothing market is far from the K1 base. Going there and back would definitely mean spending the night outside. "Great. I made all the arrangements at the base a long time ago, just waiting for you to arrive," Lu Wen said with a smile returning. Hearing that they had to return to Lu Wen's base, Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "Okay, let's go." After looting the entire first floor of the clothing market, they returned to their vehicles and drove away. They'd continue the next morning. After a half-hour drive, they arrived back at the place where they had met before. Lu Wen's car led the way, and Han Qingxia, sitting in the middle of the convoy, gradually saw places that were very familiar from her previous life. The convoy drove towards the mountainside, where a factory area and nearby houses came into view. Rows of sharpened tree stumps lined the settlement, continuously wrapped with thorny vines, serving as a protective wall against the approaching zombies. Guards stood watch every 10 meters along the protective fence. Upon seeing the convoy return, they immediately moved a large fence directly in front of the road to let them in. Once inside, they found the open space in front of the factory building filled with people. Everyone was waiting for Lu Wen and his group to return. This was the initial stage of the peace base. Lu Wen's base had approximately 200 people, all of whom were here except for a few who had gone out to search for supplies. The initial formation of Lu Wen's base consisted of a large convoy of survivors fleeing the city. These people who escaped from the city were mostly in family units. The age range was very diverse, from infants a few months old to elderly people in their 70s and 80s. The population structure was extremely complex, mostly consisting of families. Lu Wen, on the other hand, was a top manager at a sales company. Before the apocalypse, he lived in company-provided dormitories, sharing with several of his subordinates. This initial start was definitely a winning hand. In the apocalypse, strength and resources reigned supreme. Other families were burdened with responsibilities, either children or elderly relatives. Compared to Lu Wen's group, they had no competitive edge. Even men more capable than Lu Wen were unwilling to step forward due to family responsibilities. Therefore, Lu Wen, with his smiling, shrewd, and seemingly kind-hearted persona, and his subordinates, naturally became the base's manager. Not to mention, he was also a water-based ability user. Lu Wen's position at the peace base grew increasingly stable, leading his team to become the dominant force, while everyone else was a disorganized mess. His henchmen swaggered around the base, living a life of ease. Bullying lonely girls and seizing resources were commonplace. Later, they even killed with impunity. Most people turned a blind eye, daring not to speak out, for the sake of their family's survival. The only saving grace was the base's diverse population. Lu Wen, for the sake of appearances, had to keep his men in check, preventing them from going too far. Therefore, to survive in this environment, one either had to join Lu Wen or, like Jin Hu, fight back fiercely. With enough force, Lu Wen and his group would have no choice but to yield. Otherwise, for the isolated and vulnerable, this space was hell. Clearly, Han Qingxia chose Jin Hu's path, resisting fiercely. Because no matter how wicked she was, She still considered herself human and could never cross the line like Lu Wen and his gang, becoming beasts. She and Lu Wen's group will never be on the same side. Captain Lu, this is our Ping'an base. Lu Wen got out of the car. Everyone, give us a warm welcome. Welcome to K1 base. Welcome, welcome. A series of trembling, weak voices rose and fell from the crowd. Lu Qian frowned as he saw this group of people who looked even worse than those at K1 base. Not to mention, these people were all dressed very thinly. Everyone was layered with 3 layers of clothing, almost all summer and autumn clothes, all piled on top of each other. A few who weren't were shivering in short-sleeved t-shirts. Why don't you let them go inside? It's so cold, Lu Qian said unhappily. Everyone was looking forward to your visit. Hearing you were coming, they wanted to welcome you even in this cold weather. It pains me to see you like this, Lu Wen said with a smile. Huh, is it out of pity or just a pity act? Looking at all these footprints in the yard, anyone with eyes can see they've been waiting outside for an hour or two. If you really care, why didn't you light a fire for them to warm up? This whole charade is clearly just to make Lu Qian feel sorry for them and give them more supplies, Han Qingxia said calmly as she walked down. Lu Wen was about to explode from Han Qingxia's constant jabs. Had never seen anyone so directly contradict him and slap him in the face like Han Qingxia. Is this person just low on emotional intelligence, or is she doing this on purpose? Even with his impeccable smile, Lu Wen couldn't manage a genuine smile for Han Qingxia. Miss Han, these are the conditions I have. If you say I'm playing the victim, then I can't argue with that. Lu Qian, did you hear that? It's become playing the victim, throwing the problem directly at you and telling you how to handle it. How can someone be so calculating? Lu Wen. He was furious. Absolutely furious. This Han Qingxia really made him so angry, he didn't even want to pretend anymore. He proactively said, Captain Lu, I absolutely have no other intentions. We agreed to share the supplies, and I just want our rightful share. If you're willing. Willing what?
Think it over before you speak.
If you're going to ask for things again, you cowardly base leader shouldn't be here. Give everyone to Lu Qian. All right, everyone, hurry back. Lu Wen was numb with anger. He turned to his men. Everyone leave. He abruptly cut out his later act of playing the victim. Lu Wen definitely wanted to play the victim. Lu Qian is from K1 base, a major base. If he plays the victim in front of him, even if he doesn't get the supplies he'll provide, Lu Qian will still give him a larger share of the operation. Especially since he didn't get his winter coat today, Lu Wen was planning to use this group to ask Lu Qian for some supplies first. Unexpectedly, he was completely shut down by Han Qingxia. He was furious. He was absolutely livid. He had no idea that Han Qingxia saw right through his little scheme. Having dealt with him for 10 years, couldn't Han Qingxia see through his thoughts and intentions? She knew exactly what he was going to say the moment he opened his mouth. She'd teach him a lesson today. Han Qingxia won again, defeating Lu Wen. After Lu Wen shooed everyone away, he led Lu Qian inside. Captain Lu, I've prepared some food for you. I'm rather poor, so I don't have much to offer.
Please don't mind.
No need, Lu Qian said. Captain Lu Wen isn't wealthy, so we won't waste your food. We'll eat it ourselves. At this moment, Han Qingxia said, Don't be like that. They've been so kind. It's hard to refuse. They've prepared food. It would be a waste not to eat. If you don't want to eat, I'll eat for you. Where's the table?
I'll go right now.
Lu Qian. Lu Wen. She's nowhere to be seen helping out, but she's always there when it comes to food. She was determined to infuriate Lu Wen. Out of respect for Lu Qian, Lu Wen didn't dare to get angry. He gritted his teeth and led her upstairs to the dining area. 2 tables were set up there, with incredibly lavish dishes including stir-fried ham slices. There was even wine. Upon seeing this, Han Qingxia said without hesitation, Xiaoyang, come and eat. When there's something good, they think of their own people first. Han Qingxia pulled Su Xiaoyang along and started eating. Lu Qian and the others, seeing this, said, Then we'll have some too. Please, please, this is for Captain Lu, Lu Wen said with a forced smile. You guys go too. Lu Qian said to the people behind him. Tang Jian and the others went to another table. After they went to Han Qingxia's table, a large plate of smoked bacon and ham had already been divided up by Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, leaving only a bowl of vegetable soup and a few yellowish stir-fried vegetables. Han Qingxia looked at them, then got up and went to Tang Jian's table. Don't worry about us, we'll eat our fill. Lu Qian. Lu Wen. Han Qingxia barely ate anything. She fed all the good stuff to Su Xiaoyang. Of course, she wasn't afraid of poison. She knew Lu Wen well, and even more so, she knew the era of the base. He had no reason to poison anyone. Poisoning people at K1 base, even if it succeeded, the consequences would be far beyond what a small base like his could bear. And even if it succeeded, he wouldn't gain anything. Those clothes alone weren't worth the risk. The cost-benefit ratio was too low. Lu Wen was just someone who wanted to take advantage, not a madman. Besides, food was so precious these days, and so was poison. Where would he get sleeping pills or deadly poison? After glancing at the things on the table, she knew he definitely wouldn't poison anything. He was just used to good food and had no interest in this kind of stuff. Even if he wasn't interested, she couldn't waste it, so she gave it all to Su Xiaoyang. Tang Jian and the others at the table saw the large plate of meat slices in Su Xiaoyang's bowl, and Han Qingxia, even trying to take meat from them to give to Su Shangthi, were incredibly jealous. Big sister's favoritism was always so obvious, never hiding it. Suddenly, he felt a pang of jealousy towards Su Xiaoyang. Captain Lu, is that Miss Han you brought really a manager at the Qingxia base? Lu Wen asked, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Han Qingxia eating. Lu Qian glanced at him. You think I'd lie to you? No, Lu Wen immediately smiled. You certainly wouldn't lie to me. It's just that I think Miss Han seems to have a bit of a strange temper. I think she's fine. Lu Wen. What could he say after Lu Qian had already said that? Han Qingxia and Lu Qian's team ate most of the food on both tables, leaving only a little for Lu Qian and Lu Wen. After finishing her meal, Han Qingxia even tried to steal the candy and wine from the table. This made Lu Wen's temples throb. He was so angry he felt like he was about to explode. This was worse than being slapped twice. After finishing her meal, Han Qingxia went to the room Lu Wen had specially arranged. 5 rooms were prepared on the top floor of the factory building. Since Han Qingxia was the only woman, Lu Qian gave her the single room originally intended for him, while he shared with the others. Han Qingxia, of course, accepted without hesitation. After the rooms were assigned, she looked at the familiar base and went out for a nostalgic stroll. Just as she stepped out of the back door of the factory building, she heard a familiar voice. Little sister, where are you going? 2 men approached a girl, while another man leaned against the wall, whistling as if watching a spectacle. The girl, who had been called to, was in her early 20s, her face ashen, wearing only 2 tattered short-sleeved shirts, her arms exposed and shivering in the cold wind. Seeing the 2 men closing in, she sensed danger and immediately turned to run. Damn it! You think you're lucky to have my eye on you. You dare run. Run your mother's ass.
Slap.
A slap landed squarely on the girl's face. She instantly cowered like a helpless lamb, her eyes welling with tears. She opened her mouth to cry for help, but a hand immediately covered her mouth. The leader of the group pushed her into a corner and began tearing at her shirt. Just then, his hand was grabbed by a large hand. Then, the man was lifted up like a chicken and flung away with a loud slap. All anyone saw was a burly man, over 6 feet tall, covered in tattoos starting from his neck, standing menacingly before them. Jin Hu. Another man called out his name. Slap. Jin Hu slapped him across the face. You're crazy. You dare hit me.
Slap.
The hot-tempered man was ruthless and taciturn, only good at delivering blows. Idiot, you're finished. You dare hit me. Slap, slap, slap. Jin Hu didn't say a word, slapping him repeatedly. After a few slaps, the man immediately began to beg for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hearing his pleas, Jin Hu shoved him aside, then grabbed the first man and slapped him a few more times.
Slap. Slap. Slap.
After beating these two men, the hot-tempered man looked around and walked over to the person who had been watching the commotion.
Slap.
He also gave him a good slap. Are you crazy? I didn't lay a hand on him. Asterisk slap. Asterisk the man didn't dare say another word and quickly ran away. Han Qingxia, who had witnessed this scene from the doorway, burst out laughing. The hot-tempered older man, hearing Han Qingxia's laughter, looked up at her. He looked away and glanced at the girl behind him. The girl looked at him with a panicked expression, backing away repeatedly, fleeing in terror just like someone who had seen a terrifying person. Jean, who didn't say a word, simply turning and walking away. As he left, passing by Han Qingxia, she gave him a thumbs up. The hot-tempered older man, seeing the thumbs up, paused slightly, then returned the gesture, giving her a thumbs up as well. This was a sign of his approval. The two didn't exchange a single word. The approval between the strong is silent. Jean, who brushed past her. Han Qingxia leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching the burly man walk away. Not bad, not bad. This trip to Ping Base was worthwhile. We can recruit another person. Han Qingxia turned to leave, and as she did, she saw a man standing behind her. Captain Han. Han Qingxia saw the man in his early 30s in front of her, his face no longer beaming with smiles, but instead gloomy. She said to him, "Little Lu, what is it?" Lu Wen's face grew even darker, his eyes fixed on Han Qingxia with a fierce intensity. Han Qingxia, I'm warning you. Don't interfere with my affairs anymore. Don't think that just because you're with Lu Qian, I won't touch you. You're just a woman. Lu Qian will get tired of you sooner or later. You need to think about your future. Having more friends is better than having more enemies, isn't it? Han Qingxia nodded knowingly, waving at him. You're right.
Come here.
A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Wen's eyes. He hadn't expected Han Qingxia to be so easily fooled. But then he thought about it and realized she was just a woman. This woman seemed to have some skill, but she was still just a woman. A woman is still just a woman. She'll never be the same as a man. She can't amount to anything. Just as he thought he could intimidate Han Qingxia, and even a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. Asterisk slap. Asterisk, he was sent flying by a slap. Han Qingxia's strength had been amplified countless times by the system. This powerful slap landed. Lu Wen was sent flying 10 meters away. When he landed, he was met with a barrage of slaps. Slap. 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 Under Han Qingxia's immense power, Lu Wen was like a daylily in a storm. Several clean slaps left him instantly wilted. After the slaps, his head was buzzing. Lu Wen struggled to open his swollen eyelids and met a pair of incredibly malevolent eyes. Fierce and ruthless, like a tiger. So fierce it was terrifying. Han Qingxia grabbed him by the collar, a benevolent smile spreading across her face. Captain Lu Wen, I have something to tell you quietly. She lowered her head, wiping her hands on Lu Wen's clothes, and whispered gently, It's not me hooking up with Lu Qian. It's Lu Qian hooking up with me, understand? Instantly, Lu Wen, his face swollen like a pig's head, was stunned. Just then, 3 men ran over. Brother Wen, that madman Jean who hit us. Brother Wen, you have to do something about Jean, who... Brother Wen. The 3 men arrived to find Lu Wen being grabbed by the collar by a woman, their leader's face swollen like a pig's head. The 3 of them froze in shock. Did they come to the wrong place? What happened? Han Qingxia, seeing someone approaching, patted Lu Wen's swollen face. Got it. Lu Wen nodded frantically. Han Qingxia tossed him aside, lazily watching the 3 men in front of her. Slap. 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 Each of them delivered a powerful slap to his groin, sending them all flying. Having thoroughly slapped them all, Han Qingxia felt a satisfying sense of relief from head to toe. She really should learn from Jean who. A physical slap to the groin is the most satisfying. So satisfying. And none of them were innocent. From top to bottom, they were all scum and despicable people, having done all sorts of disgusting things, not to mention they were Han Qingxia's enemies. Even if it was something from her past life, as long as she remembered it, she would hold it against them in this life. Not slapping them even a little would be disrespecting her. They had to be beaten hard. Han Qingxia went upstairs. She managed to sleep soundly that night. After all, some people sleep well and some can't. The next morning, Lu Qian saw Lu Wen, his face swollen like a pig's head, completely bandaged. Captain Lu Wen, what happened to you? Lu Wen glanced at Han Qingxia behind Lu Qian, his eyes bloodshot, and said, I accidentally fell. Falling like that? The straightforward Tang Jian looked incredulous. Captain Lu Wen, you weren't beaten up, were you? He Zhongping chimed in. He was definitely beaten up, and judging by the way he acted, the person who did it used every method imaginable. His ruthlessness is unparalleled in my life. Utterly inhuman. Who are you calling inhuman? Han Qingxia didn't like hearing that. He Zhongping immediately looked at her. Big sister? Shut up, everyone. Could it be Han Qingxia who did it? After thinking about it again, this really is something Han Qingxia would do. Everyone at the K1 base instantly fell silent. Seeing the scene, Lu Qian truly didn't know what to say.
He coughed.
Let's go. Let's try to bring all the supplies back today. With Lu Qian's reassuring words, everyone set off. The weather had been relatively good for the past 2 days. The roads were smoother today because they had been cleared yesterday. Half an hour later, they arrived at the wholesale market again. All the vehicles were parked at the main entrance as usual, and led by Lu Qian's team, everyone went inside one by one. The first floor was empty. Everyone cautiously entered the second floor, which was also pitch black. All the stalls and shops were closed. The rows of shops were neat and orderly, and under the red flashlights, a few unsteady figures emerged. Upon reaching the second floor, there were even fewer zombies. There were about a dozen on the first floor yesterday, but only 4 or 5 remained on the second floor. Sizzle, sizzle. After quickly clearing away the scattered zombies, Lu Qian's team began skillfully and busily moving supplies. This floor, as usual, contained inexpensive women's clothing. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to continue helping her move while she found Lu Qian. How are you going to give me some? Lu Qian looked at her. Take what you like. What you take is all yours. How much can I take by myself? Isn't this just taking what you left over? Lu Qian chuckled lightly. Isn't this just me taking what you left over? Han Qingxia. She stared at Lu Qian's eyes, which seemed to already know she had spatial abilities and really wanted to curse. Go ahead, take as much as you want, Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia didn't say anything. With Lu Qian's words, she went to a darker corner to start moving, taking 10 and keeping 9, leaving a little outside just to make it look like she was there. At the same time, she also had to keep an eye on Lu Wen. Lu Wen brought 13 people with her. Besides the 3 she fought yesterday, 8 of them possessed supernatural abilities. Jean, who was the only dual elemental ability user, needless to say. There were 3 with strength mutations, 2 with speed mutations, 1 with a fire ability, and 1 with a spatial ability. The only spatial ability user in Lu Wen's base was Liang Feng. Liang Feng was Lu Wen's prized possession. He went everywhere with her. On missions, he never did anything. He just stayed in the center of the group, waiting for everyone to protect him and collect supplies at the end. In Han Qingxia's memory, his spatial ability was about 3 square meters. Before each mission, he would empty his spatial ability to bring back as many supplies as possible. Han Qingxia could steal some herself, but she wouldn't allow anyone else to take any. If someone else took it, wouldn't that be stealing from her? Besides, she had Lu Qian's tacit approval. Did Lu Wen have that? Sure enough, under Han Qingxia's watchful eye, she saw Lu Wen pile up a large bag of cloves, secretly stack it in a corner, and have everyone cover it up while Liang Feng stored it in his spatial storage. Come quick! Lu Wen stealing! Han Qingxia shouted leisurely from her sales cart. Instantly, everyone on the entire floor turned to look at Lu Wen's group. Lu Wen and his group instantly became the center of attention, all looking like thieves caught in the act. Lu Qian, I saw it. That guy has spatial abilities. They gathered the supplies at the peace base together and had him put them in his spatial storage. The honest Han Qingxia said. Lu Wen and his team were practically furious with her, Liang Feng being the first to complain. Brother Wen, that woman? Don't speak. Lu Wen immediately interrupted him, turning to Lu Qian, who was approaching. Captain Lu, nothing like that happened. Miss Han must have mistaken us. Our supplies are all here. We didn't steal anything. Then tell me, what kind of superpower does your teammate have? Lu Wen was absolutely furious with Han Qingxia's outburst. Yesterday was the first day, and he clearly sensed Han Qingxia's ill intentions, so he didn't let Liang Feng make a move secretly. Today, they were going to take all the supplies back for inventory, and they were definitely going to take as much as they could. Who would have thought that they'd be targeted by Han Qingxia the moment they made a move? Lu Wen stared at this ancestor with a mixture of hatred and fear, forcing a smile on his swollen face. Miss Han, he really isn't a space ability user. Han Qingxia walked over. Swear an oath. Okay, I swear, he's absolutely not a space ability user. If he is, may everyone in our team die a horrible death. Stop, not everyone. Han Qingxia looked at him leniently. Just you. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen's swollen face immediately changed color, and he dared not speak for a moment. What? You're too scared to swear? If you're too scared to swear, just admit it. If you admit it now, Captain Lu definitely won't kill you. At most, he'll deduct half of your supplies. How about that? Upon hearing this, Lu Wen exclaimed, Fine. I swear. If he's a space ability user, I'll die. Anyway, Han Qingxia couldn't prove it. He swore, so what? He was betting Han Qingxia couldn't prove it. Whoosh. A cold light flashed. Han Qingxia drew her tang sword from her back, holding it directly to Liang Feng's neck. The moment the chilling blade was revealed, Liang Feng's expression changed immediately. What are you doing? Space ability users drop supplies when they die. I'll check to see if it's true or not. You can't do this. Liang Feng immediately stepped back. Isn't this murder? Han Qingxia, what right do you have to kill someone to check? Based on just a few words from you. Lu Wen roared. Han Qingxia's cold eyes narrowed, a wicked smile playing on her lips. If he's not a space-age ability user, I'll die. I'll gamble my life against you. Han Qingxia was openly gambling with their lives. She knew everything about everyone on the other side. Han Qingxia raised her tang sword, and the moment the blade touched the ground, the frail Liang Feng collapsed to his knees with a thud. I'm a space-age ability user.
Don't kill me.
I'll release the stuff. Liang Feng unleashed all the supplies he'd stolen into his spatial dimension. Lu Wen, seeing this, felt a throbbing pain in his temples. Damn it. So quickly they contradicted themselves. Or rather, he'd just sworn an oath, and now his own people were contradicting him. The worst part was, the oath he swore was to die. He knelt down with a thud, pleading with Lu Qian. Captain Lu, I don't know what happened. I had no idea he was a spatial ability user. Everyone. Couldn't he come up with a slightly more believable reason? You liar. How dare you lie to me? Not only did you hide your spatial ability, but you also made me make that oath. You deserve to die. Afraid of being killed by Han Qingxia, Lu Wen raised his hand to slap Liang Feng. Just then, Lu Qian coldly spoke. Since you've admitted it and brought everything out, we'll cut your team's supplies in half, and that'll be it. Do you accept? Just like that, Han Qingxia wasn't the kind person Lu Qian was. Lu Qian looked at his little devil and said helplessly, Can I give you half the supplies? All right then. Han Qingxia reluctantly agreed. But that person is a space-type ability user. We can't let him move supplies anymore. He might even steal them. Lu Qian nodded. Okay, from now on, your teammate will be on guard duty. If you find zombies, kill them. He can't move supplies. Liang Feng was shocked to hear this. No way he's going to fight zombies. He's always in the center of the team, protected by everyone. However, this time Lu Wen, to protect him, said, Hurry up and go. Even though Liang Feng was unwilling, he could only go to the stairwell to participate in the guard duty.
He's a space type.
Ability user. He's a treasure wherever he is. And in the end, he can only kill zombies. After settling things off with Lu Wen, Han Qingxia continued moving supplies. With their team's space-type ability user removed, the others were fearless. They're no longer afraid of them stealing supplies. And this time, wherever Han Qingxia goes, Lu Wen's men hide there. They stay as far away as possible, making sure Han Qingxia, the great demon, doesn't target them again. This makes it easier for Han Qingxia to take supplies herself. She takes 9 out of 10, putting most of the clothes into her spatial storage. She leaves only the odds and ends she really doesn't want for Lu Qian. She truly lives up to Lu Qian's promise, to give him what she doesn't want. Everyone works continuously for 3 or 4 hours, taking a half-hour break to eat on the spot, then continuing to move. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, they have finally emptied the entire 5-story shopping mall. Han Qingxia takes the most high-end women's clothing from the 4th and 5th floors. Besides that, Lu Qian will give her a share when they return. And then there's half of the supplies from the Ping'an base. This time, Han Qingxia didn't exert much effort, but the harvest was still plentiful. However, when they were preparing to return with the last batch of supplies from the 5th floor, a heavy snowfall began. The dense, swirling snow blanketed the outside world in a gray-white haze. In an instant, the snow piled up to the height of a car wheel. Thick clouds obscured the afternoon sun, making it appear as dark as 7 or 8 in the evening. They couldn't go back. Seeing the heavy snow, Lu Qian pondered for half a minute. Let's rest here for the night and go back tomorrow when the snow stops. The people at K1 base naturally had no objections. Upon hearing the order, they began setting up the area. Han Qingxia remained calm, having Su Xiaoyang accompany her to inspect the surroundings. To ensure the area was safe, the people at Ping'an base did the same. They all chose the 5th floor. The 5th floor was high up, so they had people stand guard by the windows. They lived on the main street, so in case of any emergency, they could be spotted immediately and respond more easily. Besides, it was extremely cold downstairs. A shopping mall without heating could freeze you to death in the dead of winter. Lu Qian had some cotton-padded clothes brought out and spread them on the floor to create a large communal sleeping area. Everyone slept together. The only downside was that Han Qingxia was a woman. "I'll have someone make a separate bed for you inside the shop. Well, sleep outside." "No need. Let's all squeeze in together. It'll be warmer, Lu Qian." Han Qingxia's frankness made him seem pretentious. The temperature plummeted overnight. Everyone huddled together in a circle, all bundled up in their thickest clothes, and began eating at their respective bases. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to bring out the hot pot so they could all eat together during the coldest time of day. "I can freeload again." A steaming hot pot simmered with various vegetables: beef jerky, pork strips, fish cakes, meatballs, braised eggs, ham. It was almost entirely meat. Lu Qian's side wasn't lacking either. They took out rice and steamed it fresh. Since capturing the granary last time, Lu Qian had become wealthy. The entire base could afford to eat white rice, and their standard of living had risen sharply. The people's weight had increased, though of course, their conditions couldn't compare to Han Qingxia's. Han Qingxia's base never lacked food. Everyone had meat at every meal. The soldiers at K1 base had eyes that lit up when they saw the huge pot of meat. When the lid was lifted, the aroma of various ingredients combined with the bright red tomato broth was simply irresistible. "The rice is ready. The rice is ready." He Jiangping stared at the steamed rice, and as soon as it was cooked, he immediately served everyone a large bowl. A large spoonful of tomato soup, glistening with oil, was first poured over the fragrant, freshly cooked rice. No need for any side dishes. Just a sip of this tomato soup mixed with rice, the unique sweet and sour flavor of tomatoes instantly awakened the taste buds. The smooth, tender white rice was a perfect match for the tomato soup. It was so delicious you'd want to stomp your feet. Then came a bite of fresh, juicy beef slices soaked in tomato sauce. It was so good, everyone at K1 base would practically drool. So delicious. So delicious. Tang Jin gushed, his tongue practically lolling out the food. The others were also scrambling, frantically grabbing at the food and soup in the pot. Of course, Han Qingxia and Lu Qian each had a large bowl of food served separately, so there was no need to fight over it. Tang Jian couldn't compete with the others, and seeing the large pot of food almost empty while he still hadn't eaten enough, he looked pitifully at the pot. "I'm the youngest, you all won't let me have my turn." Han Qingxia smiled and picked out a large meatball from her leftovers. Sister, here's one for you. Big sister. Tang Jian was immediately moved to tears. Big sister is the best. Big sister is forever my treasure. He picked up the meatball Han Qingxia gave him, looked at the others with a showy expression, and took a big bite. Delicious. Seeing this, the others immediately handed their bowls to Han Qingxia. Sister, give me one too. Sister, I'm not full either. Sister, I like beef. Sister, I like everything. Sister, I'm hungry, I need some food. Han Qingxia. What's it like to be fawned over by a group of strong, muscular men in their mid-20s, dressed in combat uniforms, holding bowls up to you, a tough guy? Give it to them, give it to them. Han Qingxia shared her food evenly, giving a little to each bowl, leaving some for Su Xiaoyang. After all, there's a difference in treatment. Her closest subordinates deserve preferential treatment. Even if Su Xiaoyang was full, he still needed some. But these greedy fellows were clearly pushing their luck, holding their bowls out to Han Qingxia, their eyes gleaming with envy. They wanted it all. Just then, another pair of chopsticks landed on their plates. I have some here. Lu Qian distributed all the food from his plate to the greedy fellows. He gave them all his food, just like an adult giving candy to a child. After sending everyone back, he subconsciously exchanged a glance with Han Qingxia, and the two smiled at each other. Han Qingxia gave Su Xiaoyang the leftovers on his plate as extra food, and the others also received their own hearty snacks. While the meal at K1 base was in full swing, the meal at the neighboring Pingan base was far less lively. Their supplies were limited, so everyone boiled some water, made a bowl of noodles each, and made do with that. The aroma wafting from next door was truly tempting. If Lu Qian and his K1 base were alone there, Luan would definitely have shamelessly gone over and asked them to eat together. They could provide some instant noodles, and he could share some of their soup and vegetables. But Han Qingxia was there. Han Qingxia had silenced him completely, and Luan could only watch enviously as they ate their instant noodles while the other side enjoyed their meal. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone prepared to rest. At the K1 base, they were divided into two shifts. Half the team worked the first half of the night, while the other half slept and worked the second half. Han Qingxia, of course, didn't have to do anything, especially since they'd been given a big meal. Everyone treated her like a precious darling. They let her sleep in the very center, with everyone else sleeping in a circle around her. Han Qingxia had seen it all. This small situation, surrounded by men on all sides, was no challenge for her at all. She wrapped herself in a thick cotton coat and slept in the center. The blizzard continued throughout the night. The air temperature dropped lower and lower. The unheated shopping mall was extremely cold in winter because it was so spacious that even a small source of heat would quickly dissipate. The entire mall was illuminated by only one dim LED light. The emptied mall was much more open, with the orange-red sunlight streaming in through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Han Qingxia was woken up by the cold in the latter half of the night. It was so cold. Even so, sleeping among a group of muscular men, she still couldn't keep warm. Perhaps men and women have different body temperature sensations in winter. Sleeping in an empty shopping mall on such a cold day, Han Qingxia was genuinely cold. What's wrong? She emerged from her thick winter coat and heard a voice coming from a dark figure beside her. Lu Qian woke up as well. Going to the restroom, Han Qingxia stood up, put on 3 or 4 layers of thick clothing, and got up to walk around. Walking around would warm her up a bit. Do you want me to go with you? Han Qingxia looked at Lu Qian as if he were an oddball. Want to hold hands and go to the restroom? Lu Qian. After all, girls even go to the restroom hand in hand. Han Qingxia declined his offer, tiptoed away from the group of men, and headed towards the mall's restrooms. The mall's restrooms were on the far left and far right of the last row. Their gathering point was right in the middle, at the very end. Han Qingxia chose the right-hand path and walked to the end. The snow was still falling heavily outside. The closer she got to the passageway, the brighter the path became. Under the orange-red light, several humanoid figures lay either standing or lying on either side of the road. Many heads and limbs were scattered on the ground. Those were mannequins. The zombies had been cleared out. But walking alone on such a long, Dark path littered with humanoid objects was still a strange experience. Especially as Han Qingxia passed through the cross passageway, she glanced into the dark, densely packed shops of the mall. It seemed as if ferocious beasts might leap out at any moment from the long, dark aisle. Han Qingxia coldly surveyed all the passageways before walking to the restrooms. Snap! She lit a warm, yellow flame. She lit a cigarette and sat down at the sink in the restroom to smoke. Just as Han Qingxia finished smoking half a cigarette, she heard footsteps outside. Who is that woman? Why is everyone at K1 base so polite to her? They all spoil her. I don't know. Lu Wen said she's a manager at a small base.
TC.
What can a bitch do? She must have slept with all those guys. I have to say, that woman looks hot, and she's so pretty. I'd be happy to sleep with her if she asked. I want to sleep with her too. Just then. Slap, slap, slap. 3 loud slaps in quick succession. Fuck your mother. Jean, who are you crazy? That woman isn't from our base. Why are you hitting us when we're talking about her? You're sick. Slap, slap, slap. 3 more slaps, and everyone outside fell silent, rushing to the front toilet. As soon as they rushed inside, they saw Han Qingxia smoking in the wash basin area. Holy crap, Han Qingxia looked at the 3 people who had walked right into her trap and put down her cigarette. I heard you guys were very curious about me. We didn't. It's okay if you're curious, I'll tell you. You just want to know why they were all so polite to me, right? Han Qingxia walked over step by step. The 3 of them froze on the spot.
Why?
Because I beat them into submission. The next second, Han Qingxia suddenly appeared in front of them all. Then came a punch. Bang. 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 Han Qingxia's single punch sent all 3 people from the peace space flying. They crashed into the wall with a thud, and before they even hit the ground, they were met with a brutal beating. First, strike the eyebrows and eyes. Avoid the temples. Second, strike the philtrum. Avoid the throat. Third, strike through the cheeks and ears. Avoid the center of the face. Fourth, strike the backbones. Avoid the ribcage. Fifth, strike the lungs and viscera. Avoid the groin. Sixth, strike the groin and high bone. Avoid the kidneys and heart. Seventh, strike the knees and tiger bones. Avoid the tailbone and feng fu point. Eighth, strike to break the bone. Avoid the ears. These are the 8 strikes and 8 don'ts. Han Qingxia struck them all. In no time, all 3 were paralyzed on the ground, their entire bodies thoroughly beaten. All were fatal but not lethal. This physical attack made Jean who had followed behind, stare intently. If his sister were like the girl before him, she certainly wouldn't have been in this situation, and she certainly wouldn't have been driven to suicide by bullying. All girls should be like her, bravely fighting back against bullying. After a barrage of physical attacks, Han Qingxia finally felt warm. She smiled at the 3 guys in front of her. Now you know why they're always so polite to me. The 3, their faces swollen like pigs, barely clinging to life, nodded repeatedly.
Got it. Got it.
How could they not know? This is too profound. This isn't just a woman. She's a female warrior. They're supposed to be superhumans, yet when facing Han Qingxia, they didn't even have time to use their abilities. Her speed is too fast. So fast that they couldn't even catch her footsteps before she was in front of them. One punch was enough to shatter all their defenses. Her understanding of human anatomy was beyond comprehension. Every move she made was ruthless. Her martial virtue was simply outrageous.
Get lost.
Han Qingxia kicked them, and the 3 men immediately fled in terror. Once they were far away, Han Qingxia turned to look at Jean who was still behind her. Han Qingxia took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket and offered it to him. Want one? I don't smoke. Jean who waved his hand in refusal. This was the first time Han Qingxia had spoken to Jean who, and she was quite surprised that he didn't smoke. Her knowledge of Jean, who came from others in the base. They said that Jean, who had committed crimes in his teens, spent several years in a juvenile detention center, and after his release, he fought in underground boxing matches. He was taciturn, had a violent temper, and would often beat people up. No one could communicate with him. His tattoos were terrifying. He was definitely not a good person, at the very least a heavy smoker and drinker. It's okay, you can take my cigarette.
I really don't smoke.
My sister hates people who smoke, Jean Hu said. You have a sister? Han Qingxia put away the cigarette pack and took out 2 pieces of chewing gum from her pocket. This time, Jean Hu accepted them. He tore off the gum wrapper, chewed it whole, and then folded the foil into a small boat shape in his hand. Since you have a sister, where is she?
Dead, Jean Hu said calmly.
A zombie? No. Jean Hu tightened his grip, looking at Han Qingxia. She jumped off a building. If she were still alive, she would be about your age. Hearing this, Han Qingxia fell silent. She didn't ask any more questions, but Jean Hu began to speak slowly. My father was a construction worker. He died in an accident when I was 7. My mother went to ask for compensation, but the foreman wouldn't give it to her. She killed herself by running her head against the construction site gate. After that, I raised my younger sister alone. I didn't go to school from a very young age, working odd jobs everywhere to support my sister's education. When she was in junior high, I sent her to a boarding school. One day in her 2nd year, she jumped off a building at school. Before she jumped, she called me many times, saying she didn't want to study. I scolded her then and forced her to go to school. Later I found out that she was being bullied by those bastards at school. As Jean Hu said this, a real murderous intent suddenly rose in his eyes, his large hands clenched into fists, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It's all my fault, all my fault. If I hadn't forced her to go to school, she definitely wouldn't have done this. She was my only sister. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. Brother, it's over. Jean Hu turned to look at her. If I were your sister, I'd be incredibly proud of you too. You avenged her and continue to protect girls like her. You're amazing. Jean Hu trembled uncontrollably at this moment, clutching the small paper boat in his hand and bowing his head deeply. Han Qingxia quietly stayed by his side. After a long while, Jean Hu raised his head again. Can you call me brother again? Then why don't you consider following me, brother? Upon hearing this, Jean Hu forced a wide grin across his fleshy face. Brother's with you. Brother'll protect you from now on. Han Qingxia exchanged a smile with him, and a notification sounded in her mind. Beep base guard +1 detected. Reward, 1 combat uniform, 1,000 points. Loyalty increased. Current loyalty, 100. Purple, never betray. Han Qingxia was completely stunned to see a purple loyalty level right from the start. Holy crap. There are 3 tiers in total. This is the highest initial loyalty value Han Qingxia has ever seen among her subordinates. Even Su Xiaoyang only reached this level after a long period of training. Of course, there are also special attributes. Beepguard's special attribute copied. Fire and metal dual elemental abilities. Just as Han Qingxia was overjoyed, she suddenly heard a loud bang outside. Bang! A loud explosion erupted in the snow. Immediately afterward, the shopping mall beneath Han Qingxia's feet trembled. Han Qingxia and Jean Hu immediately jumped up and rushed to the window. Outside, amidst the swirling orange-red snow, a neatly arranged convoy of vehicles sped out from the residential area. Rocket-propelled grenades and submachine guns emerged from the vehicles, firing incessantly. Behind them, a horde of zombies, like a mountain. Large numbers of zombies emerged from the apartment buildings, howling as they chased the vehicles through the snow. Han Qingxia. Boss! Lu Qian and Su Xiaoyang's voices rang out simultaneously. Han Qingxia walked towards the corridor and waved to them. I'm here. Lu Qian, seeing she was safe, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Don't move, we'll go downstairs first. He then led his men quickly downstairs. Su Xiaoyang strode towards Han Qingxia. Boss. After meeting up with Su Xiaoyang, Han Qingxia looked at the approaching convoy outside. Let's go down too. She led Su Xiaoyang and Jean Hu down through the restroom's emergency exit. They introduced themselves to each other along the way. In this emergency, there was no need for formalities. Su Xiaoyang and Jean Hu simply nodded to each other. Soon, they reached the stairwell between the 1st and 2nd floors. Han Qingxia stopped here, observing the outside from the large window of the stairwell. This angle offered a perfect view of the convoy's movement. If anything happened, they could attack or retreat as needed. If trouble struck, they could jump down to escape. Just across the street was a shopping mall under construction, not yet completed and open to the public, with numerous escape routes. The moment Han Qingxia stood by the window, she immediately drew up an escape map in her mind. This was it. She stood by the window, watching the convoy approach through the snowstorm, the vehicle. Markings gradually becoming visible. Boss, that's the International Riot Control Unit. Su Xiaoyang's brow furrowed as he saw the flag on the vehicle. What's that? The Riot Control Unit is a separate force independent of the original military regions, only participating in large-scale international wars. Su Xiaoyang looked at Han Qingxia and concluded, these people are fierce. Boom, a rocket launched from the front of the vehicle. The roof of the lead vehicle opened, and a man in black combat gear, shouldering a rocket, fired it at someone behind him. The explosion erupted in the snow, churning up piles of snow. The zombies closest to them were all blasted away, flying through the air like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The convoy gained a brief respite, stepped on the gas, and sped away from the zombie horde. Just then, the last car in the convoy skidded, lost control on the snow-covered road, and crashed into a roadside utility pole. The horde of zombies, which had just been held back a few meters behind, surged forward instantly. Han Qingxia was wondering what would happen to these people when the vehicle engulfed by the zombie horde exploded with a deafening roar. It had self-destructed. From the towering flames, 2 or 3 men in black combat suits rushed out of the blast center and chased after the car in front. Since they were in danger, the car in front hadn't stopped for a second. Only those inside the vehicle saw them break through and threw ropes to them. The 3 men caught the ropes, quickly tied them around their waists, and, letting the lead vehicle drag them across the snow, turned and opened fire on the zombies behind them. While firing, they were quickly pulled back into the vehicle by their companions. Boom! With a rocket launcher fired from the lead vehicle, the group broke through again. Awesome! Really awesome! Han Qingxia's eyes lit up at this bloodthirsty fighting style. This is what men are like. Like a beast breaking through, displaying the raw, bloody violence of masculinity. Absolute power. Absolute sense of conquest. The only downside was that this pack of beasts was coming in their direction. The lead convoy drove directly towards the back entrance of their mall. These people, are they trying to come in? Han Qingxia was thinking this when, sure enough, the first car sped towards them and screeched to a halt near the back door. They really were coming in. Let's go down. Han Qingxia immediately ran downstairs. When she got downstairs, she saw that Lu Qiyan and his entire group were already waiting near the back door. Boss, there seems to be someone inside. After the first car stopped, the people inside also noticed that there were people inside. They got out of the car and ran towards the roller shutter door. A man in the middle, whose entire face was covered except for his eyes, flashed a cold light in his eyes. If they stop us, kill them. Just then, with a whoosh, the roller shutter door in front of them opened from the inside. A group of men dressed in identical combat uniforms appeared before them. They were all holding guns. Lu Qiyan, in the middle, looked at the approaching men. Getting quickly, you two paused for half a second, then heard the rat-a-tat-tat of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat. 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 Lu Qiyan led his men to hold off the horde of zombies chasing after them. Yu Tu didn't hesitate any longer and led his men into their wholesale market. Once they were all inside, Lu Qiyan immediately ordered the roller shutter door to be pulled shut. Thump, 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 thump. Most of the zombies pounced on the roller shutter door. Then a huge pile of planks was dumped on top of the shutter door, completely blocking the entrance. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. How could you have brought so many zombies to us? Now we're surrounded by them. At this moment, a member of the peace base complained. Among a group of men in black combat uniforms, the man in the center turned and coldly glanced at him before turning to Lu Qiyan. Your men? No. They're from a base I cooperate with. They're my men. I'm Lu Wen, the manager of the Pingan base. My men are a bit blunt. Please don't take offense. May I ask who you are? Lu Wen, a shrewd man, had already realized they were no ordinary people. Their professional gear clearly indicated they came from the same background as Lu Qian. Moreover, the demeanor of this group was completely different from Lu Qian's professional troops. Lu Qian's men exuded righteousness. These men only carried the aura of bloodlust. Lu Wen's astute mind immediately began a new scheme. However, his words only left the other person with a chilling gaze. "Give Lu Qian face, I won't kill you, Lu Wen." The murderous aura emanating from him was palpable, even to Han Qingxia, who was some distance away. At this moment, she was incredibly curious about who this ruthless, murderous man was. Just then, she heard Lu Qian utter a name. "You too, long time no see." Han Qingxia was stunned upon hearing the name You Too. You Too, the manager of the Fire Seed base. That's the legendary figure who consistently tops the list of the 10 most ruthless people. The Fire Seed base administrator who has wiped out his own base to the point of having only Fire Seed survivors left to Atu. The man, his face completely covered by a protective mask, heard Lu Qian's words and reached out to remove the black mask, revealing a face with brownish skin. His face was lean, seemingly with some foreign ancestry. His features were extremely defined and rugged, with thick, deep-set eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and clear amber eyes. He exuded an incredibly tough aura. Combined with his short, needle-like hair, even when he was motionless, he radiated a fierce and aggressive presence. "Long time no see." You Two waved to Lu Qian. Lu Qian caught his large hand. "Captain Lu and You Two once worked on a mission together," Su Xiaoyang whispered in Han Qingxia's ear. "You Two is an overseas Chinese from our country in F continent. He grew up abroad and was later sent there by our country's contingent. Because of his long-term experience living abroad, he knew the local area very well and led his contingent to several major battles, achieving great military exploits. He was promoted to contingent leader, and just before August, the international campaign ended, and they were transferred back. He's different from us." "Of course he's different." Given You Two's reputation and achievements in his previous life, Lu Qian and the others would never do what he did. They both came from the military region, but they were two extremes. One was protective, the other was absolute violence. Feeling the gazes directed at You Two, he walked past Lu Qian and looked behind him, seeing 3 people standing in the shadows. There was also a woman. You Two coldly withdrew his gaze. "Do you have any food?" "I don't have any," Lu Qian said. "But I can get you some."
Okay.
Lu Qian turned and walked towards Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, you still have some food, right?" "What for?" "To give them?" "Yes, lend me some. I'll return it to you when I get back." Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "Okay." She pretended to take things out of her bag, but actually took out several packets of pre-cooked vegetables and a bag of rice from her spatial storage. Han Qingxia doesn't eat this kind of fast food much anymore. She has fresh vegetables at home. Who would eat such technologically advanced food? She had bought a lot before, and now she could use it to exchange favors. This is very rare, so it'll be double the price. Okay. Lu Qian took the vegetable packets she gave him and took them back to You Two and the others. 10 minutes later, they all huddled together again in the lobby on the first floor. There were zombies outside. They dared not rest on the 5th floor any longer. Fortunately, there were only a few hours until dawn. They would huddle together on the first floor and figure out a way to break out when it got light. A campfire was lit, and steaming rice simmered in a large pot. The pre-cooked vegetable packets Han Qingxia had given were all tossed in and cooked together. You Two and his men all gathered on the right, silently waiting to eat. Han Qingxia and her group from K1 base sat opposite them, while the Pingan base group sat alone on the outer circle. At this moment, the Pingan base group noticed that Jean Hu wasn't with them. "Jean Hu, where are you sitting?" "This is our team," Liang Feng said, clearly dissatisfied. Han Qingxia looked in their direction. "Jean Hu is mine now. He's with me." After those words, everyone at the Pingan base fell silent for 3 minutes. For a moment, no one dared to directly challenge Han Qingxia. A few minutes later, someone who hadn't been beaten by Han Qingxia said, "You're openly poaching people from our base without even saying hello. Isn't that inappropriate?" Han Qingxia didn't argue with them. She waved to them. If you have a problem, come and say it to me. Everyone. At the Pingan base, from top to bottom, from Luwen to their members, more than half had been beaten by Han Qingxia. Even the few remaining didn't dare provoke her. No one dared have a problem with her. She had connections and power. She was truly ruthless. Who dared to mess with her? At that moment, she heard a soft laugh from across the way. Han Qingxia turned her head and saw Yutu's sharp, tiger-like eyes. Yutu's lips twitched slightly, but the smile quickly faded. He stopped looking at Han Qingxia and focused on the food in front of him. His men, seeing it was almost ready, told everyone to serve the food. This group hadn't seen food like this in a long time. Even pre-apocalyptic technological marvels were considered heavenly delicacies by today's standards. The large package of pre-cooked meals contained braised chicken, Taiwanese braised pork, eggplant with minced pork, stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, braised pork belly with preserved mustard greens, curry chicken, braised pork ribs. This was practically a super feast. Everyone ate heartily, emptying the pot completely, but they still weren't satisfied. It smelled so good. It tasted so good. Is there more? Yutu asked. Lu Qian looked at Han Qingxia. Double portions. Okay. Han Qingxia tossed a few more packets of pre-cooked meals out of her bag and gave them 2 large packs of instant noodles. They used the same pot, added some water, cooked 10 packets of instant noodles, about 200 milliliters each, poured in some vegetables, and ate a hearty meal before finally feeling full. Where are you now? Lu Qian asked, seeing they had finished eating. In the east, we've established a spark base. Yutu replied. A spark base? I think I received a signal there before. Lu Qian mused. Yes, but later our base lost power. Even the radio stopped working, so I stopped using the station. How many people are at your base? A little over 3,000. How about yours? K1 base, over 5,000 now. You have food. Yutu's eyes sharpened upon hearing this number. Lu Qian didn't answer his question directly. We can still feed them for now. My location is terrible. Resources are extremely scarce. Yutu frowned in thought. Lu Qian, would you cooperate with me? What do you want to do? Attack the cities. Yutu's eyes lit up. I infiltrated Citia today. A large amount of supplies are inside the city. Once we take a city, we won't have to worry about supplies. Besides, zombies are all about killing, not defense. Relying on defense is a dead end. The more zombies we kill, the better our chances. Yutu stared sharply at Lu Qian. In his previous life, Yutu was determined to counterattack the cities, but alas, he was the only madman in the entire eastern region. A little analysis reveals that only Yutu was truly this reckless. His fireseed base was severely lacking in resources, unable to support its inhabitants, leaving him with no choice but to kill his way out. Furthermore, Yutu was inherently a killer. The other bases were all playing it safe, who would risk their lives for a chance to survive. Of course, there's another prerequisite. Lu Qian died young in his previous life, and Han Qingxia wasn't the Han Qingxia she is now. Explain your plan in detail. At this moment, a clear female voice rang out. Han Qingxia was very interested in Yutu's plan. Yutu looked at Han Qingxia, his sharp, tiger-like eyes narrowing. He lowered his voice to Lu Qian. Your woman? No, don't misunderstand. She's the manager of the Qingxia base, Han Qingxia. Lu Qian introduced. She's very strong. Hearing the words very strong, a hint of surprise flashed in Yutu's sharp eyes. He stood up, his tall, imposing figure moving to stand before Han Qingxia. He extended his hand to her. Lu Qian said she's strong, so she must be very strong. My name is Yutu, from the Fire Seed base. Han Qingxia looked at the outstretched hand. Han Qingxia, from the Qingxia base. Han Qingxia grasped Yutu's hand. As their palms met, she felt as if she were holding a scorching hot rock, a solid, burgeoning power emanating from the man's palm. Even through her palm, she could feel the surging heat and masculine hormones emanating from him. In short, incredibly masculine. Yutu, on the other hand, also felt an unusual sensation. He looked at Han Qingxia with a hint of surprise. Her small hands were brimming with strength. He felt a clash of strength when he grasped her hand. She was in no way inferior to him. Indeed, she has strength, Yu said. Tell me your thoughts first, Han Qingxia said, withdrawing her hand and sitting down to look at him. With the apocalypse, less than 1 in 100 survived. The vast resources left behind in the cities are enough for all survivors for hundreds of years. As long as we take over the cities, resources won't be humanity's biggest crisis. Our real crisis is the zombies. Only by eliminating the zombies can we have true peace. Han Qingxia nodded. She wholeheartedly agreed. Resources should never be the biggest crisis in the apocalypse. The wealth left behind by previous civilizations is immense. Taking over a single grain depot would be enough for the survivors to feed themselves for several years. Not to mention the vast resources in the cities. The main supplies are all in the cities. But you have to understand, there are many zombies in the city, and not many of us survivors. It's very difficult to kill them all. Yu stared into her eyes. Have you noticed that zombies evolve? Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Lu Qian, Yu turned to look at Lu Qian. You've noticed it too, haven't you? Zombies do evolve. Lu Qian exhaled, his eyes grave. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, in the next few years, zombies will only evolve to become stronger, while we, without enough resources to survive and develop, will only become weaker. When that happens, all the powerful zombies in the city will emerge, and all the bases will face certain death. A mere existence, at most 10 years. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up completely upon hearing Yu's accurate prediction. This man not only saw far ahead, but he saw it incredibly accurately. 10 years to barely survive. His insight was so sharp that she almost thought he was a reincarnation. In fact, there are always wise people who can see the long-term future. Seeing the future is not a difficult thing. With enough cutting-edge information, one can make a prediction about the future. The difficulty lies in the fact that almost no one can change the future they foresee. That's an inevitable trend, beyond the control of any individual. I know, Lu Qian said, raising his eyes, but our current strength is still too weak. Launching a large-scale counterattack on the city now would be extremely reckless. He certainly saw the future trend, but Lu Qian was a very pragmatic person. Their K1 base had over 5,000 people, had just stabilized, and had no development whatsoever. They lacked stable logistics, a continuous output, and even his base was still in its early stages. They simply didn't have the resources to attack a city. If anything went wrong, he would drag the entire K1 base down with him. Their K1 base simply couldn't afford to play that game. Lu Qian, time won't wait for us, Yu continued. All defense is like drinking poison to quench thirst. This is a life-or-death struggle between humans and zombies. It's either the zombies' extinction or humanity's extinction. To gain the initiative, we must take advantage of the enemy's weakness and launch a desperate attack. Once the zombies fully evolve, we'll have no chance. Waiting now is like hanging yourself. Lu Qian looked at him calmly. You too. I'm hanging myself, you're taking ketamine. Do you know what the consequences will be if you fail? A desperate battle will only hasten death. Besides, no one can guarantee there won't be a better chance to counterattack in the future. Just then, a clear female voice rang out again. A desperate battle is still possible, a chance to turn the tide. And there really won't be a chance in the future. Han Qingxia stood up and looked at Yu. You're right. Humanity can only gain the initiative now. Zombies are limited. The more we kill now, the less threat they pose, and the stronger humanity will become. Just then, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep Superlord system activated. Counterattack on cities mission begins. The host must occupy any one of the 3 cities A, B, or C, and eliminate all zombies within the city. Completion will grant a super gift pack. During the mission, for each city territory occupied, at least 1 district, an upgrade gift pack will be awarded. Han Qingxia, who had just agreed, was thrilled by this divinely aided mission and immediately reached out her hand. You too, let's do it together. Let's counterattack the city together. Wipe out the zombie horde. Lu Qian, witnessing this scene, felt a throbbing pain in his temples, as if he were watching two madmen planning to detonate the entire world. Are they all insane? At this stage, they want to counterattack the city. Where will they get their supplies? Where will they get their strength? U2 has no supplies, so it's understandable if he's insane, but why is Han Qingxia going along with him? Han Qingxia. Seeing Han Qingxia go up to shake hands with U2, Lu Qian stood up, grabbed her arm, and forcibly dragged her away from the scene. What are you doing? Lu Qian led her to a corner in the front row, grabbed Han Qingxia's shoulders, and said seriously, "Don't follow U2's crazy ideas. His plan has almost no chance of success. If you work with him, you'll only die." Han Qingxia stared at his eyes, which looked like they were about to lose control, and smiled slightly. Lu Qian, then let me tell you, if the future really is as you two said, after the zombies fully evolve, humanity will have no chance to fight back. I want to counterattack too, but we simply don't have the strength. Wait a few years, until our K1 base stabilizes, has production, resources, and the strength, then we can counterattack. Don't be crazy with him. Hearing this, Han Qingxia shook her head and told him directly, Lu Qian, let me tell you, for the next 3 years, there will be continuous natural disasters. You won't have a chance to catch your breath. Do you believe me? Lu Qian was stunned. Han Qingxia pushed him aside and walked towards the glass window covered with advertisements. Outside the window, zombies were constantly pounding on the glass. After 3 years of natural disasters, the city's zombies will have fully evolved. Forget about counterattacking. Even defense will be difficult. Heaven won't give you a chance to adjust. If you want to gain the initiative, you have to grit your teeth and fight back with everything you have for these 3 years. Otherwise, after 3 years, you'll be short of resources, the zombies will have evolved, and you'll have no chance to gain the initiative. What's more, Han Qingxia has the powerful assistance of the system. The more zombies she kills, the stronger the base becomes. The change in humanity's fate is truly happening now. Lu Qian stood rooted to the spot, staring at Han Qingxia, arms crossed, calm and collected, exuding an air of dominance. His mind was filled with her words. She had said that the next 3 years would be filled with continuous natural disasters. She wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. If he didn't fight back now, he wouldn't have another chance. If anyone else had said this, he certainly wouldn't have believed it. But it was Han Qingxia. His heart pounded. But that's attacking cities. Do you have enough supplies? U2 has nothing. Han Qingxia nodded. Her small base had already achieved stable production. With the residents continuing to produce, it was enough to support her fighting zombies outside. Lu Qian, fight with me. I can support your squad. After all, the cities she conquered belonged to Han Qingxia. She received a huge reward. Paying a little for food to support them in their fight was a huge profit. Even recruiting mercenaries wasn't this cheap. Hearing Han Qingxia's words, Lu Qian's brows remained furrowed. He pursed his lips, pondering for a long time before saying, Han Qingxia, can you please not act impulsively? This is a big deal. Attacking the city zombies is something all survivor bases should participate in. I'll go back and broadcast a message on the radio to hear everyone's opinions, okay? Han Qingxia thought for a moment. All right, just tell me, who's willing to attack the city with me? I'll support them, and I'll exchange 10 crystal cores for evolution fluid. Lu Qian. You're really determined to attack the city. Han Qingxia walked up to him. If you don't believe me, wait until after the new year. This winter will last until mid-April, followed by a severe drought in spring. Han Qingxia finished speaking and left, turning back to their previous gathering place. Lu Qian stared at Han Qingxia's retreating figure, unable to calm down for a long time. Winter lasting until mid-April, followed by a severe drought in spring. It's already the end of January. After returning, Han Qingxia went straight to U2 and began discussing the attack strategy, timing, and resource distribution. They reached an agreement. Han Qingxia would provide U2 with food during the attack, cover all the expenses of his team, and split any looted resources 50-50ths. The condition was that the captured cities and land would belong to Han Qingxia. Splitting the resources 50-50 is fine, but having all the captured cities as yours is unacceptable. How about this? We'll form an alliance, independent of each other, not interfering with each other, only attacking together. Once we enter a city, we can all live together, and I can give you all the conveniences an ally can enjoy, Han Qingxia said, taking a bag of rice from her bag. 1 crystal core equals 1 pound of rice. I can sell it to your base. I'll support you. Yu2's eyes lit up, but his sharp gaze fell into deep thought. Clearly, it still wasn't enough to sway him. After all, this would essentially be working for Han Qingxia. And it would be a completely outsourced job, just providing meals while she gets the lion's share of the profits. How could he accept that? Han Qingxia took out another item, a bottle of liquid. And this. Yu2 took it and was completely stunned this time. What's this? Han Qingxia uttered 3 words, evolution fluid. Half a minute later, Yu2, clutching the evolution fluid, stared into Han Qingxia's eyes. Lu Qian said, "You're very powerful. I've seen it for myself." What's our alliance called? Han Qingxia smiled slightly upon seeing this. The Midsummer Alliance. A few hours later, dawn broke outside. After daybreak, most of the leading zombie horde dispersed, leaving only about 200 lingering around the large shopping mall. They continued howling and pounding on the doors. Lu Qian ordered his men to throw grenades at the distant buildings from upstairs. With a loud boom, nearly half of the zombie horde was attracted by the sound and headed in that direction. Lu Qian's men quickly opened the doors. Instead of guns, everyone used knives or their supernatural abilities, rapidly hacking and slashing at the entering zombies. In less than 10 minutes, the scene was cleared. They all got into their vehicles and left. Yu2 received a radio with a built-in receiver from Han Qingxia, memorized the station number, and returned to his base. Lu Qian's convoy drove back, distributing 1,000 pieces of clothing to the people at the initial fork in the road. The Ping'an base's contribution to this operation was minimal, providing only 1 meal and lodging. They spent the entire time accompanying Lu Qian to move supplies. The initial agreement was to provide 10 times their population, roughly 2,000 items, but due to their own actions, Han Qingxia tricked them out of half the supplies. Fortunately, even 1,000 items would be enough for them to get through the winter. Lu Qian even tried to let them choose warm clothing. Lu Qian was a kind man. When they returned to the vicinity of their base, Lu Qian had Tang Jian drive Han Qingxia and the others back, also giving them a carload of clothes. It looked like 5,000 items. Adding the batch Han Qingxia took herself, she took over 10,000 items of clothing on this trip. Of course, Lu Qian took the lion's share. After all, they were the ones who did most of the work on this operation. They took over 100,000 items of clothing, which would solve K1 base's winter needs and even leave them with a surplus. The extra clothes could be exchanged for supplies with other bases. After returning to her base, Han Qingxia once again provided a wave of benefits. Besides giving away cotton-padded coats for free previously, she had Xia release some of the clothes she had collected this time to sell in the supermarket at very low prices. 50 points for a cotton-padded coat, 10 points for a thermal undershirt. There were also plenty of underwear and children's clothing. The more surplus she had, the more she could give to her subordinates, ensuring the residents of Qingxia base enjoyed the best life of any base. This would also boost the base's prosperity. Wow, there are so many new clothes in this supermarket. The Lord must have collected them for us. The Lord is amazing. The Lord is the best. Han Qingxia's base's prosperity gradually increased, and it was almost at the next stage. Just as Han Qingxia was thinking about how to further improve it, she received a new message. "My dearest master, you have a new message from the lovely Yuro." Han Qingxia took her 3 seconds to realize who Yuro was. Ji Yuro from the Starfire base. Yes, she's from the Starfire base. Do you want to answer? Answer. Xia played a message for her. Captain Han, this is Ji Yuro. I heard you started a summer alliance and want to attack cities. Joiners can support their squad members and exchange evolution fluid at a low price, right? Our Starfire base wants to join your alliance and act alongside you. Is that possible? Han Qingxia, upon hearing this, said, Xia, help me contact the lovely Euro and tell her that their base has joined our summer alliance. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, a voice sounded in her mind. Ding, alliance base detected to have reached level 2, alliance trade activated. Base prosperity increased. Reached county level. Resident point rewards increased. 3 points per person per day. Base allies contribute 10 points per day when their daily trade reaches 10 crystal cores. Han Qingxia. She looked at her prosperity level, which had increased simply by adding an alliance friend, with great confusion. And there were trade rewards too. This works. After G Euro's message, Han Qingxia received another message. Ding, my dear master, you have an unread message from your beloved Lu Qian, who is waiting for you in real time. Do you want to answer? Han Qingxia. Answer. Han Qingxia, I sent out the message about your plan to form an alliance to counterattack the city. Except for the Starfire base, the other bases are not responding. I hope Qi Sang at the base hears about your plan. He specifically created a model and statistics for you, and he wants to say a few words to you. Huh. What nonsense does he have to spout? Qi Sang said that with the current strength of humanity, they simply don't have the ability to attack the city. In his model, the ratio of survivors to zombies is 1 to 30. That is to say, currently all the survivors combined, 10,000, can at most fight against 300,000 zombies. Cydia has a population of over 1 million. This means you'd need to eliminate 700,000 zombies to achieve a full-scale counterattack. The difficulty you face from zombies in the early stages is more than twice the critical threshold. But in reality, you can't mobilize all the survivors. You can only muster a maximum of 1,000. This means that attacking the city is more than 1,000 times the extreme difficulty value in his model. You have almost no chance of winning. He strongly advises you not to attack the city, but to stop and develop production. If you're interested, you can join his Hope base. He can govern it with you and develop technology. Han Qingxia listened, lazily raising her eyelids. Don't tell me anything that good-for-nothing says anymore. Lu Qian Han Qingxia had always thought Qi Sang was a good-for-nothing. He was shrewd, calculating, and only chose absolute benefits, so his vision was very shallow. He concluded from the data that attacking the city was not advisable, so he stayed put and developed. Even though he added options like zombie evolution and future natural disasters to his model, he still didn't have the courage to fight the zombies. He would only cower in his base, streamlining his population and turning it into a so-called elite force, the most powerful of all, and the last to die. The race he saw wasn't between humans and zombies, but between his base and the others. His victory lay in surviving longer and stronger than other bases. Therefore, even with his powerful abilities and excellent team, it couldn't mask the fact that he was a complete waste at heart. He avoided anything, even the slightest risk. The weakness of capital was glaringly obvious in him. Therefore, from the very beginning, Han Qingxia didn't take that noble, wise, and ruthless manager seriously. She would deal with him without giving him any face. As long as she was stronger than him, he would instinctively cower in fear, not daring to utter a sound. There was no need to believe such a person. Besides, Han Qingxia already knew how difficult it was to conquer a city. But she couldn't let the difficulty deter her. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. Han Qingxia stood up, looking through the binoculars of her tower, gazing at the farthest border. She could faintly hear the low moans of zombies, like demons, from the distant city. He has never done good deeds in his life, only loved killing and arson. The tide rises over the chanting river, and only today do I truly know who I am. She, Han Qingxia, is Han Qingxia. Given a second chance, if she doesn't turn the world upside down, she'll have lived in vain. Han Qingxia. Lu Qian's voice came through her radio again. I told my grandfather about this. He said you're a good man. If I didn't work with you, he'd kick me out and adopt you as his granddaughter. Our K1 base officially joins you, the Midsummer Alliance. Han Qingxia, who was gazing into the distance, immediately turned around upon hearing Lu Qian's words. Beep Alliance member +1. 3 days later, on a bright, sunny day. A woo in the stairwell of a residential building, a zombie that had been starving for a long time wandered back and forth. It wore floral summer beach shorts, and only a white men's vest over its upper body. Of course, this white vest was already covered in dark brown stains. Its chest was hollowed out, its liver and kidneys were gone, half its heart was removed, and the remaining half bore the marks of being gnawed by teeth. Its large intestines spilled out, the stump bearing clear teeth marks.
Fortunately, it was winter now.
In the blizzard and freezing winter, it no longer attracted the stench of flies, and even the maggots had largely disappeared. It wore a slipper on one foot, the other slipper wedged into its ankle, making it wobble as it walked. But it resolutely wandered about because hungry, so hungry, so hungry. It was going crazy with hunger. Finally, it smelled the aroma of fresh flesh. Even the thickest clothes couldn't hide the fresh flesh and blood. The zombie in beach shorts immediately craned its neck to look at the source of the aroma. Sure enough, it saw a man in combat gear. A living, breathing individual radiating heat. A whoa. A bloodthirsty excitement instantly gleamed in its cloudy white eyes. Slippers that were stuck around its ankles, it frantically charged towards the man. At the same time, a massive horde of zombies behind it sensed the presence of a living person. A tidal wave of zombies surged out of the residential area, rushing towards him. When the zombies were less than 3 meters away, the man turned and ran. Not only him, but men from several surrounding residential areas also ran out. They led large groups of zombies as they raced through the streets. On the roof of a car, a woman watched a man running out through binoculars. As he entered their range, she immediately raised her hand. Pull! With a single word, an extremely thin steel cable was pulled up from the second floor of an abandoned building on either side of the road. Instantly, the first zombie in beach shorts was decapitated in an instant. In its frantic run, its slender neck was sliced in two by the steel cable. As its head fell, its body continued to run at breakneck speed. Swish, 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 one after another, zombie heads fell to the ground. Occasionally, a zombie that wasn't tall enough slipped through the net, only to be met with a lower-level steel cable. Before them lay dozens of steel cables, densely packed together. Layers of steel cables sliced through the surging horde of zombies. When the men returned, the ground behind them was littered with zombie corpses. Of course, a steady stream of zombies evaded the steel cable netting, flanking them from both sides. What awaited them was a barrage of fireballs, water spheres, metal-throwing knives, spikes, and crossbows and long swords. Han Qingxia, with Su Xiaoyang and Jin Hu in the center, was flanked by Lu Qian's base to her left and Yu Tu's base to her right. Behind them, in a relatively safer position, were Ji Yuro and Ji Zhe's people. An hour later, everyone's superpowers were almost depleted. When they picked up their melee weapons to continue clearing the area, the street finally fell silent. This was the Alliance's first cleanup operation. Han Qingxia chose the most peripheral district of City A, the high-tech zone, to attack. This was because it was still on the edge of her territory. The factory she had previously conquered was located in the high-tech zone. After finalizing their personnel, they held a full-day meeting and ultimately decided to start with the high-tech zone, gradually infiltrating, using streets as small targets, with residential areas as the main battlefield. This particular street and the 2 nearby apartment buildings were their targets. To avoid attracting more zombies with firearms, their first attack relied solely on superpowers and traps. The result was a resounding success. A team of over 300 people fought against over 30,000 zombies. Total annihilation. A resounding victory in the first battle. Captain Han, is this over? Ji Yuro asked, shocked, looking at the mountain of zombie corpses before her. This is just the beginning. Han Qingxia patted her little head. Everyone, clean up the scene. Be careful. Tomorrow we'll go into each neighborhood to clean up. Han Qingxia gave the order, and everyone immediately began cleaning up the scene. The scene was easy to clean up. Just pour gasoline on it and set it on fire. If they encountered any zombies that weren't completely wiped out, they would finish them off with a single blow. The process was quick, but they were very careful. Han Qingxia sat on the roof of the car, rubbing her temples, as 2 bottles of water were handed to her simultaneously. Han Qingxia looked at the 2 men standing on either side of her. Yu Tu and Lu Qian both offered her water. At this moment, another one came. Captain Han, have some water. Ji Yuro offered a bottle. Han Qingxia looked at the 3 bottles in front of her and decided to take them all. These were her supplies anyway. There was no need to be polite. She brought water to everyone one by one, encouraging them with a leader-like air. You've all worked hard. Lu Qian, you too, not at all. Ji Yuro, the only honest one, replied with a smile. I really enjoy doing missions with Captain Han. Promising. Han Qingxia patted her shoulder. By the way, Captain Han, my brother asked me to ask you. We'd like to buy a batch of evolution fluid today. Is that all right? Sure. I'll get it for you when we get back. 10 crystal cores per tube. Ji Yuro was so excited upon hearing this that she wanted to hug Han Qingxia. They had known about evolution fluid for a long time. It was Qi Sang's base that sold it to them. After the grain warehouse incident, Qi Sang gained nothing, and after returning, he started thinking of ways to buy it from other bases that had obtained grain. 1 tube of evolution fluid equals 1,000 caddies of grain. The price was astronomical, but these small bases, wanting to try the evolution fluid that only Hope Base possessed, had no choice but to accept it. Their Starfire base had spent 10,000 gene of grain to buy 10 vials of evolution fluid. They used the evolution fluid, and the effects were indeed quite good, but because it was so expensive, they couldn't afford to keep buying it. When they tried to negotiate a price with Hope Base, Qi Sang simply ignored them. Take it or leave it. Anyway, only he had it. The small bases at Xingho Base were completely helpless against the technological monopoly and could only grit their teeth and buy it. Fortunately, not long after, they suddenly heard that Han Qingxia was selling evolution fluid. And it was paid for in crystal cores, 20 crystal cores for 1 vial of evolution fluid. You have to understand that after crystal cores gradually became the recognized currency, their price also had a certain ratio. 1 crystal core could be exchanged for 10 kilograms of grain. That meant Han Qingxia's evolution fluid was only 1/5 the price of Qi Sang's. She had ruthlessly driven down his price. More importantly, they had a lot of crystal cores. And they didn't need them. Paying with crystal cores was practically giving them free evolution fluid. GZ immediately contacted Lu Qian and bought one to try. After using it, they were even more shocked than before. Han Qingxia was simply divine. Her evolution fluid was amazing. After hearing that Han Qingxia was recruiting people to attack the city, GZ and Ji Yuro, the siblings, discussed it and immediately chose to join Han Qingxia's alliance. If it weren't for the fact that their base had too many veterans whom Han Qingxia didn't want, they would all want to join her directly. Now that she's recruiting alliance allies, they might as well latch onto this powerful figure. Following Han Qingxia is definitely a good thing. Yu Tu and Lu Qian, watching this, smiled slightly but remained silent. Soon, a raging fire broke out on the street. A convoy headed towards the food processing plant. During the city's siege, everyone was temporarily staying here. Han Qingxia exchanged 500 crystal cores worth of evolution fluid for Ji Yuro and gave her 50 vials of it. The cost of the evolution fluid was about 25 crystal cores, and she also gained 500 system points. Ding Alliance trade successful, 500 points added. Without doing anything, Han Qingxia not only netted 475 crystal cores but also 500 points. Han Qingxia earning this money is practically free. Moreover, her evolution fluid was used by Ji Yuro and the others, increasing their alliance's strength. Han Qingxia got all the benefits. After Ji Yuro finished the transaction, Yu Tu found her carrying a sack of crystal cores. Girl, give me 100 vials of evolution fluid and 5,000 caddies of rice. Yu Tu tossed her 6,000 crystal cores. Ding Alliance trade successful, adding 6,000 points. 6,000 points is roughly equivalent to an AK-47. Han Qingxia looked at Yu Tu, who had come to deliver the money, and took it. Do you want the grain now? Yes, I'll send someone back to the base right now. Yu Tu also had to manage the people at his own base. No need to send anyone. I'll arrange it myself. It's fast and safe. Yu Tu's eyes lit up. How? Han Qingxia uttered 3 words. Drone. Yu Tu paused for 3 seconds, then couldn't help but curse. Damn it, you even have drones. Where did Lu Qian find such a treasure? The Qingxia Alliance, centered on the Qingxia base, facilitated the flow of resources among all its member bases. All crystal cores flowed into Han Qingxia's possession, bringing a steady stream of points, while other bases received the most practical supplies. After the Qingxia Alliance was established, Han Qingxia's evolution fluid became exclusively available, no longer sold to other bases. The guaranteed low cost of supplies further boosted the strength of the other alliance members. All other bases outside the Summer Alliance were left far behind. The 3 bases that joined Han Qingxia were all carried along. Han Qingxia used these points to purchase a larger batch of drones. There's only one detection and attack system, but drones can be bought indefinitely. At 200 points per drone, Han Qingxia used the points from Yu Tu's trading today to exchange for 30 drones. Her base's strength was further enhanced. That night, Qi Sang fell into a deep silence after learning that Han Qingxia had launched the first counterattack on the city that day. Today was February 27th. It was the coldest time of year and they were fighting zombies at this time. Was it because of the cold weather that the zombies moved relatively slowly and were easier to kill? Such cold weather was difficult for the zombies, but wasn't it just as difficult for them? Qi Sang used their most advanced supercomputer to simulate the situation and knew just how difficult it would be. They couldn't use large-scale weapons to avoid detonating the entire city's zombie population. Therefore, they could only use the most primitive method, clearing out the city inch by inch, advancing meter by meter, like ascetic monks on a long pilgrimage. There were no shortcuts. They had to carve up the city bit by bit. The slightest mistake in this process meant death. Qi Sang couldn't help but clench his fists. You're all crazy. I'm not going to go crazy with you. Those things called a strategic vision, in his eyes, were nothing but a stroke. It's only been 6 months since the apocalypse, and all the human survivors have only just begun to stabilize. They haven't even started developing their economies yet, and now they're launching a counterattack on the cities. How could Han Qingxia dare? Taking cities has significant advantages, but it's definitely not something they should be doing now. Besides, the zombies in the cities are so dangerous. Qi Sang waited on the radio every day for news, waiting to see when the madwoman Han Qingxia would give up, when she would succumb to the pressure and give up. He waited and waited until March 30th. The Qingxia Alliance has taken over the entire high-tech zone. Han Qingxia succeeded. She led her men for a month during the coldest time of year and conquered the high-tech zone. Of course, casualties were inevitable. K1 base suffered 13 casualties, Fireseed base suffered 20, and Starfire base suffered 4. The Qingxia base suffered no casualties because only 3 people were dispatched. The biggest injury was Jean, who's spraining his ankle while rescuing people. But compared to what they had already accomplished, this was nothing short of a miracle. 150,000 zombies in the high-tech zone, completely annihilated. And over 100 survivors were rescued. Some things, if you don't do them, you'll never accomplish them. Once you start, regardless of the outcome, it will inevitably be a miracle. Qi Sang was utterly shocked when he heard that Han Qingxia had successfully conquered a district. She really did it. Even though the high-tech zone had the smallest population and the most open and easily conquerable terrain among a city's 5 districts, she really did it. Beep successful recapture of the high-tech zone. Reward. Hosts industrial upgrade. Reward. 10 sets of fully automated farming machines capable of cultivating 100,000 mu, 10,000 automatic irrigation machines, 10 instant noodle production lines, 10 dried vegetable production lines. Within the territory, all land yields double. Phase 1. Phase 1. A complete success. Everyone. Han Qingxia, who is addressing everyone, heard his rewards being distributed. Everyone distribute the supplies. Take a few days off. Yangzi brother. You 2 stay here to tally the collected supplies. I'm heading back. Han Qingxia left a large group of people behind, mounted his armored vehicle, and drove back to base. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo-woo. Everyone at the scene was stunned to see Han Qingxia run away, but they quickly became immersed in the joy of distributing supplies. Supplies were being distributed. Han Qingxia dashed back to her residential area. She hadn't been back for a month, and the cultivated area in her residential area had expanded slightly. Thanks to the greenhouses developed by Professor Wang, their crop had successfully survived the winter. Now that the cold wave was almost over, it was time to expand production. I brought you some good stuff. Han Qingxia took out the automated farming machines distributed by the system. Looking at the cultivated land area of her base, she officially began planning the land. She divided the arable area into 10 farms, assigning 2 residents to each farm, and implementing fully mechanized planting and production. This instantly unleashed an explosive increase in productivity. Keep in mind that her base had about 40 people, and previously they could only cultivate the area of 1 farm. Now, with half the number of people, the cultivated area had increased tenfold. Han Qingxia put the extra labor force on the production line to process surplus food. The production of instant noodles, dried vegetables, and other food items, in high demand and needed everywhere, was underway. After Han Qingxia issued the order, the residents of the base immediately began to carry it out. After all, they now had fully mechanized production. One person could plow thousands of acres of land simply by sitting in a vehicle. The entire Qingxia base was mobilized. Within 2 days, her Qingxia base officially began fully mechanized production, with all 10 super-large farms put into operation, and instant noodles and dried vegetables production also commencing. Although her base was small, its productivity was 100 times that of all the other bases combined. Meanwhile, at the K1 base, your base is indeed much better than mine. You two followed behind Lu Qian, touring his base. Since acquiring Han Qingxia's evolution fluid, Lu Qian had officially taken over full management of the K1 base, and the base had been completely transformed inside and out. Not only had the residents' living standards improved, but order had also increased significantly. The sanitation and living conditions in the shanty towns had undergone a dramatic transformation. I'm still far from it. Production hasn't even resumed, Lu Qian said gravely. Up to this point, not only him, but almost every base he knew of hadn't been able to resume production. Resuming production quickly was incredibly difficult. What about Han Xianyo? What's her Qingxia base like? Lu Qian paused, looking at you two. I'm telling you, I've never seen her base. Do you believe me? You two. Half an hour later, you two and Lu Qian arrived at Han Qingxia's air raid shelter. You two was immediately stunned by Han Qingxia's fortress-like air raid shelter. A high-voltage wire mesh, several meters high, was covered with sharp, razor-sharp barbs. Inside the wire mesh was a yard full of various crops, even poultry. A row of corrugated iron houses stood inside, and behind them was a huge air raid shelter with its gate tightly closed. This girl's built herself a fortress. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. A dozen or so dogs rushed out of the small gate and surrounded them. Seeing such a large group of dogs, you two found Han Qingxia even more intriguing. Tell your master I'm here for a visit. My name is U2. My boss isn't here. I need to ask for permission. From the chicken coop, a man wearing thick glasses leaned out, cautiously watching the man approaching. A dozen minutes later, U2 and Lu Qian got into Chuyi's car. He personally drove them towards the residential area. On the way, U2 looked at the receding air raid shelter. What? Your base isn't here yet? Of course not. That's my boss's house. Our base is behind. U2 raised an eyebrow. That was just Han Qingxia's house. What must her base look like? The next second, U2 saw a vast, sprawling farm ahead. Descending from the mountains, 10 enormous farms were divided across the vast plains, all cultivated, covering tens of thousands of acres. Tens of thousands of acres. U2 was stunned. Lu Qian was also stunned. What shocked them even more was that Han Qingxia's base had very few people. Tens of thousands of acres of land were all entirely mechanized. No way. While other bases had barely resumed production, Han Qingxia's was fully automated. Near their farmland were rows of large black greenhouses, and under these high-tech greenhouses, a wide variety of fresh vegetables, fruits, and grains were growing, completely unaffected by the harsh winter. And when their car stopped, Yu and Lu Qian heard the long-lost sounds of mechanized production. A fragrant aroma wafted from a villa. Several female residents were carrying large basins of dried vegetables piled up outside, along with boxes and boxes of instant noodles. Yu and Lu Qian were stunned again upon seeing this. Holy crap! Han Qingxia's base had already started industrial production. While other bases hadn't even resumed agricultural production, she had already jumped into the industrial age. Now, it wasn't just that all the other bases combined couldn't compare to hers. Even multiplied by 10, they couldn't match her base. Lu Qian was even more shocked. Because he had known Han Qingxia for so long, he had no idea what her base looked like. Han Qingxia had only told him she had built a base, but she was excessively low-key. She had never told him that her base would look like this. Such an amazing base, she never revealed a single detail to him. Furthermore, she never promoted or boasted about it on the radio. Everyone thought her Qingxia base was a small and weak one. Even Lu Qian couldn't have imagined that her base would be such a massive one. He used to think Han Qingxia was strong individually, but now he was shocked to discover that the base behind her was even stronger. Han Qingxia was simply inhuman. Lu Qian was completely stunned. Lu Qian, you said she was strong before, but I think you were completely wrong. This isn't just strong, this is incredibly strong. This girl is amazing. Lu Qian. Hey, you guys are here. At this moment, a clear voice rang out from a field ridge, and Han Qingxia jumped up from the farmland. Looking at the two people in front of her, welcome to my Qingxia base. I'm poor, so I don't have much to offer you.
Please don't mind.
The two. Damn it, you call this poor? Could you be any poorer? Han Qingxia led them around casually, with drones hovering overhead from time to time. You two immediately recognized one of them, a reconnaissance drone? That's right. You two immediately looked at Lu Qian. Lu Qian shook his head. Don't look at me, I can't get any either. You two. He looked at the dozen or so drones hovering over Han Qingxia's airspace and fell into deep thought again. Han Qingxia wasn't just rich, she was truly powerful. If anyone came to her territory to cause trouble, they wouldn't even need to arrive before being taken down by the drones. Coupled with this girl's extraordinary fighting prowess and fierce personality, she's definitely a little tyrant in the apocalypse. Her strength is incredible. At this moment, Lu Qian noticed the people going in and out of the last villa. They were always carrying something. Where are you? Then don't go. It'll only annoy you. Just then, a cute little girl ran over carrying a pound of meat. Lord, my family bought meat again. Come to my house for dinner later. My mom will make braised pork for you. Hearing this, Han Qingxia pinched Wang Yunduo's cheek. Tell your mom to cook a couple more dishes. I have guests. Then I'll go buy some more meat. I'll treat Lord. Wang Yunduo tiptoed back towards the villa. Seeing this, Lu Qian exclaimed incredulously, You have a supply supermarket here? And you even sell pork? Yeah. That's why I didn't show it to you, so you wouldn't be envious, Lu Qian. You too. The two of them were completely speechless. Han Qingxia's base boasted tens of thousands of acres of farmland, industrialized food processing plants, livestock, a supply supermarket selling pork, sophisticated fortifications, and a mature trading system. While their base looked like a primitive tribe in Africa compared to hers, it was utterly rudimentary. It was unbearable to look at. How powerful must she be? Wang Yunduo's family warmly welcomed Han Qingxia and her two companions who had come to freeload. Wang Yunduo's mother showcased her culinary skills, preparing a steaming table of dishes, with drinks also provided. This was the first time Lu Qian and you two had seen such a steaming spread of food since the apocalypse. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork belly, chicken and potato stew, stir-fried greens, and stir-fried zucchini. These dishes were very home-style, but every single one was made with incredibly fresh ingredients. Just look at that zucchini, it had to be greenhouse grown. Where could you find that now? Even Lu Qian, who occasionally got to eat with Han Qingxia, felt incredibly fortunate. "You don't need to treat us specially," Lu Qian said, looking at the abundant food on the table. "Just eat whatever you normally eat." Wang Yunduo tilted her head. "Big brother, we usually eat like this." Ahem. Han Qingxia coughed lightly. "Let's keep a low profile, lest our allies be surprised." Lu Qian. "You too." After the meal, Lu Qian and Yu Tu were truly impressed by Han Qingxia's strength. They were speechless, watching as residents of Han Qingxia's base, returning home for dinner after work, greeted him warmly. This kind of abundance and peace was something their base had never experienced. To be precise, in the apocalypse, only Han Qingxia could achieve this. Don't be discouraged. Although you are far inferior to me, you are stronger than other bases. As long as you don't compare yourself to me, you are still a powerful base in other people's eyes. The two. That's human language. They were completely speechless. After Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter, Lu Qian said, "Han Qingxia, I want to trade with you. I'd like to ask you to process a batch of food for me," Lu Qian said. He had brought back a large quantity of supplies from the granary last time, but he had been worried about storage conditions. Now that he saw Han Qingxia had already processed the food, he was immediately interested. "We're friends, this is easy to discuss. Let's talk money." Lu Qian. "For every pound processed, it'll give you 0.2 pounds of labor. 0.5 pounds. I can allow you to exchange food for our dried vegetable packs. 3 pounds of grain for 1 pound of dried vegetable packs." Lu Qian thought for half a minute. Okay. Han Qingxia earns a substantial profit by importing raw materials and exporting processed goods through trade surpluses. She has no interest in annexing other bases and gaining control. Compared to the immense responsibility of managerial power, she prefers the benefits of base hegemony. Because annexing other bases means she has to support the people in those bases. But as it is now, her base, through trade surplus, absorbs raw materials from other bases and exports a small amount of processed goods, essentially accumulating their wealth in her hands. She faces no risk, only benefits. She only wants absolute base hegemony. Her ambition isn't grand, she just wants to ride roughshod over them. She wasn't a good person to begin with, and her base has to be a domineering one. After talking with them, Han Qingxia discussed the attack direction for tomorrow. They discussed until midnight, after which Han Qingxia arranged for them to stay in Su Xiaoyang's small cabin. She then returned to the air raid shelter and slept with her dogs. The next day, everything was proceeding smoothly. Several vehicles drove into the summer base, delivering a large quantity of supplies, and then left loaded with other supplies. At that moment, a vehicle sped towards the city. There were 10 people in the vehicle. "This time, we're just going to scout the city a bit first, get a feel for the situation, and make a plan before making a full-scale move," Han Qingxia said in the middle of the group. Beside her were Su Xiaoyang and Jean, who Lu Qian also brought 2 people, Yu Tu also brought 2 people, and only Ji Euro from the Spark base was there. Because this trip was just to explore. The remaining 4 districts were all densely populated city center areas. They discussed the map for a long time and decided to first venture into the western part of the city. The western part of the city had relatively fewer residential areas, many old shopping malls and commercial streets, and a famous ancient town scenic area, located on the edge of the western part of the city. This was also a good place for them to start. Their vehicle entered the city streets. "There aren't many zombies here." Jiro frowned, looking at the changing streets outside the window. "Everyone, pair up later. We'll take this place first, using it as our base before entering the west of the city. Keep your voice down and eliminate any zombies you encounter quickly," Han Qingxia ordered. "Yes, sir." Their car stopped on the bridge in the center of the ancient town. As the car stopped, groups of zombies nearby were attracted and moved towards them. Yu Tu, who got out first, led his men, each thrusting a military dagger into a zombie's head. With a single stroke, he killed 3 zombies. His movements were incredibly brutal. Han Qingxia was quite satisfied with this method. This group of people were all elites. Without any burdens, their mission was half as easy. Soon, they split into pairs. Han Qingxia led Jiro, while the others formed teams and dispersed in different directions to carry out their tasks. Sister, I used to work a summer job here, Jiro said, following behind Han Qingxia.
Oh.
There are many goose houses and hotels here. I worked at one of these goose houses. Where are the goose houses? In the alleys around these tourist attractions. How much foot traffic is it usually? Quite a few on holidays, and business is good during the summer. Just then they heard a sound. In the alley of the ancient town ahead, a woman who looked pregnant had her back to them. She looked to be in great pain, leaning against the wall and shaking violently, her thin maternity nightgown swaying wildly. She made occasional, sounds. It looked like she was about to give birth. How could someone be giving birth? Jiro's face paled in shock at the sight. Just then, with a whoosh, the pregnant woman gave birth to a zombie baby. The moment the baby hit the ground, it rolled rapidly towards Han Qingxia and Jiro, still connected by the umbilical cord. At that moment, the pregnant woman turned her head, revealing a terrifying, bluish-black zombie face, and opened her blood-red maw. It grabbed the zombie infant still attached to its umbilical cord and hurled it at Han Qingxia and Jiro. One child rolled on the ground, the other flew through the air. Jiro was utterly shocked, seeing such a creature for the first time. Before she could unleash her fireball ability, a flash of light appeared before her, severing both umbilical cords. Then, Han Qingxia gripped the hilt of her sword and cleaved both zombie infants in two, splitting them in two. The pregnant zombie seemed to sense the loss of its umbilical cord, and it lunged at Han Qingxia with even greater frenzy. Han Qingxia hurled her tang sword at her, pinning the zombie to the street in the ancient town. But before Han Qingxia and Jiro could even breathe a sigh of relief, countless female zombies, each carrying a child, surged out from behind the alley where the pregnant zombie had been. Holy crap! Where is this place? Sister, I know. This is a newly opened postpartum care center in the scenic area. Han Qingxia was genuinely at a loss for words. An ancient town is one thing, but why open a postpartum care center? Just as she was about to use her supernatural abilities to deal with these zombies, a ringing bell caught her attention. Come here quickly, from the second floor of an alley behind them. A ladder was lowered from the upper floor, and a man completely covered in clothing waved rapidly at the two of them. Han Qingxia saw this and said, "Go up." She quickly led Jiro up to his building. After they went up, a large number of zombies chased them to the bottom of the building, howling and screaming. Some child zombies were even thrown high into the air. They clung to the second-floor glass windows, howling. After Han Qingxia and Jiro entered the room, 4 or 5 middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s immediately appeared before them. They were both men and women, and they all warmly welcomed Han Qingxia and Jiro. Welcome, welcome. We haven't seen any new faces here in a long time. Han Qingxia was eager to learn about the situation in this area from them. How many people are in your base? Do you know how many survivor bases are here? Before the person on the other end could answer, a voice rang out. You are Jiro? The only middle-aged woman in the group looked at Jiro, her expression filled with surprise and delight. Jiro, hearing her voice, froze, staring intently at the woman before her. Manager Liu? Yes, the middle-aged woman replied happily. Jiro immediately explained to Han Qingxia, Sister, that's my former manager. Her surname is Liu. So she's one of us. Good news, good news. Sister Liu, please greet her. The middle-aged man in the middle spoke, glancing at the woman and giving her a meaningful look before leading the other men away. A ruthless glint flashed in his shrewd eyes. The woman immediately approached with a beaming smile, pulling them both to sit down. I never expected to run into you here, Jiro. You did such a great job for me before. I've always missed you. I was worried about you after the apocalypse. Where are you now? How did you get here? Where are your family? Jiro listened to the barrage of warm greetings, looking at Han Qingxia without saying a word. Han Qingxia then said, Sister Liu, right? Yes, my surname is Liu. Little sister, who are you? I just saw you come over and you can even kill zombies with a knife, several at once. You're amazing. Where did you learn that? This compliment didn't flatter Han Qingxia at all. Instead, she immediately noticed that the woman had been observing them for a long time. Her gaze then subtly swept over the second floor of the guest house. This seemed to be a rest area on the second floor, with a sliding door leading to a long corridor with crowded room doors. On the other side of the corridor was the first-floor open-air garden. There were signs of planting in the garden, but the blizzard had destroyed all the crops. Their supplies were very tight. Looking at the men guarding the glass door, this was Manager Lu, who, so far, hadn't revealed a single thing to them, yet kept trying to find out their situation. The shrewd Han Qingxia smiled. It's not that I'm good, it's that my knife is good. Anyone who uses this knife will feel the same way. She took the Tang sword off her back. When Sister Lu saw her put down the knife, her eyes immediately lit up. Little sister, can I see your fine weapon? Of course. Han Qingxia pushed the knife in front of Sister Lu. Ji Yuro's eyes widened at her actions. When did her sister Han become so approachable, even letting someone handle her weapon? With her volatile temper, anyone who got too close would get punched. That's called a buffer zone. Without a buffer zone, Han Qingxia couldn't survive.
Pa.
She's making it impossible for others to survive. Just kidding, don't take it too seriously. Anyway, what is Sister Han doing? The suppressed Sister Lu, seeing Han Qingxia push the Tang sword directly in front of her, couldn't hide the excitement in her eyes. She immediately grabbed the sword. Then I definitely have to take a good look. By the way, do you have any companions? No, just the two of us who accidentally ran here. Don't worry, we didn't mean anything by it. We just wanted to say that if you had any companions, we would rescue them too. Sister Lu's excitement vanished, replaced by a warm and enthusiastic tone. Han Qingxia's smile deepened. They're all cunning foxes, trying to outsmart her. Her question was clearly aimed at finding out if Han Qingxia and Ji Yuro had many companions. Since Yuro knows you, and you seem like a good person, I'll just be direct, Han Qingxia suddenly said, her face contorted with pain. We actually ran away, Ji Yuro. We came from a small base nearby. The base manager was a beast, committing all sorts of atrocities against the girls there. None of them escaped his clutches. In that base, we did tons of work every day, and were still humiliated by those beasts. Yuro and I couldn't take it anymore, so we ran away. Ji Yuro stared in shock at Han Qingxia's straight-up lie. My goodness, sister, did you just switch to a melodramatic romance novel? Yuro, we finally escaped, and a kind older sister took us in. We'll definitely have a good life from now on. Han Qingxia grabbed her shoulders and pulled her into a hug. Ji Yuro nodded repeatedly in her arms, like a tool. Since she was quiet, Manager Lu didn't find anything unusual about her. However, she still seemed a little skeptical. But I saw your knife skills were amazing just now. Couldn't you even defend yourself? No matter how good we are, we're just ordinary people. They're superhumans. How could we possibly beat them? Hearing the words superhumans, all the guardedness in Manager Lu's eyes vanished completely. She looked at the two girls with a gleam in her eyes. Great. Oh no, you're in a terrible situation. But don't worry, you've come to the right place. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Old Li, Xiao Gang, get something. Two of the men guarding the door immediately left, but two remained. This meant they were still being extremely cautious. Han Qingxia observed every detail. Without showing any emotion, she asked, Sister Lu, who's that outside? Those are the people who run ghost houses around here. Yuro, you should know the one who put the ladder down for you earlier. He's our neighbor from the Spring Guest House. And the other one is the manager of the Blue Sky Hotel. The two younger ones, one is their nephew, and the other is my nephew. Where are the other guests from the guest house? Han Qingxia asked. Throughout, these 5 were all from the guest house, but there wasn't a single guest inside. Sister Lu's expression immediately froze, then she smiled and said, After the zombie virus outbreak, we were only concerned with escaping ourselves. We didn't care about anyone else. We barely escaped with our lives and are hiding in this zombie-free guest house. What have you been eating all this time? Han Qingxia continued. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. The youngest man inside carried in 2 cups of tea. Have some tea first, Brother Li's gone to cook for you. Yes, yes, have some tea first. Sister Lu poured 2 cups of tea for Han Qingxia and Jiro. You two haven't had such good tea in a long time. It's because our guest house has a lot of tea. Otherwise, where would you get tea in this apocalypse? She enthusiastically placed the teacups in Han Qingxia and Jiro's hands, staring at them expectantly. Their eyes seemed to say that if they didn't drink it, they would be doing a disservice to their precious tea. I'm not thirsty yet, Jiro said, not drinking. She wasn't as shrewd as Han Qingxia, but she wasn't stupid either. In this apocalyptic world, who would dare to eat something handed to them by someone else? You little brat, are you worried I'll poison you? Manager Lu's eyes immediately darkened with displeasure when Jiro refused to drink. I've always treated you like family, even taking you in and having meals prepared for you. Jiro, how can you be so insensible? Han Qingxia took Jiro's teacup at this moment. While they were talking, she had already drunk her own teacup. She took Jiro's cup and poured it into her mouth. You're just too naive. Would that older sister harm you? If she wanted to harm you, why would she have saved us just now? You need to learn from me. To be a grateful person, understand? Baby. Jiro, whose mouth was being pinched, thought she was going to drink water, but to her surprise, her mouth remained open. Not a drop went in. Han Qingxia raised her hand high, blocking her mouth, and after pouring the entire cup of tea into her spatial storage, she showed the empty cup to the person opposite her. She was young and didn't understand, but she does now. Manager Lu's eyes lit up at this, and her newly raised wariness immediately subsided. She had originally thought that of the 2 girls, Jiro was the easiest to handle. The pretty girl looked like she was not to be trifled with. But now she hadn't expected this. Han Qingxia was actually the most foolish. Absolutely foolish. She put down her weapon first, revealed her true colors to them, and not only did she get tea, but she also made the only one with some wariness, Jiro, drink tea too. This happiness came too suddenly. Han Qingxia was so stupid that all she knew was how to use a knife. Now she had no knife and had been drugged. Let's see what they do now. Sister Lu, is this really all there is at your base? Han Qingxia asked at this moment. Seeing that they had all drunk their tea, Manager Lu began to tell the truth. Actually, we have a base downstairs, with a few more people. I'll take you down. The food should be ready by then. Okay, Han Qingxia said, reaching for her knife. Manager Lu snatched the knife away. Little sister, I'll hold it for you. It's very safe here. You won't need it. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow, appearing extremely obedient. I'll do as you say. Wait until the whole operation is wiped out. Manager Lu led the compliant Han Qingxia and Jiro downstairs. After exiting the glass door, Han Qingxia discovered that the place was very secure. The corridors were narrow, with several doors, and all the guest house rooms were locked. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Manager Lu didn't lead them up the so-called staircase. Instead, he opened a room. Pushing it open, Han Qingxia discovered that the floor tiles had been knocked away, revealing a staircase connecting the 2 floors. If she took the outside stairs, she wouldn't be able to find her way in. Seeing this, she felt even more certain that her bait had been well placed. It seemed there really was a big fish in there. If she had acted immediately, these people would have been alerted and run away. There might even be some traps or hidden passages waiting for her. She followed Manager Lu down the stairs to the 2nd floor. At this point, she saw a large area of dried meat drying in the corridor outside. You have so much meat here? Manager Lu's kind face broke into a deep smile. This is an ancient town. They specialize in smoked meat from here. This is all old-fashioned ham. Oh. Han Qingxia looked away from the large pile of dried meat. Jiro, who was following behind her, suddenly shuddered. Sister, I think I saw something. Don't look. Han Qingxia pressed her head into her arms. What's wrong? She said she felt a little dizzy. Manager Lu, hearing this, didn't suspect anything. Instead, she thought the medicine was working faster than expected. This quickened her pace. We have one more floor. She opened the floorboards in front of them, revealing another staircase leading underground. Hurry up and come down. Our people mainly lived down there. They were also afraid of zombies and dared not live in the houses above ground, especially since there was a pregnant zombie here. Who knew if those zombie children would crawl in one day? So their real base was underground. Before its development, this ancient town had an underground tunnel system, dug to escape the war. The tunnel connects several locations within the town, now serving as a haven from zombies. In case of danger, everyone hides underground. As soon as Han Qingxia landed, a dozen or so men appeared before her. In the dimly lit tunnel, only a single lamp of unknown origin illuminated the area. Behind them, in a corner, women huddled, trembling like sheep awaiting slaughter. The men's eyes gleamed with lust when they saw Han Qingxia and Jiro. These girls are gorgeous. Her face is so tender, you could pinch water out of it. I really want to pinch it. Brother Cohen, have you had your fun? Can you give us some? The man called Brother Cohen was a burly man in his 30s with a scar running from his forehead to his jaw. He was extremely ugly, his tiny, beady eyes fixed on Han Qingxia with a greedy, lecherous gaze. You did a good job. You're allowed to sit at the table this time, he said to Manager Liu and the others. Manager Liu and the others immediately rushed forward as if they had received a tremendous reward. At this moment, a hand pressed down on Manager Liu's shoulder. Sister Liu, don't go yet. Manager Liu thought Han Qingxia was scared. Of course, she didn't bother pretending anymore. She looked at the seemingly foolish girl with pity, a crocodile's sympathy on her face. Don't be afraid. You're so pretty. If you're smart, try to please Brother Cohen. He definitely won't kill you so quickly. However, that Jiro behind you might not be so lucky. No, I want to ask you, are these all the people here? Han Qingxia asked with a smug look. After she finished speaking, the men in front of her all burst into laughter. Isn't all of us enough for you? How much more do you want? We still have some. Just then, a gaunt man ran up. Brother, we found a group of people at the north gate. They're all superhumans. Extremely strong. They've spotted us. Why did you provoke them? I didn't provoke them. They found us. They even want to rescue us. Send those guys at the gate away. Just say we don't have anyone here. Too late, Brother Cohen. They found the dried human flesh drying in our yard and have already entered courtyard number 1. Block the gate. Let's see how they get in. This place is like a bunker. Without someone to lead the way, they have no way of finding the entrance. Just then, a clear female voice rang out. It's too late. They're already in. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, Manager Liu, whom she was holding, let out a piercing scream. Han Qingxia dislocated her arm with a slap, then kicked her in the left back. The woman flew several meters away. The force of the kick was immense. Little Ro, let's get to work. Han Qingxia lazily called to Ji Ro. Ji Ro instantly snapped out of her daze. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Han Qingxia. Sure enough, Captain Han is Captain Han. She took them all down in one fell swoop. No wonder Han Qingxia told her to learn from her. If it were her, she would have made a scene the moment she noticed something was wrong, only to alert the enemy and put herself in a passive position. Now, they've successfully entered, ready to wipe them all out. Even if nothing goes wrong, Han Qingxia's cautious and low-key approach will prevent further conflict. Captain Han is awesome. Captain Han is amazing. She's a staunch fan of Han Qingxia. 2 volleyball-sized flames instantly condensed in Jiro's palms. Jiro had been drinking the evolution fluid recently. Her superpower had already reached level 2. A level 2 fire-type superpower user could conjure a fireball the size of a volleyball, a world of difference from level 1. The people opposite were all shocked by this. Superpower. Didn't they say they didn't have any superpowers? Scarface Kun exclaimed in astonishment. He was also a superpower user, and also a fire type. But she was worlds apart from Jiro. He was completely stunned by her powerful ability. Yes, they said they didn't have any superpowers. Manager Lu's nephew, Xiao Gang, retreated hastily, his smug grin gone. He had originally planned to have his fun after everyone else had their turn. Especially Jiro. Although she wasn't beautiful, she was completely different from the women kept in their base after the apocalypse. At least she had a decent figure. But he never expected her to be a superpowered individual. Boom, he was instantly engulfed in flames. The flames of a superpowered individual are difficult to extinguish. He immediately collapsed to the ground, rolling around, while the others scattered and fled. But then, an unstoppable torrent of flames enveloped them all. Scarface-kun wasn't just a fire type, he was also a speed type. Realizing something was wrong, he fled towards the nearest exit. Just as he reached the fire escape, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared beside him. "Where are you going?" Kun retreated as if he'd seen a ghost. "Weren't you quite satisfied with me?" Han Qingxia kicked him squarely in the chest. The powerful kick felt like a train crushing his sternum. His heart pounded. This power. This wasn't just any ordinary strength mutant. This was at least a level 10 strength mutant. Who said they didn't have superpowers? What shocked Scarface-kun even more was that after he landed and tried to crawl away, Han Qingxia teleported in front of him in the next second. Just how many superpowers did this woman possess? Eating human flesh, Han Qingxia grabbed his collar, lifting him like a defeated dog. "I knew only zombies eat people. You want to become a zombie, don't you?" The scarred man tried to say no, but then he felt excruciating pain shooting through every bone in his body. All his bones were broken. Just then, a sound came from another direction in their tunnel. A hole in the ceiling lit up, and several people came down from it. Han Qingxia, Lu Qian and you two had all joined up and came down from there. They immediately saw Han Qingxia and the group of people who had been cleared out in the center of the main tunnel. A dozen minutes later, everyone in the tunnel was brought to the surface. The 7 or 8 women, after being rescued, remained motionless, only trembling. "Damn it! We didn't eat people even when we were starving in our base. Are these people even human? I can't even stand to watch." Yu Tu's face was grim after seeing these people eating people. Han Qingxia looked at him. "Big brother, your reputation isn't that great either." Yu Tu turned to look at her. "I only kill, I never eat. I have principles." Han Qingxia. This underground cave, including Manager Lu, contained 21 people in total, 7 women used as livestock for food reserves, and their 3 exit outposts, along with countless human corpses. These corpses were mostly female, though there were some men as well. Clearly, anyone not in their inner circle had been killed, dried, and eaten. And they were all cut into body parts. Legs, hands, one by one. Even Han Qingxia, who was used to the cruelty of the apocalypse, felt intensely uncomfortable seeing these things. She looked at the numb girls, then grabbed Scarface-kun, who was still being held by her arm. "Bring all the girls over." Yu Tu, seeing her reaction, said, "Just kill them. If you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll stab him." Just one stab, huh? Han Qingxia carried him to the second floor of her previous guest house. She opened the window, and the zombies outside immediately swarmed in. The dying Scarface-kun was horrified at the sight. Swoosh, a flash of light. His legs and arms fell off like the dried meat drying in his yard. The girls, long oppressed, finally saw a glimmer of light in their numb eyes. Lu Qian frowned, but remained silent. The others were all ruthless, especially Yu Tu, who secretly rejoiced. Jiro wholeheartedly agreed with Han Qingxia's actions. She was punishing her enemies. Because she had followed Han Qingxia into the wolf's den the entire time. She was absolutely certain that it wasn't just her and Han Qingxia who had been tricked into going in today. In a while, they would be just like the dried meat left in the yard. These beasts, killing them 10 times wouldn't be enough to vent her anger. Han Qingxia merely dismembered him and fed him to the zombies. Such mercy would be condemned as saintly. Han Qingxia silently and personally dealt with everyone, including the last one, Manager Lu. As she closed her eyes for the last time, she realized that she hadn't just attracted a foolish little rabbit. The only fool was herself. Burn all of that. Han Qingxia finished tidying everyone up and turned to the people behind her, saying this. Everyone was still reeling from her actions, and Yu Tu was the first to speak up. "Girl, I'll clean up," he gave Han Qingxia a thumbs up. The werewolves' wolfish nature was mutually recognized. Half an hour later, they finished cleaning up the bloody mess and were leaving the tunnel when Jiro asked, puzzled, "Sister, I don't understand. When all that's left is cannibalism, can people really survive by eating other people?" "No. Neither cannibals nor non-cannibals can survive," Han Qingxia said coldly. Jiro was even more confused. At this moment, Yu Tu said, "You're right. Neither cannibals nor non-cannibals can survive. Those who can survive are those in places where cannibalism isn't necessary. The terrifying thing isn't cannibalism itself, but rather that cannibalism is the only option left. That's a place where no one can survive." Thank you for watching Nava Manhwa Recapped.